Isso é bom porque quando você precisar olhar um drone pro teu companheiro ou algo do tipo, vai estar bem fácil ali, é só você continuar olhando, não precisa apertar um botão que pode dar algum timezinho. Então é bem tranquilo. Aqui no HUD eu uso quase tudo no normal, mas a única coisa que eu mudo aqui é a bússola, que eu não uso. Eu gosto de deixar a tela um pouquinho mais clean. E a única coisa que eu não uso aqui também é a vida. Eu gosto de não usar a vida porque aí você não vê quando você está com pouca vida e isso influencia na sua tomada de decisão dentro do jogo. Então é muito melhor pra mim, isso é mais pessoal, não ter a vida, sabe? Acho que deixa o psicológico mais preparado. Aqui no áudio, o volume vai depender do seu fone, mas aqui a música eu deixo no off. O diálogo eu deixo um pouquinho, acho que às vezes é bom ouvir assim, tipo... Não sei, mano, tipo, geralmente ninguém usa, mas eu uso aqui um pouquinho de diálogo. E o modo de som é o Night Mode aqui, porque é muito melhor para você escutar passos e coisas que são mais importantes dentro do jogo, que, por exemplo, o barulho de tiro ou outras coisas. Aqui no display, obviamente você vai usar o maior hertz aí que seu monitor puder. A proporção 4x3 e o FOV 84. O resto aqui não mudo nada. Eu uso o padrão. Gráficos, aqui também tipo, é algo mais pessoal. Eu particularmente uso tudo no low. Nas partidas, às vezes eu coloco um pouco de shadow. Eu coloco aqui o contraste no médio. Bom, aqui na Sense também é algo mais pessoal, mas o meu aqui eu uso 12/12 de vertical horizontal. Então é 21, 41, 42, 42. Basicamente você só vai usar aqui as três primeiras, que é o 1x, 1,5 e 2x. Então é 21, 41, 42. De resto aqui também eu uso no padrão aqui, claro, tem seus controles ali, tipo, acho que o que eu mais uso de diferente aqui é que eu agacho no espaço. Geralmente o pessoal que vem de console aí costuma usar os botões mais diferentes. E na acessibilidade aqui eu uso a minha cor de mira verde com 100% de opacidade e o tremor de tela aqui que eu deixo no off, que é muito melhor quando cair uma granada ou estourar uma breach do teu lado, tua tela não vai tremer. Salve rapaziada, esse foi aqui um videozinho mostrando as minhas configs. Obrigado por assistir, acompanhem o Major e tamo junto.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
If we talk about M80, obviously, in the most recent Rostermania, they picked up Iconic and then bring Sploit over.
Sometimes you have to let go of players that you care a lot about. It's the result of all the things that we put into it is the winning. That's what you get at the end.
Living with each other is probably one of the best experiences of my life. We're like a big family. Those guys are my best friends.
I joined this roster because of one reason, and that's winning.
You just gotta take their soul. Like, you just gotta destroy them.
Top it. Yeah, let's go. Come on.
No matter what team you are, no matter how good you have been, if you're not good in the present, you will lose everything.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but yeah, tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside, he finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch.
Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro down here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The free go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him.
No! Better! We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
Finesse can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volks against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
It's time to make history.
One behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4. But Souls does not care! 1 kill away, and it's Volks to die! A new generation pick up where legends left off!
Yesterday, on an overcast Friday in Duluth, a challenge was put forth. He with the most fortitude, the most drive, and the most perfect execution may call themselves the best in the world. 4 teams answered the challenge. Europe ate itself alive trying to deliver us 1 contender, and the entirety of Brazil stepped up and gave us their best. Now, we whittled those 4 contenders down to just 2 challengers. This is semifinal Saturday of the Rainbow Six Atlanta Major. I'm glad there were a couple people that opted to stop in early after seeing North America get heartbroken yesterday. Hi, Atlanta. How we doing? We still doing okay? Hold on. You got confused. You went from boos about NA getting knocked out to, oh, hey, yeah, I guess we're kind of still doing okay. I'm Caliber Jacob. He's Jesse Chick. He is Jack Fresh on Desk Allen. Can we get a round of applause for the analysts, please? These guys kill it every week. Jesse, we didn't get to work much yesterday, but I hear those last 2 games of the day were bangers even if they didn't go our way.
Oh, they certainly were, Jacob. I think the crowd, the players, and us on the desk as well definitely were a little bit tired out. It was a long, drawn-out final match there in the quarterfinals between SSG and FaZe Clan. But you know what? We're well rested. We've all gotten a good night's sleep, and now we're back ready for some more Siege.
That SSG game, because the day was fizzling away, right? NA's hopes and dreams were disappearing, and then bam, like a bang, SSG just came back. And I think everybody, apart from, if you weren't Brazilian, everybody else was rooting for SSG to get that done yesterday. Unfortunately, they didn't. So, there's no North American teams left, which I know is going to disappoint you and the fans immensely. But, it was some good siege nonetheless.
It's certainly going to create some interesting conundrums, not just for us to figure out who to root for, but exactly who the crowd later on today is going to cheer for. And we'll answer those questions as we dive in. But let's take a look at the prize pool real fast, because this bad boy, again, if you get first place, you win $200,000 plus US dollars. Obviously, the SI points was a big talking point from yesterday. We've already got all 20 of our participants now locked down for the biggest dance of next year. So really, what you're fighting for is a major trophy and about as much moolah as you can carry back home on the plane.
Certainly, and SI points, they'll still change seeding around a little bit, but we do have our 20 teams locked down, as you mentioned, Jacob. So still, these teams, they're hunting for that pride, they're hunting for that cash, and obviously, you want to be going into SI as the best team in the world. This is where you prove that.
And the seeding thing actually is a really big point. We've been making points about how teams can qualify for SI. We now know our 20 SI teams, so it's all going to be around where they end up, where they get seeded for their groups at SI to give themselves the chance, because SI is the pinnacle. So you want to give yourself the best chance possible. And if that means, winning, for the glamour, for the pride, for the money here, but also for the best chance at Sixth Invitational, teams are going to want this.
Yeah, and because of the top 4 seeds getting the most points of anybody else here, it does mean that they can change their fortunes pretty drastically. We'll look at the schedule real fast, just because on the surface, if you look at where Los is right now, down at the very, very bottom of that SI list, if they were to win over FaZe Clan in our second game of the day, they shoot all the way up that list pretty drastically. But W7M and G2 are already pretty up there in their first game of the day.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And we've seen Los have such an incredible stage so far. They came into the stage with barely any SI points. They've so far collected 300 to rocket themselves up into that top 20 position, which is what you need to make it to the Sixth Invitational. Now they can go even farther. If they win this major, I think it'll not only cement them as a top team going into the Sixth Invitational, but it'll also be one of the craziest upsets that we've seen in Siege in a long time.
Bracket is as follows. W7M and G2 face off first. Obviously, W7M defeated GK, and G2 knocked off BDS. Both of those games are honestly really good, even if BDS still lost without getting a map. And Jesse, we just don't talk about the second half of that bracket. We don't have to worry about that.
Listen, it's tough for North America, Jacob, but Brazil, they were the better region that day, and they pulled through both Los and FaZe Clan now for an all-Brazilian semifinals.
And I'm going to be the one European here that says, we've got one European, we've got 3 Brazilian teams in the bracket, but I am going to back G2 to get this done. The vibes I'm getting from G2, I think they're winning the whole event, Jacob.
You think they're winning the whole thing?
Yes.
You think they're winning the whole shebang?
Jack, they've had the easiest run of any team here. They're up against now finally the big dogs of Brazil. I think you're crazy if you think G2 is going to get this done.
Who are you saying wins it then?
For me, it's got to be FaZe Clan. FaZe have looked so good through every matchup. Even when they beat Space Station, yes, it was close, but they got it done 3-0 through Swiss. I think it's got to be FaZe.
Okay, let's have a wager.
What do you mean?
Let's have a wager.
A wager?
Alamo dyed his hair. If FaZe win, I'll dye my hair blonde. If G2 win, you dye your hair blonde.
For invite.
For invite.
Ooh.
I'm confident.
Take it or leave it.
I'm confident.
We've got a hair versus hair match, but it's not like Ashen shaving people bald. It's just changing coloration. I'm cool with that. I think we like that bet. I mean, to be fair, we've seen you dye your hair before.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. I'll go any color you want, I'll be honest.
I don't know. Do we like the idea of a blonde Jesse chick? I can't envision that in my head. That's interesting.
It's a little bit of extra motivation for G2 now.
Well, listen, we're going to see FaZe. I'm not worried at all.
Well, we should talk about the 4 teams that won from yesterday as a very basic preview. We can start with G2, considering we just can't seem to get enough of them. Yesterday, they had the 2-0 win over BDS. Bit disappointing for the French fans, but it certainly seems like G2 are really on the money so far.
Yeah, G2 have been incredible throughout this tournament. They have won a lot of big games. As I mentioned, their tournament run has had some of the weaker teams in it, but they've still been flawless. They've yet to drop a single map here at the Atlanta Major. They have been very, very consistent. They get it done even when the rounds get scary. They're an incredibly clutch team, and that has been impressive, and we can't take that away from them.
Yeah, and I think that's the dangerous thing about G2. They get their strategy right. They've got the players, if they don't get their strategy right, to clutch up. And I've still not yet to see G2 be tested. I don't think they've really got themselves out of second, third gear. They've got levels that they can still go through even when they're tested. I assume that's going to be today.
I would say, how proud of you that, I mean, they had to knock off the French, but they certainly look good currently.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That game was awful for me because I obviously, I wanted G2 to go through and I want them to do well, but I also wanted PDS to make Invitational.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh no.
Well, we'll get to specifically the matchup against W7M for a second, but they had to play GK Esports yesterday, and a result that came so close to actually seeing MENA go all the way to a semifinal. But in the end, it's just true that the Kings of Copenhagen really rocked up, ready to go.
Yeah, I think it was a very sloppy game all in all. Both teams really struggling with their attacks, but it was also a very exciting game. In that, I think, GK managed to nearly get back from 6-0 down to, be competitive inside of that very first map, win out the second, take us to map 3. And I think on the balance of it, when you looked at this game before any siege had been played on the main stage, you might have said this was a bit of a sleeper and a W7M easy victory. It didn't transpire to be that. W7M had to work very hard to win yesterday.
Yeah, they started so hot, right? We didn't see GK show up until about the second half of map number 1, but then we got a real good battle between these top 2 teams. Obviously, Meta going home. Unfortunate for their fans, but W7M, the reigning major champions, it wouldn't feel right if they didn't get at least top 4.
Well, we'll just keep that Brazilian train rolling right along, because Los won quarterfinal number 3 yesterday over Dark Zero, and it also included the first 7-0 of this playoffs bracket.
Yeah, Los, a competitive first map against Dark Zero. Things are going back and forth. It takes all 12 rounds, but in the end, the Brazilians take the upset over Dark Zero, and then they go to Skyscraper. And Dark Zero fold. They completely shut out NA's hopes. The crowd is out of it. EZ are out of it. They bring so many cool new strategies to Skyscraper too. Yeah. Rocking a ton of cool mirror setups, castle setups, doing a ton of neat things that they really hadn't ever shown before. I think they really caught Dark Zero off guard. They've proven to everybody here not only that they deserve to be in the top 4 of this Atlanta Major, but they also deserve that invite spot. And by beating Dark Zero yesterday, they earned that.
Yeah. Los are a team that people have kind of been sleeping on. They didn't do so hot in Brazil right through the regular play days, but they've came into this tournament and looked very good throughout the tournament, and yet still people are kind of sleeping on them as a top team in this tournament. I'm sure when they go up against FaZe, everyone will be, predicting FaZe, thinking that they'll play against FaZe, but they've got a lot of quality. Maya and Lobin especially are coming to the forefront.
Quality is also exactly what FaZe Clan offered up yesterday. They knocked off Space Station, and it wasn't just quality of how good the players are. That game was almost 2 straight overtime maps, and they also sustained a consulate loss to get past the All-American team.
Yeah, I think for FaZe, they play very good Siege. There's no denying that whatsoever. They maybe got a little bit too arrogant. Maybe, G'ing the crowd up and a bit too confident in their own plays.
Yeah.
Obviously getting that, the reverse sweep on the map that they ended up losing. But it's a very entertaining brand, and they just about got it done. It was only just though.
Yeah, we hyped up FaZe as this beast of an attacking team, and they are, but they did have some struggles yesterday against Space Station. When the crowd was roaring against them, when Space Station Gaming were in their heads, we saw round after round after round choke out for FaZe Clan. Now, it didn't last to the end of the series. Eventually, we got to round 12 on Clubhouse, and FaZe shut it down, but it did get a little bit scary, and for FaZe Clan, they're hoping to not have a heart attack like that through the rest of the tournament.
And I think a lot of people here, even though FaZe Clan is a pretty well-respected team usually, all it took was Vidaking standing up and pointing at the FaZe logo a couple times, and everyone started booing.
You see, what the crowd should do now is they should cheer him, because that would just confuse the hell out of him, because he's used to playing the villain. So if they start cheering him, he's going to be like, what's going on?
Yeah, you're not wrong. And maybe they will, because I think for that second game, the allegiances of this crowd will get tested just a little bit. But I have a feeling I know who they're going to be cheering for our very first semifinal. It's W7M and G2. Let's go.
G2 is the team that I want to play the most against. I think we have to watch out about Doki.
They're about to get a big wake-up call. I think a lot of people struggle against W7M's playstyle, but not us. I think it suits us because it's really similar to our playstyle. We understand how they play.
Our tactics in this meta, I think we understand the meta better than anyone else right now. We don't depend on only one player. So I think that's the advantage we have. I don't see any other team like us. We have 5 very skilled players.
Players from W7M that we need to be worried of. No. W7M, I don't think they can beat us, because they're just scared. We beat them in the finals.
Bom, a G2 provavelmente é um dos adversários mais fortes do torneio. Eles têm um jogador novo e um coach novo. Acho que a vantagem de a gente já ter um longo projeto aí rodando pela frente é a nossa vantagem.
9 months ago, they met to determine who would be the next world champion. Today, they meet again, but not to play in a grand final, just for the right to go to one in the first place. W7M and G2 are only less than a year removed from that contest, and now they're on main stage again. And even if the stakes are different, you can guarantee both teams will be fighting as if the whole damn world is on the line.
You gotta believe it, Jacob. This feels like a grand finals in the semi. Obviously, these two teams battled it out for the World Championship, and while W7M were the favorites for many people back at the Sixth Invitational, G2 pulled off a ridiculous 3-0 finals to shut them down. G2, this event and throughout the stage, have also been looking incredible. They are on a 14-map winning streak through the open quals, the closed quals, and now here in Atlanta, they've been 2-0ing every opponent in best of threes. They've been dominating in best of ones. They are looking red hot coming in against W7M.
Yeah, and I think the thing on that is they looked a little bit shaky, obviously, when Fabian left, and they changed out from Blair as well. And they ended up, betting in Uno, betting in Romalio, and it was kind of 3 different styles all trying to bet in at once. They found that formula, and it seems to be working out perfectly for them.
But isn't it a little bit sad that G2 had Fabian as a coach, and then they decide, you know what, the thing we have to do to go back to the well is grab a Brazilian coach. It, I think, could work because they're competing against Brazilian teams to be the best. So now Romalho has to come in and basically turn this G2 squad into a Titan killer.
Well, I mean, if you look how G2 played, how they won Sixth Invitational, they took a theory that Brazil had of how Brazil played in terms of split theory, and they applied it to a European team and a European style. So adding Romalho in is only going to further bolster that, and I think that is why they're looking so good.
Yeah, we've seen W7M, I think, throughout the past, especially at that Copenhagen Major where they won, coming with really strong attacks. They come through, they managed to push from all different angles. They're very well coordinated. And notably at that Copenhagen Major, who wasn't there to shut them down? Well, G2 didn't really have that same run up against them. So coming through, G2 facing against them is going to have a big job to do to shut down those pushes. But looking at the stats so far, they have been ridiculous.
Wow.
59% attacking win rate, the best in the tournament. 75% defending win rate, the best in the tournament. 58% recovery. That means when they lose the opening pick, they have a 58% chance of winning the round, at least going by previous data. That is an absurd number to have. Even conversion, 73%, winning almost 3/4 of those rounds. They've been absolutely incredible across the board, top to bottom. G2 have been good in every single category, and that's why they're a scary team.
I love the idea that Jesse's just spitting these stats verbatim, and Fresh is just over here going, yeah, we did that. Yeah, we did that.
I was trying to work out if I was the EU shill or you was there, Jesse, to be honest. But I think the one thing that underpins that, like I say, is the good strategy, but also the vibes within the team. So don't underestimate how important Alamau is within that team, because he's the agile. He's the one that controls it. When his vibes are good and when he's agiling very well, that's the end product that you get. And he hasn't had any inconsistency problems this tournament. Even when he does, that's when G2 will find some issues.
But even if G2 are performing really well, the thing you have to do is get W7M to stumble. The only team that's managed to get W7M to trip, even remotely, was GK, and they're gone. Now you have to find a way to make it work with a squad that, while G2 are performing very well, it can be argued that W7M's missteps are now very firmly a thing of the past.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you look at W7M across, Copenhagen and this tournament, they're pretty much putting everything in front of them. They're just sweeping it away. I think the changes that they made post-SI, adding in Nade, adding in Philippox, certainly helped elevate them. Not that they had bad players before at all, but they've really found the kind of string together. Because I know that Philippox, when he adds in on the shot calling, he forces them to play aggressive. He forces them to do some of this crazy, wonderful stuff in terms of their strategy. And it just adds to the all-round team much more.
And I've talked about W7M's attack and how they, in Copenhagen, were extremely dominant on those pushes. This event, though, it feels like their attacks have kind of been getting figured out.
Yes.
They only have a 45% attacking win rate. That's below half. It's way below what we saw from G2. And a lot of that's coming from the early game. 42% attacking entry, 27% attacking recovery, meaning when they lose those opening picks, which is relatively often, they're not able to bring those rounds back. I think what we've seen from teams is they've done a great job of getting in their face early, disrupting those setups that W7M want to do to push forward with all of their players into the bomb site. The only time W7M won an attacking half through the entirety of Atlanta so far is when they played VP. A team notorious for not getting over-aggressive, not swinging, getting in your face so much. They're going to play their defaults, and they're going to play them well. So if we see G2 emulating the style of GK and many other teams here in Atlanta and getting aggressive in those early rounds, we could see W7M struggle once again on attack.
But they've still been performing relatively well. Do we have a clip that we want to go over?
We do have a clip, and that's funny that Jesse would bring up about their attacks, because their attacks have not been good when their front threes have tried to lurk in. Now, this is actually an attack they lose, but I thought this was one of the most creative rounds of Siege I've ever seen yesterday. So it's W7M attacking GK, top floor of Oregon. Now, they're going to open the double window and look to plant the double window with the glass and the Capital, and they're going to try and push the blitz up the white stairs for the plant. And I thought this was a really creative way to try and get a plant off, because you don't normally see this. You blitz playing onto this site and you blitz going for the plant. As you're going to see, Pox goes right up the white stairs, plants behind the bed. Now, that's great. smokes go out, and W7M, like I said, when their front three has been a bit misaligned on a default attack, they've not looked good. When they've done stuff like this, they've looked very good. Yep. Now, obviously they lost this round because Hisham makes one of the best individual plays on an Azami I've ever seen. I don't know why he was hoarding 5 keeper barriers, but he manages to close out the keeper barriers and stop the Capitao arrow. But it was a good idea from W7M to get the plant off and to use the Capitao arrow to deny. And you're going to see Nade here just about doesn't switch quick enough. He gets rid of the first set of keeper barriers, but the second set that comes in, he doesn't switch quick enough to deny it. Capitao arrows the keeper barriers, and that's their own loss. But the point here is if W7M try more of this stuff, they will have so much more success on their attacks.
And that disruption is what we need to see from G2 today. We need to see them getting up, reading the attack as fast as they can, understanding what's going on, and coming up with a quick solution just like Hisham did.
All right, it's time for map picks. We got 3 potential maps up on deck. G2 picks first, and then W7M gets to decide where we're going in Decider. Yep. Consulate, Oregon, Cafe. Jack, what are we looking at?
So the very first map of Consulate's a curious one because W7M have been banning away Consulate and Nighthaven permanently. So they've left it open, and they had to know G2 would pick into it. G2 have been making their map, this map, the G2 map, to be the best in the world at it through this tournament. So they've picked straight into that one.
Yeah, 3-0 since the map came out. They've been extremely dominant. W7M, as you mentioned, banning it a ton coming into Atlanta. They have avoided banning it a couple of matches here at the end of Atlanta, but they've still never played it throughout their entire history.
For Oregon, this one's curious as well because this is the map that G2 beat W7M on to win the 6th Invitational. However, what I will say is G2 are very, very inconsistent on this map. Some days they're going to look great, some days they're going to look awful. And I think W7M have read into that, and that's why they picked that.
Yeah, the W7M's map ban phase, a little bit interesting here to me. The fact they banned that bank is very, very strange because they have historically been a great bank team, and G2, their banks have been very inconsistent. You know, G2 on bank, they've had some struggles. A 7-3 game versus Dun Limited was their only play so far this stage. They ban it first anyways, and they go for this pick here on Oregon. Comfortable map, they do love it, but it'll be interesting to see if that is the right call.
Now, the Decider of Cafe is a good one as well because both teams attack the map in a very split way, very away from what you would see as a default. And that's what gives their attack win percentages so much strength. So both teams like it, both teams attack well on it. If we get there, that's going to be an absolute barn burner.
W7M, a 6-1 record on Cafe this season. Ooh. G2, 7-1.
Just slightly better. Gentlemen, real quick, before we jump to game, predictions? Jesse, what do you think?
Listen, G2's stats are great. Everything they've done so far has been amazing, but they've yet to play a team anything like W7M. I think this is the best team in this half of the bracket. I think they're taking it.
Oh, he went with the Brazilians. Boo, Jesse, what the heck?
The facts don't lie, Jacob.
Jack?
Well, North America, you're out of this tournament. And now I'm normally dripped out as well. But we need to join together right now to support the one team against our Brazil overlords.
Hello and welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. How we doing, Siege fam? By all accounts, this first semi-final should be an absolute banger. Let's bring out our teams. They came here through LCQ and now they are in touching distance of this trophy. They went away for a while, but now they are well and truly back again. It's G2! We're gonna do this. May I? Now I feel cool like you guys. You are on an absolute tear right now. I think it's 13 map wins, 13 series wins on the bounce. Momentum is well and truly on your side, and you are going to need it against one of the best teams going right now.
Yeah, quote unquote, the best teams, but we beat them on the SI final.
I'm sure we are way more ready for them than on this match, so feeling confident.
Yeah, and that's quite a sweet rematch to have. You know, it's almost like the grand final before the grand final. You personally, you're on fire right now. How much do you think you can get in the heads of these Brazilians? I know that you know them very well. I could see you behind the scenes exchanging a bit of back and forth. Is there anything you want to say to them before we get into this?
I mean, I live in their heads. Even Hurd is trying to be me. So yeah, we're gonna destroy them.
Now, you know what a major trophy feels like. You know what the hammer feels like. On, you know, your resume, what would it mean to add this trophy here to your collection?
You'll be fine, but normal as usual.
Normal as usual, just another day in the office. All right, Alamo, you go and take your seat with the rest of G2. Definitely some serious fan support here. It is now time to bring out their opponents. They are looking to make history here in Siege, and they think that tomorrow night, the first ever back-to-back champions of majors here in Siege will be W7M! Esports, you've said many times that you want G2. Now you've got him.
Yeah, we got them, and today we are going to kill them. Yeah.
You're going to kill them. What does Atlanta think about that? W7M going to kill G2? You've got your supporters here as well, Philippox. Does it concern you at all that, you know, of course there are no NA teams left here standing, and now G2 are going to have a lot of vocal support going into this semi-final?
Yeah, yesterday the crowd was against us too. We are kind of used to that in every tournament we played, so that's not a big deal.
Yeah. You were not part of the roster when they took down W7M in Montreal at SI in the grand finals, but I imagine that you are going to want to help get some revenge there for your teammates, right?
Yeah, like I said yesterday, I want to play G2 because I never played them, and I want to get revenge for my friends, yeah.
Well, they are sitting right there. None of them have got their headphones on right now. That means they can hear you. What do you want to say to G2?
I think we're going to have a great game, but you guys know we're going to lose.
All right, there you go. Go get into position for Leapox. What a semi-final this is to kick things off. And who better to talk you through it than EU's finest? You are about to lose yourself in their commentary. Des, Ace, take it away, boys. I love you.
Thank you very much, Ian Chambers. Tim, that rematch of the 6th Invitational Grand Final, we've been dying to see it, and they said it themselves, it's a Grand Final before a Grand Final. Now, one thing I do want to mention for all of those of you here in the audience and also at home, look, a lot of heartbreak in this arena yesterday.
There was.
We invite you, get on board the G2 hype train, punch your tickets, because they can do this today. We all believe they can, but it's not going to be easy against W7M.
Even before NA went out yesterday, there was a lot of support in this room for G2, and I've absolutely no doubt that that's going to show up. But as we've seen, the LATAM teams really don't mind being on the other side of the table either. You know, Lost showing us that yesterday. They were thriving on that sort of negative energy, really.
Oh, they were feeding on it. Vita King especially, man.
Yeah.
Oh, he absolutely loved it. And Philippox said it there. We're used to going to event after event after event where we're the bad guys, we're the villains, we're the ones that everyone wants to see lose, and they don't care, Tim. They're still out here bringing the energy, as we saw yesterday. Admittedly, GK gave them a bit of a run for their money, but this is a whole different kettle of fish coming up against G2. They've been in this situation before. You look back at their record, they've played each other 4 times. G2 won the one that mattered the most. They won that best of 5, but the last best of 3 they played each other against back at SI, W7M were the winners.
This is it. You've got to look at sort of the magnitude of the games. W7M seem to win volume. G2 seem to win when it really matters in that grand final. So there's arguments to be made both ways. But, we can look into tons and tons of stats there. If you look at our stats individually, we've covered 4 grand finals. I know this isn't one of them, but 7 out of 8 of those have involved LATAM teams. So we seem to be a bit of a good luck charm for the LATAM teams. So, who knows which stat is going to ring true today. But
it's kind of like the monkey's paw, right? Yeah. You always get banging games, you get long ones like the Berlin final, but it does always have LATAM teams making it towards that ending point. And so today, again, it's the chance here for G2 to cause a bit of, I won't say an upset, because for many they are the favourites to now go on and win this. Many would say the same about FaZe on the other side of the bracket, but again, W7M come in as last major champions. They come in as grand finalists from SI. That kind of record cannot be ignored.
No, exactly. And I mean, we've seen some big semi-finals over the years. We saw, the one that rings true to us, obviously, is FaZe and Damwon Kia at the time. But there was also at the Mexico Major, there was the huge semi-final there as well. So, we've had some big games in semi-finals, and I just get the feeling with the way that we've seen these two teams come through, G2 and W7M, FaZe aside, these have been two of the best teams that we've seen at this tournament so far. And if they can both show up and deliver today, we might well just get a bit of that overtime you've spoken about. We might just get some of that exciting back and forth. And I tell you what, I've been looking forward to this one all morning. I can't wait to get going.
You throw in like Alamau coming up against the Brazilians as well.
Yep, 100%.
He's the Brazilian that everyone from Brazil loves to hate as well. I asked actually Titan yesterday, I was saying, how is he perceived really amongst Brazilians? And he said, a good chunk love him, a good chunk, would you say, hate him? They're against him because he's on the enemy team. How can he possibly be someone that they can back up? But by the same token, that's just one of many stories coming into this game, like we've already said. Ian mentioned it on the stage. A 13-map win streak for G2, a 13-series win streak as well. If they hadn't dropped a map to Secret during LCQs, 21 maps in a row, G2 would be currently sat at. So Secret have got a lovely little token to hold the hand up and say, we were the ones who broke that win streak. But there's just so many stories coming into this game that you could fill library shelves with the stuff.
Well, this is it. The blip that G2 seem to have through stage 2 seems to, it's long behind them. They've certainly shown, a good mental resilience, and whatever the issues were at the time, they certainly seem to have been dealt with. They've been put to bed, so to speak, and they're going to be looking to tuck in W7M nice and tight after this one, I'm sure.
Ready for their flight home on Monday. Other teams do hang around for the weekend, so of course get to witness this absolute spectacle that's about to take place. Probably a bit bittersweet for the teams that got knocked out yesterday, because you're looking at this and thinking, it's semi-final Saturday. Ian is getting in my head clearly with these lines that he keeps on bringing up. But there's just so many chances here that they could have had to be on that stage. Instead, they're consigned to watching this one play out instead.
Well, here we go then. It's time to get into it. We've got G2, we've got W7M, we've got a map to play as it's Consulate. There's only one thing left to do. And that's to see who comes out on top. When it looks at the social prediction, it's going to be G2 favoured. They always have a very good backing, a very good fan base, so that's not too much of a surprise, but I get the feeling there's going to be some heat.
Well, let's get into it then. It's time to load it for Consulate in this best of 3. Let's hear you guys. This is it then, Tim. This is what it all comes down to. We had a little bit of smack talk there that you guys wouldn't have seen, but Benja popped up and asked, so which player was Alamau meant to replace on this team again? And Doki was in there saying JV saved himself this tournament. The mental warfare has already begun.
Certainly has. We're going to have our bands beginning as well. Ying will be the first to be put on the sideline for Consulate. Consulate, an interesting map choice as well, obviously mentioned on the desk by Fresh. W7M have banned this out consistently. So, we look at that and you've got two trains of thought. Do they not like playing it, or are they hiding it? Are they keeping hold of it for when they need it? They know that G2 are going to pick it because G2 have put a lot of work into Consulate. They've been, had some great performances there. We've seen it from them. So I get the feeling we're going to have two teams that are more than happy to play on this map. It's going to be Grim that is our second ban.
What's interesting is looking at it historically, W7M would always ban away Ying and Valkyrie against G2. almost without fail. I think of the maps they played, there were only 2 or 3 cases where those operators weren't banned away and it was map dependent, whereas here, you've got a little bit of a flip. Instead, it's W7M coming out with these spicy bans. The Grim and the Solus coming away here. We've seen G2 run the Mute, the Mozzie, the Solus on Nighthaven in particular throughout the competition. So I think here again, it's just that goal to try and weaken the intel denial game coming out of G2 because it can frustrate these teams. And that final ban, the Valkyrie, some things never changed him. Unsurprising to see that one also being removed from the field.
We're going to be getting into things then. Round 1 is going to be underway very, very soon. Before we do, I just want to give a bit of a shout out to our crowd in Atlanta here as well. I've got to say, yesterday,
they were noisy.
They were so noisy. I was sat out there for a couple of maps yesterday, and it was very enjoyable. We've had fish being brought along. We've got an extra one. I've seen a clownfish out there today as well.
I honestly think, Tim, I think what's happening after the show is the fish are going away and they're breeding because we just keep on getting more fish every day we come in. It's ridiculous.
That's it. We've got Joel's relative. We've got the clownfish brought along.
Well, what's Joel's relative called? I forgot the name.
I don't know.
No, you've got to make one up. That's the point.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Tim. Where's the synergy, my man? Where's the synergy?
Honestly, I really fumbled on that one.
I'll let you get away with it, though. Love the Azami outfit, by the way. That
Absolutely
is awesome.
All the cosplayers that have been here as well. We've had some, unbelievable, as they always is, every single time. Such a great turnout from that community as well. And they've been absolutely fantastic. But we've got a game to focus on. We're going to be heading in now. It's the action phase. We're going to have our first site, which is Piano. And that is going to mean that G2 are looking to hold on to that top floor.
Onto this ground floor even here, stepping in as well. Looking at it though, we've still got the Mute and Mozzie on side from G2. I mentioned that Solus ban coming on through and at least reducing the strength of that triple intel denial game that they love playing. It's still going to be really oppressive to deal with, but nowhere near as bad for W7M. And I imagine a big part of this goal for them is going to be that top floor control to kick things off. We've seen a lot of DKB and Lion in this tournament. Not seen too much Jackal being paired up alongside it, but with all 3 of those operators lined up, there is going to be so much Roma suppression coming out of this W7M team.
Virtue already coming under heavy pressure, but he's going to win out that first fight. Herds, he's going to be taken down, and that leaves W7M looking to fight from distance, but Uno, he's there to back him up. Uno had a fantastic day yesterday, and he comes in hot, looking to continue that streak.
I thought we might see some top floor control coming in, but instead they've opted to go basement side and work their way up. But so far, they have been utterly refuted by the side of G2. 2 early kills coming in, no basement pressure under their control. You've got Philippok still flirting around Boiler at the minute, playing on the Lion, hoping to push on through. But for W7M in a 3 versus 5, these are the kind of rounds that G2 just don't throw away.
Unlikely. Philippok is going to be heading up those yellow stairs slowly, wanting that slow peek around the corner, see if he can catch anybody out moving. He's actually going to find himself all the way up at the top, but all the way down as Doki puts him down. Nade somehow has managed to wriggle into a position to put this diffuser down, and I'm not sure that G2 are aware that Nitro comes in a little bit late. They're going to have to play the retake, but in a 5 versus 1, you've got to say that JV92's really got his work cut out for him here. Finds the first. Can he find the second? Yes, he can. 1 versus 3. 1 2. JV92. He's on the way, Des.
Well, Benji's at least trying to stick this one out, but he needs the cover to come on through. He'll try and make this all the way through. The vertical is there, and Uno, the angel of death from above, gets the vertical denial. A little bit of a nervy moment there, though. Tim, JV almost completely undoing them.
Yeah, there was certainly a moment there where I think a few G2 hearts will have been in mouths at that point, because that triple kill from JV just really started to spin things on its head, and you just know he's one of those players that really does have the ability to turn around a situation like that and to get it done. Especially, I think G2 maybe just got a little bit excited there. It was a 5v1, the diffuser's down. There was kind of a bit of a rush to get back to site, and they just really did feed into JV92 around yellow stairs. So something to be aware of, but I'm sure that they will be.
G2, I mean, we're focusing on G2 a lot here, but given the start of the game, it's always worth talking about as well. G2 have had a couple of slow starts to maps, or at least series, throughout this entire competition. You think about the classic Ramallo timeouts that come in after a couple of rounds and just say, right, boys, chill. Get the communications together, play back in a bit tighter. Fresh did a wonderful telestrator showing their skyscraper approach and just showed how they tightened things up a little bit and suddenly everything massively improved. So I think the same thing would have come out from G2 here if they found themselves going down a couple of rounds, but they managed to recover that one on their own, got a good setup in the post plant, was a little bit nervous for a second. I honestly think the Mute Jammer coming through onto that wall that blocked off the Ace Selma, that won it for them. So just that simple act of a Mute Jammer on that individual wall, for me, made that round doable for G2. Otherwise, I could have seen JV walking away with a 1v5 and a defuse.
We're heading up to the top floor for round 2 then. It's going to be Con's office. Doki is currently quite aggressively holding admin at the minute, and I'm interested to see how W7M deal with this hold that G2 kind of pioneered really around the top of Visa stairs with the shield in behind the vending machine, just holding down to that whole corridor area and making it difficult to push out of admin. W7M are going to have an answer for that, and that's either got to be direct, they've got to have a plan to clear it out, or it's got to be an alternative. It's got to be move in from elsewhere, which it looks at the minute like they might be doing. KZ's going to get underneath in Piano, try to use those vertical nades just to ensure that they're clear in behind that console desk, and it might just start to open up the windows a little bit for them.
Given the fact they're all positioned on the west side of the map here, there's no pressure coming in towards admin, for example. It feels to me like they want to get in below, get some nades coming up, use the Flores to move players around, and then look for a plant in through window. And sure enough, there's that first nade kill that I was on about. It's Alamau being found out.
Yep, Herds was the first death last time, but makes amends by picking up the first kill. Nade is in position on the window with Diffuser in hand. We actually see him rappel in, but Benja manages to take him down. That's Diffuser down cold in sight as well. So W7M, it's all swung for them, and where they were kind of on the front foot, they've been pushed back by G2. 2 important kills. Herds manages to get a second KZ onto Uno, and W7M know they've no Diffuser. They know that they just need to find the kills, and boy, do they start finding them.
Need a bit of a clutch here out of Doki, but it's not going to happen. Herds, as we've seen so many times this tournament, just takes control of a round and marches on forward. A good recovery, because that vertical nade play coming in, we saw Philippox use both of them, find absolutely no one. And really that playoff, vertical control, clearing out west side of top floor, getting a plant in through the window was their game plan in that round, and they sort of had to adapt there. So full credit to W7M. Figured out things really well despite the disruption coming out of G2 in the early round, and managed to pull us back to 1 apiece.
I think that's basically the perfect start to Consulate for everybody watching, at least. It's exactly what we wanted to see. 1 round either way, and it really sets us up for the potential of a very close affair here. A back and forth, beautiful kill onto Alamau with the nade to kick things off. And W7M just never really slowed down. The one sort of blip in the plan for them was nade getting in through that window. And G2 dealt with it well and put Diffuser down, but W7M sent a bit of a message that, you know, just because you've got the Diffuser on the ground, it doesn't mean you're going to come away with the round.
I was curious to see which sites are most popular here, because Split, we very rarely see. We've seen it played 3 times, all tournament long, and it just hasn't been won. That's literally it, 0% win rate, yet G2 have opted to take that slightly different approach here, not starting on the top floor that has been the most popular site, starting on Expo first, then going top floor, then moving across towards this servers and archive split, or sorry, servers and tellers split, sorry. So I'm quite keen to see how they approach on the attacking side as well, but it feels like G2 are playing this game of trying to catch W7 out a little bit, go to these different sites, and the beauty of this map is all 4 sites are playable, so you may well see the basement getting picked up in the next round or any of the following 2.
Absolutely that. It looks like W7M for the time being are trying to push into the basement, but they're also paying a little bit of attention to admin. You'd historically have seen them push in vertically, try to, again, get that vertical superiority, but for the time being, it looks like it's going to be quite a direct approach, maybe quite lateral, get themselves into garage, control, long angles, and then drop those hatches to apply pressure into archives from both sides, but they still need to move Alamau for 1. He's going to be in a tricky position for them at the top of the stairs there when they try to move through.
Calls coming in quite early on as well, just trying to get early control of the map here, and you can see really for G2, a couple spread out towards the west side of the map that you can see through these outlines, a couple playing up on the ground floor as well. Still good map control being taken, but for Philippox, he's snaking his way through construction, holds him. I don't think they know that he's here right now.
No, I don't think they've got any idea, and he's got Herds in support as well, who I think is who they are aware of, and Virtue's going to take him down with a nitro. Philippox might be left wishing that he'd moved a little bit quicker. He does manage to get that trade there, but Herds was still lost along the way. 4v4, Alamau, he's tucked tight around this corner, and I'm not sure that they're aware KZ is going to be finished off, which will give him away, and Nade manages to find him through the drone hole.
We love a toe shot or 2, Tim. Really good stuff there. These trades going back and forth, both teams trading out players one after the other. Alamau going down is a bit of a stinger because he had those smokes in back pocket. Excellent for the denial, as we know, in the late round, lasting a good while, really forcing the attackers to have to make a risky decision. Whether you're pushing in through smoke or rotating players away, it forces action from the other side. Now, they are inside the site, Tim. Nade's got the shield in hand to make use of here as well. Going to try and stick a plant out on this one. Uno's in a good spot, but didn't know. Philippox is close. Has found himself a double. Nade into yet another. It's a 1v3 yet again, and Benja is forced to drop, and W7M They're getting ahead here, Tim, 2-1.
A great setup from W7M there, just got control of site, knew exactly what they needed and basically took nothing extra.
No.
You know, they didn't waste any time or bodies chasing after areas that they just didn't need to get that diffuser down. They knew if they could get Nade tucked in there behind those racks that he'd be able to get that diffuser down under at least a moderate amount of safety. And you could see that as G2 had to filter back into site, they were able to pick them up. They were just running into lines of sight. They never really had a chance in any of those gunfights. So W7M, again, I like what they're doing here. We've seen it 2 rounds in a row. It didn't work out really on console office because Nade got picked up as soon as he went in. They still got the round, but it was based on kills. But W7M have been playing very much objectively here, trying to get themselves in, trying to get that diffuser down, just looking to create the small amount of space that they need to do so.
What I really want to see G2 doing in this round is playing a bit closer together. I mentioned it last time, you had them spread a couple out towards the west. You had a couple playing on first floor. And it just really made things easy for W7M to get their push forwards. And sure, they lost a player or two, but you had someone pushing bottom of E-Box very, very quickly. You had Herds pushing in through Visa. You had Philippox bottom of Construction. They've walked into so many good positions around site there, and no one on G2 has really been able to challenge. Sure, they got the first kill, but they've always been responded to with a trade. So W7M was really good paired up play, made sure they were always staying at least even with G2. And again, because G2 was so far off site, it was all too easy to just hit site, take control, and force G2 to come to you.
Yeah, W7M doing a great job so far of just basically disrupting what G2 want to do, and that's by not playing into it. They just have their own game plan. They're just heading straight into site, thinking about that objective, and forcing G2 to be the ones who are reacting to them and what they're doing. So for the time being, they've got most of the runouts covered. The Claymores have gone down. The due diligence has been paid. KZ's going to get himself up onto the top floor, and that's going to leave them with JV92 opening up the closet reviewing. They are this time looking for that vertical control. They learned the lesson last time in Piano. Uno was able to shut it down from above. W7M, they want to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, last time it was all about the vertical nades. Doki steps up with the entry in this round, at the very least, as a starting point, but yet again, the trade is there. I love how close we're seeing W7M play together. Just everything is coming down to a 2v1 or making sure they have an answer. Here, they pulled themselves ahead as Alamar's been taken down as well. C4 offline. Looking a little bit ropey once again for G2. W7M just looking clinical, like they're on a mission here today, Tim.
Yeah, certainly starting to struggle a little bit, and we've seen the attackers have difficulties on Consulate so far. It's a big map, there's a lot of small rooms, a lot of clearance work needs to be done, so G2 having the defense to begin with need to really be trying to get a few rounds in the bag here and take the pressure off when they are on the attacking side. JV92 is going to take a lot of damage, and Benja is there, steps around the corner and finds himself a nice easy headshot.
Benja absolutely loves playing lobby desk. We've seen him play on Mozzie a few times across the competition where he'll just sit there, wait for all the drones to be exhausted, and then spring up and make his play. It's not quite the same play there, but he's used the explosives as the information as well as damage to know when to swing. Because very fair chance, JV knows he's about to get pushed, so he has to get out of there, and sure enough gets to turn back. And now Benja started moving, just misses the second, makes it a 2K in the round and brings us 2 versus 2. It's Uno and Virtue to hold out against Philippox and KZ.
KZ's going to take a lot of damage there, but the vertical control is starting to hurt G2. They haven't been able to retake above, and it leaves Uno in a 1v2 on site alone as he moves around. He knows that the pressure's there. He just needs to bide his time. He knows that there's going to be an opportunity onto the Ash, but Philippox is getting that diffuser down once again. Uno unable to hit shots here, unable to affect that diffuser. And again, W7M have just been able to focus on that objective and get the round done. As you say, it's going to be very difficult for Uno from here as he steps through. He's going to be shut down by Philippox, and that's W7M taking round 4. It's 3-1.
Like I mentioned, this is probably the time for a timeout, I think, as well. You've 3 rounds lost in a row now for G2 on the defensive side of this map. I mean, fun story as well. So W7M picked to start on the attack. Like, that's crazy. 2 maps in a row, they're going to have to start out on the attacking side here. Sure enough, G2 tack timeout coming on in. I want to see them change here what I mentioned earlier on. I'm hoping Rams caught it as well, is how far apart these players are playing right now. You see constantly, W7M take a gunfight, they lose it, G2 get the entry, there is an immediate response. It isn't happening the same way. Alamau got picked up in the mid-round, no response from G2. And outside of some heroics from Benja, really. They had no chance of getting back into that round. So tighter play, playing off each other. You're giving far too much to W7M here in the gunfights because you're too scared at giving up map control. To concede a bit of ground in favor of playing together, I think is what we've got to see in these next 2 rounds.
Yeah, W7M showing good adaptability as well. The first time that they attacked onto Piano, they tried to move in through the basement. They tried to, work through Yellow Pillar. They got taken down by Virtue. Uno was in support of him. This time they look at it and they say, no, we're going to go for top floor control. We're going to completely sort of flip reverse what we're trying to do on the attack, and it just worked beautifully for them. They did well to get hold of that top floor control, even with only 2 members remaining on side, and it basically won the round out for them as that diffuser went down with good cover, and it leaves G2 now in round 5, smarting a little bit from a 3-1 start, and they're going to be back up onto that top floor. The frost comes along this time for Benja. That's just going to prevent that rappel in through the window being too dynamic, at least, unless that's been taken out.
I think you're going to see nades rifling on through, Flores softening things up before. You see the Amaru play coming from KZ here, no doubt with the diffuser in hand, but again, that timeout for me, we've got to see them playing a little bit tighter together. We're not breaking out of the site rotation, though. We've seen first floor, second floor, and then split site in that first quarter. We're so far following that here in the second. Curious to see if we replay the split site going into round 6, but first and foremost, we've got to get through this one. Again, looking towards the DKB that you are going to see basically every round that it's available. Just really helps them sniff things out from below with those nades in the back pocket of Herds, and also, I imagine, helping Philippots get in and clear out some of the utility or force players away from key positions.
G2 at the moment need to get themselves running in this one. We've said, so far they've not lost here. They've gone through win after win. And you just ask how much of G2 been tested up to this point. Is this going to be the real first time that they have their backs against the wall and they're sort of facing that pressure? And can they stand up to it? Alamo, he can't stand up. That's going to be 3 smokes gone as well. Herds taking him down with a big opening kill, and a little bit of all chat going on as well.
Oh, they love it. Every single round end, they've been in all chat, just winding Alamo up as best they can, writing some Portuguese back and forth, but for Alamo, there's a bit of an ego peak. There's no reason for you to swing that window. Knowing that they've been working off the top of the roof, there's a very fair chance someone's going to be holding that angle, or at least in close proximity. And you stepping out, well, you just pay the price for it. They're down without their smoke yet again. KZ into a second. G2 not playing that tighter gameplay that I mentioned. You've got Doki off towards Spiral. You've got one playing inside of sight. Uno on the Warden. Still really scattered here.
Yeah, very isolated. And it's very much about can you win your individual fights. But when you're coming up against 2-3 players from W7M, those individual fights become extremely difficult. And that's what G2 are seeing at the minute. So the pressure will continue from W7M on the yellow side of the map, trying to get themselves in and around bathroom. KZ able to just rush in on the Amaru here. Uno's just holding tight, preventing that rappel coming in. Doke does manage to pick up KZ. They're going to block off the window. So G2 just battening down the hatches a little bit, but it doesn't matter when JV's going to walk up Spiral, create the space, and W7M grab themselves another round. This one is running away from G2 quickly.
Even when you've got players like Doki pulling off a brilliant play there, the man's got massive gonads. He sits there while the Kiva barrier is being beaten on, turns off the mute jammer so you won't get shot by the player coming up yet, or mute jammer. Doki, be cool, sorry. While the player's coming up, maybe pick Clash. That wouldn't be a bad shout because surely it can't go much worse, right? But he turns off the call while the player from yellow rounds the corner. They can't hear him, not quite sure where he is, and he does walk away with a kill. But that's just a small speed bump in W7M, who every gunfight they're stepping into after round 1, they have looked unstoppable. And sure, you look at a couple of things like, Alamo shouldn't really be peeking that window and dying so early on the smoke. We shouldn't really be seeing them stepping into these gunfights when they know W7M are going to win them at range. Doki being shot in the back. It is just crumbling down here, and again, it's got to be a bit tighter in team play. Last round of the half, though, Tim, it's going to be down in the basement. Like I said, you can see all 4 sites on this map, and that's exactly what we're getting.
G2 really need this round.
Sorely.
Simple as that. A 5-1 half, I won't quite call it catastrophic. It could always be worse, but a 5-1 half is going to be a very difficult comeback. I mean, don't get me wrong, this has been a major of comebacks. We saw a real attempt from SSG yesterday, which was a fantastic watch, and, who knows, maybe G2 can channel a little bit of that spirit to try and get themselves back into things here, but you just look at it, and if W7M get 5, they only need to be able to lock down one site on the defense. They only need those 2 rounds to be able to close out the first map, which is, of course, G2's map pick. And you just look at it, it's been a permaban for W7M.
It has.
It looks like they've been hiding it. It looks like they've been ready to go.
Hiding it It's more to a degree, I imagine, counter prep against G2. They knew coming into this series that G2 were going to pick Consulate. It's one of their go-to bread and butter maps at this point. Didn't start the tournament that way, but has certainly grown into it as we look over history. Now, for them, they can look back at all the games G2 have played and gone, look, we know exactly where the players are going to play. We know what the setups are going to be. We can deal with this. They get one trick off onto the wall, but I imagine at this point, you're going to see a little bit more hesitation coming out of W7M. They need to get this right, because otherwise they're stuck using those 10 openers from Buck to try and get this wall open.
Yeah, just trying to send the nade in. KZ's getting it lined up. He just wants the pressure in behind there. Virtue does manage to avoid it, and he is going to get the second trick. That is big for G2.
Really good play coming out from W7M. Virtue hanging on by the skin of his teeth down here in the basement, but the wall stays closed. That means now Herds has probably got to be the one to step up and get this open if they want it, but also remembering they've got to attack it from server side as well. You need this pinch on this site. They've already got 2 players out towards server. They aren't going to get main breach. That is now a big problem that W7M need to overcome.
There's another problem for them as Doke manages to take down KZ. JV92 is trying to push those Visa stairs. He's trying to move his way through, but G2 are holding tight at the minute. He manages to find Alamo, but this is better from G2. That is the interplay that they need as a team. One goes down, someone's there for the trade. Benja picks it up and then gets himself out of danger. It's 4 versus 3. There's only a minute left on the clock, and W7M now, they've been left scrambling.
They have. Again, you've got to try and piece together an attack here because you can't pull off what you wanted to. You bring a glass specifically to play behind the smokes from the thermite, but you can't get the breach open. You're a little bit screwed in that situation, and you've still got G2 players out roaming around the map. Now, Benja's about to get challenged here. This is a big one to win, and he will win it against Herds. A 4v2, but we almost saw them lose a 1v5, but Benja is not going to miss his shots. It's Philippox all by himself. That 4-2 half for W7M looks all but locked in right now, and sure enough it will be.
Just really needed those moments for G2 there. A 3K for Benja, a double for Doke, and it may well just propel them into that second half. We've said it a few times through this tournament. If you're going to win 1 or 2 rounds on defense on the first half, make sure that one of them is round 6, because you can at least carry that momentum into that second half. G2 move on to the attack, and it might just give them a little bit more freedom at least. On the defense, you've got your setup, you've got your positions to play, and you kind of feel like, yep, you've got to hold on to those, and it's difficult to maybe play fluidly, whereas on the attack, you're problem solving, you're going in there, you can say, right, this isn't working, we're going to move elsewhere, we can change things up, and maybe, just maybe, that is what G2 need.
Maybe, just maybe. They're very good with their attack inside. You hear the devs talking a lot about their prowess on that attack, right? This is where you should see them start to shine. And again, with the fact that W7M chose to come to attacking first on this map, this goes to show that there's definitely something here in these top teams when it comes to attacking into Consulate. Let's get things underway though, starting off here, Tim, on the top floor. Pretty much the most standard go-to map on this, site on this map, sorry. G2 obviously tried to mix things up a little bit in that first half, but couldn't quite get the numbers to end what they would call a strong half.
I was interested to see whether we would see the Amaru. We've seen Alamo make use of that on Consulate a couple of times. It's not going to be for this site. Instead, bringing along the Zero. So good, a great operator really, and a little bit underused sometimes. I think he's got that hard breach. He's got information utility in terms of his cameras. There's all sorts going that he can bring to the table, and that's going to be a down onto Nade. Benja unlikely to know at this point, unless that's picked up on a drone. He's just trying to spray through. I think that gives them a good idea that there's something going on above them.
They look a little bit nervous going for this as well, but they managed to get away with it. I was going to remark, we've got Jaeger and Wamai on side, but G2 are absolute vertical nade merchants. They love this. I speak about the stat line all the time, but Benja doubled the second place number of explosive utility kills back at SI, and Doki said, I said this to Doki yesterday, and he was like, but I get a lot as well, and I'm like, okay, fair enough then. And they're doing that just now, Tim. So bring Jaeger and Wamai all you like. G2 love their vertical nades. You are not going to be expecting them to go laterally. And so far, they found that down, turned it into a kill off the back of it. And Doki is still going fishing.
It just gives you a good idea as to the information that they're getting above as well, because they have such a good read on where these players are. Casey is going to be able to pick up Benja, leaving us 4 versus 4. Nearly halfway through the round now. G2 just need to be thinking about what control they've gained as well. Yes, they've been able to use those vertical nades. Yes, they've been able to do a bit of damage and get an opening kill. but what have they done in terms of map control? If it comes to the point where it's time to put that diffuser down, right now, they wouldn't be able to.
The square off between Herds and Virtue here as well. Who moves first really is this big question. And that'll be the fight, I think, over that east side of the map, on top floor. Virtue pushing in off the back of it now. Doki also working his way up Spiral. They're trying to push in at the same time here and make this work, but just not really coming to fruition yet.
No, W7M proving to be a bit of a brick wall on the defence here, not really allowing G2 any space. Like I say, no real control of site itself at this moment in time with any view to getting the diffuser down. Doki's just sort of roaming around underneath thinking where it is going to be best to pop up and strike, but with 50 seconds left to go, he's going to have to make a decision sooner rather than later.
Well, he tried Spiral and got blocked there, so he's moved his way over towards Yellow now. So G2 are trying to poke holes in this defence, find the right way through, but here comes Herds at the backside, and Doki, can he spin him with the Doki manages to find the kill. There's still one more top stairs though. G2 are still in a 2 versus 3. W7M remain on top.
W7M might have the lead, but they can't be giving G2 opportunities like that. KZ going to take a lot of damage through the soft wall there, but Virtue
gotta go.
Can't find the kill. 20 seconds and G2, they have no option here. Virtue, Doki, you got to move, you got to go, you got to find these kills. Pops up from behind the long dash. JV92, he gets the first, taking down Doki, and there's the second onto Virtue, and W7M, they hold on and they show us that they are going to be very difficult to move on these defences.
Always regarded as a team with a very wide map pool. You know, at this point, you're probably adding one more to it. Consulate being that permaban through all of stage 2, through all of this tournament, and showing, my God, can they play it? Schooling G2 on this map so far. Attack, defense, they don't really seem to care, Tim. And that really sets up for a pretty exciting map 2 when it comes round to it, because, well, exciting if you're a W7M fan anyway. It feels like at this point the momentum is so strongly with them that we're going to have to see something really magic come out in the break between these two maps.
Going to be heading into round 8 then. G2 going to be looking to reset a little bit after that. They had some good progress to begin with. They got themselves underneath. They obviously had a lot of information. The vertical nades were kind of working for them. They got a kill. They were able to follow up on that down as well. And it felt like there was something going, but then as soon as it came to moving on to the top floor, they just weren't able to dislodge whatsoever. There was no attention given from G2 really over towards the admin side, and W7M were just able to use that as the wall to brace themselves against, to push back from the onslaught that was coming from Spiral and Yellow.
It's another one of those rounds that I look at when I touched on Doki playing in Bathroom earlier. Had some really good micro play around the keeper barrier, around the decay cool coming in. You've seen it again in that moment. He's won a really good gunfight. But these things happening in isolation in a round are never going to be enough to win when W7M are just trouncing you in every other category. When it comes round to positioning, when it comes round to gunfights, when it comes round to information, they're just on top in every other way. And G2, you know they're getting a bit desperate here because that shield is coming out. They want to try and make this work, but it does require getting in through the breach first and foremost. Nade almost losing his life there from the long shot.
Yep, definitely needs to be careful now. He's going to block up that for the time being, but the breach is open and will likely be followed up on, and we'll see that keeper barricade will be cleared out. Nitro goes out. W7M maybe just looking a little bit rattled here as everything's getting thrown at this to see what sticks, but I'll tell you what sticks, a double kill from JV and Philippox. They take down Benja and Alamo, and that's going to be a big loss for G2. You've got Uno on side, and the more people that you lose along the way, the sort of less useful that Monty becomes.
So frustrated. Again, they've tried to make a push in here and lost 2. It was exactly the same as W7M on their push in towards in trying to get the breach open earlier on. In round 1 when they tried to move their way through basement, they lost 2 players very early. The same thing has been undone to G2 here. And you just kind of sat there staring, well, what do we do now? We've lost 2 players. This is such a hard situation to come back from, and W7M have still got 2 C4s in back pocket to play behind. Virtue gets 1, but at this point, it feels like more of a consolation kill. Yet again, W7M are there with a trade, and it's all on Doki to clutch up big. And it's simply not going to happen.
KZ going to close him down, and it just really doesn't matter what questions G2 try to pose here on Consulate. W7M just have the answer every single time. Even at the beginning of the round there, I said it looked like W7M were just a little bit shaky, a little bit, right? You know, you had that damage done immediately to the Azami. You had JV sort of throwing that Nitro out and just trying to get something going. He obviously felt he was being pushed maybe a little bit harder than he was, and But yeah, W7M again just managed to steady things and just say, yep, that's fine, we'll wait for the gunfights to come. And they just, that's the big thing for me. They're just winning almost every single gunfight.
Herds just will not stop giving Alamau stick. After every single round, he's in chat. And here he's just walked in and said, look at you, you're 1 and 8, basically. It has been a rough map for Alamau. We spoke about the swings, the early deaths on the smoke, for example. The IGL for G2 are currently missing a little bit, and they really need to find him before we get into that second map.
G2, no more mistakes. It's 6-2, and they've got 4 rounds to find back-to-back, and with the way things have gone at the minute, it's difficult to see where they're likely to come from, Des. W7M, they're just taking us on a tour of Consulate at this point. They moved from Garage over to the other half-basement site. They're going to move over to servers on the backside of the map, so much the same from them, likely. They'll probably try to hold on around Yellow Pillar. They've got Felipox on the pulse over there. He's going to feed the information in for any push that's coming from that side of the map. There's not too much of a top floor presence at the minute. There is KZ, I think it is, no, it's JV92, sorry, up on the top floor on the castle. He does have the Oryx that can get up there quite quickly to support as well, but it might be an opportunity for G2 to get themselves established in the map.
Key difference here to G2's defense coming out is the pulse of Felipox. They're still playing very similar positions otherwise. You've even got Nade playing up where Alamau was on the smoke previously. Really trying to force their way through here. So Nade has got to be careful. All of them trying to work their way in. But for me, Pulse playing in the middle of this team can just feed information on any pulse or any pushes that come on through, let the team know when they've got to rotate resource around. That information game was what was missing for G2 on their defense, but W7M have plugged that gap.
Just very conscious still, G2, of the potential for aggression coming out of W7M here, because they've got the opportunity. They've got 4 rounds in hand, so they can sort of roll the dice a little bit, and that makes this even more difficult for G2 to play, because W7M can just get even more unpredictable. They can take those little risks. But for the time being, G2 have got themselves into a good spot here. They can start opening up that wall that's going to give them a long angle through into sight. He's just trying to prevent that, but they need to be careful. Those holes work both ways. And W7M have been picking up every opportunity that's been presented to them so far.
This attack is so tight coming out of G2. Everyone boxing in towards server except Benja, who's playing a bit of distraction, a little bit of backstab on the other side. This feels like a classic Siege Execute potentially building up. Hertz is going to find one. Benja getting his kill elsewhere on the map. The problem is, Tim, this is one of their site players going down here as well. This is the execute-focused gun they need. And really here, they're looking for crossfires to protect Uno on that push in. They've got no smokes to play behind, for example. Everything is going to be off this Monty getting into a strong position and a plant probably going down behind him.
This is it, and at the moment, it just doesn't seem like G2 have had that sort of look realistically. Uno just, again, dancing around that door, like you say, maybe just not supported enough to be able to get into sight. And with only 50 seconds left to go, there's work that needs to be done. There's hatches that can't be opened because they're electrified. There's, you know, so much stacking up against G2 here that it's going to be a very tough finish to the round. Herds, he's got that nitro place. If he hears that castle barricade knocked, he would have gone, but no, instead he's going to give himself an option to get onto the flank.
They're transitioning towards the ground floor hit, I think here. They've abandoned on the downstairs, but it's a bait, because Uno's still coming in through server. All attention has been pulled upwards. Uno, if he goes down here, it's over.
It's Alamau who's going to be taken out with a nitro from below. It's 2 versus 2, 15 seconds left to go. And Uno, he's going to have to find a position to get a plant down. He drops the shield to offer some sort of fleeting protection as that diffuser goes down. Will he be stuck? Benja needs to get through here on the cover. Nade manages to close it out, and surely that is the end of Consulate. W7M in quick fashion come in and send a huge message to G2.
Wow, W7M, they want that second trophy done stat, Tim. That was absolute demolition of G2, who, as we said, have not lost a map in 13 maps. And now you start asking that question, is that because they haven't faced a team like W7M?
G2 are shaking their heads there. I think, you know,
they know.
One thing we look towards, of course, is that SI Grand Final, slightly different rosters, but Cafe and Oregon were 2 of the maps that day, and G2 won both of them. They're going to need to do it again, Des.
Well, I'm sure the Nets have got a lot to say. Shell shots over there, fresh. Let's find out.
I mean, there's a lot that we could be saying about that game, but I feel like everything was said by W7M and the server. Dread from it, run from it, Destiny arrives all the same. That map win streak from G2, they hadn't lost since what, September the 24th or however long it was? And now it's finally been broken, and W7M are one map away from a grand final again.
Indeed, Jacob. And, you know, we talk about that streak coming through from G2, but who did they play to get that streak, Jack? Oh, Secret, Dun Limited, M&M, ITB, Fury, Dark Zero, Scars, D+, GK, BDS. Who are these teams? None of them are W7M.
No, that's absolutely true. Genuinely, I know you're flip-flopping all the way, Jesse. Backstage, you were saying G2 were going to win.
I never said that.
All I'm going to say is that was a very, very bad map choice. And I think we said it in the map bans, was that W7M have been permabanning away Consular and Nighthaven. Now, G2, they had to know that if they left Consular open against G2, they were going there. And G2 took that bait perfectly. Because W7M, they clearly played the map, and they chose to attack first on the map. We'd been talking about their attacks. Their attacks have not been that good. And we even said we want to see them closer together. We want to see them doing more direct takes, get into site early, giving themselves plenty of time, refragging each other. And that's exactly what we saw. A 4-to attack half on Consulate is pretty much unheard of.
But you said this was a map that G2 were converting into their own. What the hell went wrong?
I said it, and I'm just going to say it again, is that when Alamau can be inconsistent, this G2 team is going to look amazing or very bad. And we saw exactly the same thing happen at Copenhagen main stage, where Alamau basically got a little bit of nerves, a little bit shaky against a Brazilian team then, and he's doing the same now. His scoreline individually affects his calling, and that, I think, affects G2 on the whole. And I think that's why you saw it be so one-sided.
There's 16 Brazilian players in our semifinals, and Alamau so far looks like the worst of all of them. He really did struggle 1-6 through that first half. He got 2 exit frags in that very final round, so congratulations, he triples his kill count up to 3, but still struggling through the majority of that game, really just not in it, not able to win those gunfights. And I think especially when they switched over to attack, that was notable. He was in very early on both those rounds. He was the key focal point on a lot of those pushes, being really trying to get in and find those plants, or not plants, but those openings for the push. And he was just always falling, never able to find that space.
Well, even if G2 looked like they were playing in a 5v4, we got to give credit to W7M for that first half. Because yes, it still ended in a 4-2, and they mentioned, hey, so long as G2 wins round 6, you can carry some of that momentum with you. But that entire game felt like it was won in how that first half went.
Yeah, no, genuinely excellent. As soon as it was like kind of 1-3 down, you knew where this game was going.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I liked about W7M is they saw yesterday their attacks weren't working when they were trying to be split, when they were trying to lurk in and find those gaps. So they used the Dokkaebi to try and enable that. They put their fraggers next to each other. So at the very worst, they enabled a refrag, and they played that split theory perfectly on their half. And that's what you see, a 4-to attack half on Consulate. Makes hard maps to attack look very easy.
Yeah, the very first round, we saw a big 2K in the basement, right? G2 were going out for this roam, and then we saw this the roam clear fumble from W7M. After that, they were focused so much on those direct takes. They were in towards Secret to get into the basement. They were in towards CEO to get onto the top floor. Whatever it was, they were focusing in to get that plant down, get control of site, and G2 had to retake their own bomb site. They never were able to successfully do that.
Well, even though G2 lose map 1, there's a little glimmer of hope, because if you remember the way the 6 Invitational Grand Final wins, W7M at the very beginning looked like they might be able to run away with things very, very quickly. And then G2 got in their heads a little bit, had a bit of a comeback in map 2, and then suddenly everything turned on its head. Can they do it? In map 2, Oregon's coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Hello, it's Mugli from Worlds.
I'm Doki from G2 Esports. I'm NJR and I play for Dark Zero.
And I'm ready to play some Drone in the Unknown.
Doki, NGR, watch out, I'm gonna beat you.
I'm gonna beat Mowgli. That's no problem.
I could definitely beat G2.
Okay, it's like a toilet or a sink. Ooh.
This box là, on the right side.
I've seen this before.
It's blue stairs on bank.
It's gotta be bank.
Ah, I know. Blue stairs.
Yes, I knew it. Oh wait, where's the sink? Ah, I didn't know there was a sink there.
After seeing that, I'm confident for the rest of it.
Club kitchen.
The brick wall on the back is like, that's the whole theme of Clubhouse.
That's kitchen on Clubhouse.
No. I'm not playing in kitchen. I play in my room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
To be honest, I should know them all. If I don't know them all, I'll be embarrassed. Oh no, I've spoke way too soon.
I think it's pink, but I'm not sure.
I'm seeing a painting.
It feels like it's a big room.
I'm not looking at the actual paint, I'm looking at the stuff around it.
Oh, this is Tellers on Border.
Or is it Consulate?
Bank lawyer's office, I guess.
I'm gonna say that it's Border, Teller's Archives.
Hey, it's what I said.
You said,
I said, no? I said Border, big room, Tellers.
Oh, it was! Oh! Yeah, the ceiling. That's genius. That's genius for me.
Number 4. I'm seeing like a trophy case, some guns in them.
It's Pirates des Caraïbes.
So it's a gun cabinet, but the thing that I'm focusing on is the walls behind it. It's a very strange kind of brick.
Like, you know, it's like, yeah, trophy glasses, you know.
That's Chalet Trophy.
I'm pretty sure it's Chalet Trophy.
I'm right. Not surprised.
Oh, yes!
Oh, it's trophy. Let's go.
Oh, 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. That is in Consulate, outside the garage breach.
Pretty sure it's Consulate. Garage.
Consulate. Garage. So easy. I'm not sure.
Let's go. That's how it's done.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys at the major.
It's time to make history. Behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
One kill away, and it's Volks to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Hi, I'm Christopher Budget, Associate Game Director on Siege. Siege is a tactical game, and while there's no better way to learn than the hard way, we're working on various tools to help you train and level up your game. Next season comes Map Run, and while you'll have to wait to know more, I can already tell you you'll be able to train on your favorite maps, such as Clubhouse, Oregon, Bank, Consulate, Chalet, and Cafe. MapRun will also be the best tool to help you learn the new map coming this season. And whether you're playing solo or with a squad, jump into MapRun and train your aim and your skills, and you'll learn the new map. Your friends will thank you when you reach champion. So stay tuned for the reveal and learn more about the new map coming to Rainbow Six Siege.
They might be one map away from the grand final, but I think W7M like to think of it as one map away from revenge. All they need now is to win Oregon against G2, and they get vengeance over the result that they had from the 6th Invitational Grand Final earlier this year. I'm Jacob, he's Jesse, he's Fresh. We might just be on deck to witness the funeral of every single region in Atlanta, except for Brazil, given the result of this next map.
All hail our new overlords, BR. Thank God SI is being hosted in their country, because I think they're going to be coming very, very strong into that. Hopefully we'll get a good crowd interaction there. But, you know, Jack, I'm sure you've got some copium for us.
Just calm it down a little bit, Jesse. It's a best of 3. It's a best of 3. We were all in Montreal in February when G2 lost that first map going up against W7M. Granted, it was W7M's map pick. A bit different this time. But G2 lost the first one and then came back. There's still a lot of Siege to be played. And yes, I might be huffing on that copium, but yeah.
Again, there's a little deja vu for this game because in the 6th Invitational, G2 did lose the first one and then came back, but they've lost the first map and it's their own pick. Now they go to W7M's pick. We're talking Oregon, Jesse. Anything about this spark any insight for G2 to maybe get a dub?
Well, the nice thing for G2 are there are some very recent VODs for W7M. They're great at this map, 3-1 record this stage, beating Keed Stars, losing to FaZe Clan, and then beating both BDS and GK here at the Atlanta Major. And it's not a bad map for G2. This is not a map that I think is super solidly one-sided for G2. Obviously, they are 2-0 this stage, taking out BDS and Dark Zero. Both those games were close, 7-5, 8-6. So there is a lot of footage also for W7M coming on through here, but that footage is more recent for G2. It's a very default map sometimes. I do think this could go either way, but you've got to feel comfortable with W7M still.
So W7M will be starting out on the attack, so that's key for me, is where will they attack, how will they attack? Because yesterday their attacks looked god-awful onto this map, and that was against GK. So they're going up against, you know, G2, who are, in theory, current world champions, will be much better and present a much better defense. For G2, when they played against BDS on this map, all the way back in the EU League, they basically kind of played the operator ban phase a little bit to leave themselves mirror available on the defense. They started out on the defense. So maybe that's a tactic they might go to try and use the mirror, to try and use some of these power operators on Oregon to get themselves into a nice 4-2, 5-1 half, and then play it from there.
G2 were very solo on their defenses on Consulate. They were always alone. Maybe Benja would pop off and get a big 3K and win the round, but still it was individual plays. They got to be playing more together here in Oregon, whether that's deep inside the site or out on the roam. I want to see some good team play from G2. I want to see some good trades.
I can feel a little bit of the energy in the room definitely shifted as soon as W7M won, because it went from, oh, G2's the best, to suddenly wondering whether their last hope, the team that isn't from Brazil, actually has a shot of still doing something in this tournament. And it feels a lot more nervous in this building. Guys, do we still think G2's got a shot in this series or what? Make some noise. Before we jump to map 2 real fast, let's talk predictions. Jack, do they still have a shot? Are we going to a map 3?
They've obviously got a shot. You can't just write off the world champions because they've had one bad game on Consulate where they had no footage on their opponent. It happens. Teams lose maps. That's why we have best of 3s. Yes, they've got to play their opponent's map. Yes, they're going to have to beat W7M on Cafe. It's a monumental feat, but if any team can do it, it will be our current world champions. But I am going to reiterate this. All on Alamau. It's all on him to be the leader that this team needs right now.
So if Alamau is good, then G2 wins and we go to map 3.
Yeah, easy.
All right. Jesse, do you agree?
Listen, maybe I do agree, but he's not going to do well because the reigning major champions shut him out once. They can do it again. Atlanta, I know you're cheering for G2, but it's not going to happen. You got to face facts. W7M feels like a quick 2-0.
Do you just love being antagonistic on purpose?
Why are you booing me? I'm right.
A North American analyst booed by a North American crowd, Jesse. It's not a good look, mate.
I believe Why Are You Booing Me, I'm Right is the entire summation of Jesse J. Chick's career. Guys, come on, map 3 or what? What are we thinking? I said, do we want a map 3 or what, Georgia? Come on. Let's go to Des and Ace to figure out if we are indeed going to map 3 or if it's just Brazil from here on out in Atlanta. Guys, have fun.
Thank you very much, Jacob, and you guys are spot on. This one, Tim, it's looking pretty rough.
It's been a little bit dicey so far. However, I'm with Fresh. You got to remember, G2 lost that opening map at SI. It didn't stop them then, Des. It didn't.
Taste that copium, Tim. That's what I'll do you one better, actually. When W7M played FaZe in the very final best of 3 of stage 2, FaZe won Oregon and Cafe.
That sounds even better to me, Des. I'm on the
Load
whole
us up. We're straight in for map 2. Exactly. Oregon is going to be, it's G2 starting on the defensive side. It feels so hard. It's W7M's map pick. They're starting on the attacking side. Sure, it looks everything's against G2 here, but for me, you just don't know what can come out of the current world champions. If Alamao gets himself back on his wagon, different conversation.
Look, for me, if there's one map, it's kind of difficult because the Brazilian teams are excellent, not Oregon. That's the problem. But if there's one map that's going to be good, it should be this one.
Well, let's load her up. Oregon is our next battleground. Here we go then. G2 last chance saloon, as we said. Not lost a series or a map in 13 maps or series. This will be one of those. They've already lost one of those streaks, Tim, but that 13 series win streak could be protected.
As I was saying, you know, if there is a map where G2 can do it, this takes a lot of other factors out of the equation for me. It almost takes a lot of strategy out of the equation. It takes, you know what the other team are going to do. There's no lack of preparation for this. We haven't seen VODs. There's none of that. It's just go in there and play a good Oregon. Every team should be able to do that. It's not going to be easy against W7M. As I say, they'll be playing and scrimming regularly against some of the best in the world on Oregon. So they are going to be sharp. They're going to be ready for it. They've picked it for a reason. But G2 have got an opportunity here.
Low energy, a frustrated Alamao herds in his head rent-free. The only way we can describe that first map, and I've already said it, for me, and the desk has said it too, Alamao's mindset change, being that IGL for his team, not letting W7M into his head is going to be crucial. So much so that they're asking, hello, are you here? You're not talking anymore. You were so mouthy before.
Honestly, I don't think we can understate how big an impact that could be, because
it's brutal.
It really is, and there is a mental game there to be played as well, and just keeping on top of it like that and just not letting it go is going to make it very, very difficult to just switch off from, and maybe. Yes, you can ignore it, but then can you...
You can't ignore it.
I think you ignore it, but then can you play with your same confidence? Can you be that loud figure in the team? Can you be that leader when you've got, you're constantly trying to ignore this other thing and just focus on your game at that point? That is going to have an impact.
You know what, Tim? I actually think this first round is probably going to be the biggest round of the map. And it sounds weird to say that when the score is 0-0. But I think for the mental game, this is the one. Downstairs site on Oregon, many see it as an absolute fortress. We've got the Warden, we've got the Mirror, we've got the Lamai, the Fenrir, the Jaeger. G2 are digging in deep. They're planting their heels in the mud. They're holding firm. If W7M break this site with this kind of hold, I think it's already done from round 1.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'm fascinated to keep an eye on Dorky and see what he does on the Jaeger. Obviously, that's being brought along to try and keep hold of elbow, try and support players in those areas. It's actually going to be Virtue that's doing what I wondered if Dorky would do, and that was just getting out into the map a little bit and just getting aggressive and playing sort of that free form and making W7M clear out. Dorky at the minute is inside of meeting, I think, by the looks of things from his silhouette. Yes, Alamao's at the top of rear stage stairs, but like I said, Dorky could be the one to watch here because he's got that availability now. His ADSs are down. He can get aggressive if he wants to.
You've got Benja up on top floor as well, so they are trying to play this.
Yeah, I like
game.
this. I like
Obviously, the frustration being that you're looking towards like Mirror and towards Warden. One speeds, they're slow as all hell. They're very noisy on the roam as well, so it's not like you've got 3 speeds charging around for fun anymore. Those days are very long gone. So at this point, I think it's more pressure to pick up a couple of drones and back in towards site. Really, Benja's the one that I'm looking at to cause a bit of an upset. And like you say, I think if Doki goes unchecked here, then suddenly, well, he could get the opener that really sets this round on fire.
They know that he's there.
There we go.
They knew that he was there. You could see it from the shots being sent in from the main door through the soft wall. They were trying to just dislodge Dorky and get him to move. They did. He pushed around into meeting and Herds was just there waiting for him. W7M, they've got G2's number, Des.
They do. That's on the roam at the very least. Now, 4v5 is not unwinnable on this site, I don't think, either. Normally, the defenders end up very, very grouped together around the middle site. They end up around Highway, maybe poking in towards Freezer. You can kind of expend one person and still fill all the points that you need to hold. But my frustration, probably for G2, is look at what they're coming up against. You got a Capital, you got fire coming in, you got smokes coming in, you got loads of flashes coming in, you've still got a frag grenade to come out of KZ yet. They've got so many tools to roll with here that I don't think it matters what G2 do, they're still going to have to win so many gunfights to get this done.
Casey just keeping that pressure on at the bottom of Freezer stairs, and again it just lets G2 know that the attack is coming from multiple directions. W7M, they are not letting off the pressure here. They've got bunker presence, they've got rear stage stairs, they've got Freezer, they've got Laundry now. The diffuser is being moved down towards the front side of the site, and it is just getting so difficult for G2. They're just getting forced into a tight group in the middle in a little ball, and W7M are then going to go in and just try and cut through them.
They've got a 3 split towards the top side, one coming in through E-Box in the form of Hertz as well. Uno's going to find one already. A second falls, Alamal's on the board, traded out straight away. It's 1 for 1 for 1 between the two teams, and they've got the mirror window, but he still wins. KZ has pulled off not quite the impossible, but a bit of a work of God there. Can't get the next, and G2 will take round 1. And I said at the start, Tim, that round 1 for me was the most influential round on this map, and we'll see if it turns out to be just that.
Not only is it important because G2 have won it, but it's important because W7M really felt like they were in the driving seat for part of that. As I said, they had presence at bottom of Laundry, presence in Freezer, they had presence in bunker and rear stage stairs. They really had G2 encircled and surrounded, and so in that situation G2 have to stand up, they have to win the gunfights, and they have done that, and it sends a message to W7M. G2 didn't need to burn loads of time out in the map with the roam. It didn't matter that they'd lost Doki. They were able to get the job done when their backs were to the wall, and that is going to make W7M just think twice, I think, and it might just slow them down a little bit as well. So G2, a good first round from them.
In case you're wondering why, I mean, many of you will know this as well, but Jaeger, normally the go-to roamer, because once he places gadgets down, bulletproof camera, the ADS is in back pocket, once they're out and done, he's just a roaming gun, and because he's a 2-2 as well, you can afford to expend him a little bit through these rounds, whereas the other operators coming onto side, all 1 speed, all very slow, normally have nitros to play behind, or gadgets they can still interact with. I'm looking at Warden there, I'm looking at Fenrir, I'm looking at the C4s in the back pocket of Mira and Mute. So it isn't the end of the world to lose Doki, but obviously you'd want to see him getting a kill or two early on in the round, and hopefully at least close to his team where they can support him, because a couple of chats between the maps revealed that actually, yes, it was G2 failing to understand that W7M were playing for trades off each other, whereas G2 weren't, that really caused the problem that we saw snowball into a map win.
Round 2 then is going to see us go to the top floor this time for G2. For a defensive half for G2 here, I'm looking as a 4-2 absolute minimum. You know, really they want to be looking to win one of those third choice sites as well and give themselves at least, you know, maybe a 5-1 even would be a great message to send, but it's certainly going to be tough. They do have presence up in T3 now. I'm not sure if W7M have spotted that out or not. That could be one of those positions to really keep an eye on in the last sort of minute or so. There could be a big flank to come off from that, especially if W7M start trying to pressure Attic.
I can't help but look towards Herds as well. My eyes just gravitate towards the operator who's on here in the Nook. They already know that the nades are being fired out. They don't know who from at this time, but he could be a real backstab threat if they aren't respectful of the fact that there could be someone very, very silent running at you on the other side. KZ, no way has he won that through the Fenrir gadget. One hell of a shot and gets his kill. Virtue gets a couple back on the other side. Doki, he does strike up. There's one on side of sight. Herds has struck deep into the heart of G2. It's down to a 3v3, a 3v2, a C4 out. They are wailing on each other, Tim.
Doki's moving in here, manages to find himself a pistol kill, and that is going to close out the round. G2 once again just showing an ability to stand up and be counted when it mattered. W7M there getting really aggressive, just wanting, I think, to just take the wind out of the sails of the G2 team. They know that that first round was so important to them. They know that momentum could be a big thing here, so they tried to just knock it out of them, but it didn't work, and it's left W7M with a few serious faces across the team.
Not the dream start to their map pit there to hope for. They are on the attacking side, so in their mind, they're getting 1 or 2 rounds. They're not going to feel too beat up about it. We're coming into meeting and kitchen. It is that offsite. This is where you tend to see teams get those 1 or 2 rounds that they need on the attacking half of Oregon. But my eyes fall this time towards Doki, who has stepped onto the Solis. I spoke about this on the last map. It was banned away. We didn't see that Mute Mozzie Solis combo. I think Doki playing this out on the roam and dealing with drones as he finds them is going to be so much more impactful than the Jaeger. Well done, Tim, you've just lost your pen. That's a classic. Still, we've got the Thorn coming in as well for Uno in this round. That's the one that we've seen got the 1.5x recently. Not seen it picked up a whole ton in the competition, but clearly here with a little bit of flexibility, the Mozzie, the Solis, the Thorn can all creep in, and really the two things they're leaning behind is the Kai to keep meeting wall closed up, as well as Alamar onto that Fenrir, because we've already seen, well, maybe based on the last round, you haven't seen how, but normally ridiculously powerful at isolating those gunfights for defenders and making attacks an absolute nightmare for those looking to get a bit aggressive.
Let's just give Virtue a little shout at this point as well. 5-0 has come up really big for G2 in the last couple of rounds, and we've seen this, Des. Sometimes he is that underrated player. You know, when he is on his game and he's hitting shots, mechanically extremely gifted and can be a nightmare for teams to close down. And right now, Virtue is certainly pushing G2 forward.
There have been a couple of backroom staff on G2, both current and old, that have said Virtue may just be the most mechanically gifted player in the game, which is high praise coming in from coaching staff. When you see the likes of Shaiko and Benja playing day to day, they're absolutely terrifying. But the reason why Virtue isn't always putting up big numbers is because he's got an incredible front line. Who knows round the corner this time round in the 4? Not quite the frontline player you look for, but he's got 4 kills in the game so far, Tim. But normally, again, Benja, Alamau and Doki are the ones always getting the kills in the front. Virtue's there when things go bad, and that's exactly what you've got him for. They step round. Great team play coming out of G2. Once again, they're playing off each other.
And that is what was missing on Consulate. Herds is now left 1v5. He is going to deny the flawless round, but it's very unlikely that he manages to get anything else in the bag here. Alamau has come up big with 2 kills in the middle of the round there. Fresh picked up on him at the beginning of this game, saying that they needed Alamau to be growing into it. They needed him to be finding his presence, finding his performance, and that might just be the spark that he needs.
I just love the strength we're seeing in the backline players in Virtue and Uno so far as well. We had the Nook walking onto site last round. They still locked everything down. Between them, 9 kills across these 3 rounds. Again, you don't always see these boys shine because the frontline players are the ones doing all the work, but having that strong backline you can fall on, it takes you back to TSM SI21 when we had Charlotte and Geo that were just unshakable in the back, and that's when you got through the front 3 of TSM. So you're seeing a similar sort of style here where those 2 back players, unshakable, unmovable, and an absolute terror for W7M if they can't get their way through this team.
Herds taking his time, just waiting for opportunities.
Alamau needed that one for the confidence.
I think, yeah. Herds just, I don't think he's, he's not in a position, he's not trying to buy time for his team here. They're not, I don't think, having, those sort of unofficial timeouts that we talk about sometimes. He's not trying to burn the round. He's got a lot of time to play with. And what he's doing is he's trying to bait G2 into taking this gunfight. He's wanting them to come and look for him. As it happens, it really wasn't the best of outcomes for him, but he just wanted to give himself a couple of opportunities in 1v1s to bring those numbers down. He couldn't get it done. Doki picks up the final kill, and that's a full defensive sweep from G2. 3 rounds back to back, and they can now just cycle through and hope to do the same again.
Well, coach headsets coming on down. I see the microphones by the side of their face. It means that we are stepping into a TAC timeout. Unsurprisingly, W7M pulled this one out. I talk about it all the time. If a team loses 3 rounds in a row, that normally is a great time to hit the brakes and just have a chat with your coach. Get them on side, let them observe what's been going wrong or going right and trying to emphasize those strengths more. And W7M here, they are looking a little bit shaky. We were talking in the break like, is this going to be a 7-2, 7-2 semi and that's it? All non-LATAM teams are out. Or are we going to see a dominant first map for one side, a dominant second map for the other, and an absolute barn burner on Cafe? It deserves it at this level.
The thought of the potential of going to Cafe with both of these teams having taken a map emphatically is absolutely mouth-watering. There is no 2 ways about that. So we're going to head out of the tactical timeout any second. We've just got a few replays of a couple of beautiful kills from that round for you. The double from Alamau there. The second one particularly for me that allowed him to pick Virtue up as well, and that trade, that play that we just didn't see on Consulate, that was a big, big moment for this G2 side.
The big one really, just talking about this G2 roster a bit more, is Benja and Doki, your players that like to get out on their own and cause trouble. Alamau is that mid-line player. He can sync up with the front line or the back line. He is quite literally the link. He's also the IGL. He is like very much the cornerstone of this team, so when he was invisible last map, you can see why things were starting to fall apart. Here he's not exactly flying, but his team around him are absolutely cooking right now, Tim.
Well, this is it, like you say, if your link players are missing, your front line and your back line kind of aren't connected, and it's easier to isolate, and that's what we saw. So heading back down to the basement.
There was a change here, really looking in towards the Finca coming along. Still got everything else in terms of the Capital, the Maverick. They've got tools to play with still. It's just really KZ coming along here on the Finca that is the big change for them. Obviously means that you come out of skirmishes not too bad off. You can get healed up by Finca with that global ability. Yes, carries across the whole map. and gives you a little bit of extra juice. So very good when looking for an all-in execute as well. For W7M, I expect a slower game to start things out. They want to establish map control. You've got to deal with Benja, as you can see here, hopping up through Attic on the top floor. But Doki has made himself known, has got a kill. But W7M, to full credit once again, are still playing together as this team unit. They get the instant trade onto him.
Yeah, they've done that very well throughout the game so far, and it must be wearing on G2 to, every time you manage to carve an opportunity, there's always an answer for it.
I don't hate it though, because you've removed the Capital. 2 smokes offline, 2 firebolts, 2 tin openers for that expendable operator we spoke about in the Jaeger. All his gadgetry is already down. He is just a free roaming gun on the other side. You've got rid of a gun and 6 pieces of utility. That is huge.
Oh, Capitao certainly an influential operator. Herds is going to take down Benja, so that does put G2 under a little bit of pressure now. It's going to be Virtue, Alamau and Uno as that core inside of sight that are going to have to hold on. Not only that, but W7M have got a lot of time here, Des. They've got control of the entire map. They can now move around a little bit more confidently. The hatches can be dealt with by Maverick, so that can still be done. Supported by Nade on the ace as well. They can get everything they need here, can W7M, and they can do it with an awful lot of time to spare. The next couple of kills really need to go G2's way if they're going to win this and continue the streak.
This is where, again, you turn to your backline players in Uno and Virtue to go huge, because for W7M, again, full credit, they dealt with Doki very quick. They got the trade. Benja, they hunted down, knowing that he was alone on the top floor without Doki there to assist. They've played things incredibly well, and that's, I'm afraid, indestructible, man. I think only explosives get rid of it at this point. But the push may well come on through. Another Flores drone is going to come rattling on forward here. Should be able to get rid of that one, and that's none left in the back pocket of Herds here. So this shield very much staying in place. They're not going to lose everything to one Rotero like they did last time round.
No, that could be key for the round, but no, they managed to find a path. W7M, absolutely fantastic play there. Opening up that wall, opening up the hatch, and just getting the angle they need down onto Uno. He was in a no-win situation. And right now, 2 versus 4, 30 seconds left to go. W7M look like they've got the sails of first round.
Bit of miscom there, I think, as well, and the hatch being opened up. It always means that Uno is exposed. And in a good spot. He's going to find Nade here. Doesn't want to get too close to that hatch again, though. One inside a pillar. Virtue's found a second. I spoke about these backline players, Tim, and they're starting. Herds just misses one. Flicks onto Virtue. It's Alamau left against 2 here. Shotgun in hand. The knife comes out! Herds finds his equal. But right now, Tim, they don't really look like equals. Herds is in his head.
No, I think, again, W7M just had too much time there. Despite those couple of kills, it was a big ask in a 2v4 with that much time, because they could just prod, they could poke, they could try from multiple angles, and ultimately that's where they got their success. Moving in from highway, just putting that pressure onto Alamau at the end. There was nothing he could do inside of electrical there. Flashed out as well. It was always going to be tough for him. Uno was in kind of a key position, and the way that W7M dealt with that was fantastic for them.
I think he said Franco to Alamau there during the pause between rounds, which basically translates to free. And it felt like it for Herds, who really coming up against someone with a shotgun. You'd expect Alamau to be blasting him to the high heavens every day of the week, but instead completely unaware he was being flanked inside of sight itself. But Tim, that is one of those crucial rounds that W7M are looking for on the attacking side. We spoke about it earlier. If you're walking over a couple of rounds out the attacking half, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. 1 is on the board. G2 need to hold on for 2 rounds, or W7 need to try and get these online, so their defensive half suddenly becomes incredibly pressurized for G2.
Uno had been playing behind that reinforcement, but I think he was just a little bit concerned about the potential for nades or, other utility coming down and just dislodging him there, even flashbangs, and then him being pushed from bunker, so kind of had to do something. But G2 going to double down. They're going to head back to Laundry. They obviously feel that they can get this one done. Less of a presence off-site this time around. We've got Doki round about rear stage stairs. I think that's about as aggressive as it gets.
Again, early on, poking your head above the first set of stairs just to collect drones is really the main thing you want to go for. Change on W7M side, no Flores this time, the Jackal for Herds. So really it's good for G2 that they've thrown everyone back on towards site, otherwise Benja would be getting hunted down. So nice response. It doesn't make the Jackal useless, still has the shotgun to do any soft destruction, not a ton to do downstairs, still has the smokes to play behind. He can still be a big part of this round.
Yeah, it's always useful to have that bit of information. Any drop of intel inside a siege can be vital. Maybe, it's just the bit of info that gives you that peak, that gives you that opportunity. But, yes, he's certainly not going to be at his most valuable here. Herds coming around the corner and just going to start that push to take control of rear stage stairs.
Just checking everything. They are
Very
relentless.
cautious.
Gadgets, anything they can find, they're just on the hunt for it, not just players. But now they know everything's clear, they've done the homework inside, 60 seconds, Tim? They can put all their attention downstairs. They have got so much time to play with, and this time around, the Capitao is still on side. This could be even easier than last time for them, unless G2 can work some magic with all 5 players being on site.
Yep, time has certainly been a key factor for this W7M attack, and how quickly they're able to clear the map to get themselves in a position to start pushing towards that step 2, which is preparing for the execute. So they're going to try to put a bit of pressure onto Bunker with Herds here. He's going to swing around. That shield setup is still going to make it very difficult. Alamau just needs to be cautious there. Full white flash, but manages to get the Nitro out. Already had it lined up beforehand, so takes his fight, but doesn't find anybody.
Uno stepped back onto spot as well on the Fenrir. They stepped forward with the C4 there and then traded it back out. So Uno is back on that position, freeing up Alamau to step back in and join the rest of his team elsewhere on site. Very much at the center of things once again. Philippok, 0 and 4 so far on the map. But again, Capitao brings a lot of utility. Doki starting out the frag in this time round. Benja tucked inside a laundry side, and JV gets the trade back. Doki, as much as getting kills, there is always an answer from the LATAM side.
Certainly is. Uno, for the minute, is trying to hold on inside a bunker, and he may just be in a critical position as this continues. Alamau gets himself caught in a nasty crossfire, and it's all up to Benja and Uno. Benja on the ward, and he's seeing through the smoke. He's just checking the bottom of laundry. He knows that there's somebody around there. The timing isn't with him, and he just misses the cross. It's all up to Uno. He finds one. He can't find any more, and W7M get round 5 and bring it back to 2-3.
Looking rough now. They're starting to figure things out on that basement side. So for G2, I think it's time to step away. Always curious if you come down to this situation where really you should have the advantage on the defensive side if you choose that as your timeout, but imagine they're going to save that for the attacking side. Kidstorm's going to be the last site that we step into then for G2. They held up there pretty well, but it was a very scrappy round. If you remember, the Nook just came charging up White Stairs, was deep inside a site. G2 managed to recover, but this could be that 3-3 half the W7M are dreaming of, and I imagine that is going to play so hard on the mental of G2.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. I think after those first 3 rounds, G2 probably felt like they'd maybe settled a little bit, or maybe, had found the bit of momentum, had found the space, the gap that they needed. But W7M, this is what champions do, realistically. And I know that we've got champions on both sides of this matchup, but W7M, of course, reigning champions from Copenhagen at this point. This is what they do. When the chips are down, when things are tough, when it feels like you're under pressure, they always have that next gear. And it feels in those last couple of rounds like W7M have just kicked into another gear.
It's just beautiful watching W7M move as a team as well. If you look when a player is making a move, no one is stood still. They're all moving at the same time. And Alamau here, he's looking for a gap in the W7M attack. He's trying to round his way on towards Pillar and take the fight on towards Big Tower. The problem being, you've then got someone dropping E-Box straight away, a construction's being pushed. There is just always 2 or 3 players moving in a given direction, and it causes chaos in the comms. And I look back to old school Wolves in EU. They were very good at saying 3, 2, 1, right, all 5 players are in. Hertz, does he know? I mean, really should have had a freebie there onto Doki, but Doki just casually looks left. Oh, there's a player there. Freebie for me, thank you very much. This time around, that entry is not traded. For the last 2 rounds, it has been. Could be the start of something good for G2.
Yeah, Doki's got away with one there, I think, realistically. Doesn't necessarily hear Herds, I think, pushing. Doesn't realise that his gun barrel was going to give him away, but gets the job done. We've seen that a couple of times from Doki, both on Consulate and Oregon. So good for G2, get themselves the advantage. Like you say, they really want to be taking a 4-2 half. If you come away 3-0 and then it's 3-3 at the break, I think you're kind of asking what's happened at that point. Doki manages to find the second onto Nade, and then Philippok is just trying to get anything he can get going from that master balcony, but has to drop away.
A little bit tentative here, yeah. You had the initial charge fall where Herds was by himself, hoping to make a lot of space very quickly. Then had your hard breacher step forward and get domed by Doki. It's not ideal. Virtue sat inside of security gets one. Philippok might find a nade kill, but it feels at 4 versus 2 like this one is a bit of a rough ask for W7M to bring back. It could be that 4-2 half that G2 will be happy with.
Oh. G2 got lucky there, almost caught out reinforcing, but again, that team play just coming to the forefront. Somebody there on the cover, ready to take those shots and back each other up. All they've managed to find so far is Doki, but the damage was done from him for this round. He'd already found 2. Uno shuts out the round. G2 go for a 4-2 defensive half.
Honestly, I think both teams are going to be happy about that one. We'll see what comes next in this second half. W7M going onto the defensive side of their own map. They've got the defensive setups in mind. It's on G2 to work their way through it. Unsurprisingly, the crowd behind G2.
Starting to wake up into it a little bit more as G2 give them more to cheer about.
I hadn't turned around for like 20 minutes. It is very full now that I've turned around to look.
It certainly is. As I said, the crowd here in Atlanta has been fantastic, and now that G2 are giving them a little bit more to get behind, they are certainly stepping up to the plate. So we move into the second half of this one. 4-2 for G2 on the defence, and they're going to be moving on to the attack now. This round, for me, could be critical for G2. If they can come in here with a strong first attack onto Laundry, send that message, get themselves 5-2 and that bit of breathing space, it could, well, I won't say be plain sailing, but the way the last couple of rounds have looked for G2, the way they've been covering each other, the way they've been supporting each other, if they can do that on the attack, get themselves the space, maybe the opportunity to put the diffuser down, this one could start to roll downhill a little bit quicker for them.
Interesting sell coming in as well for G2. But that Grim on side that we saw banned away by W7M on the last map. Doki across onto the Finker, plenty of nades in hand again. Benja and Doki, they love these nade operators. Now, for this site, you're not really going to see the vertical nade play that we are used to seeing G2 employ. Getting underneath, toss a bunch of nades skywards, get a kill or two, or at least destroy a bunch of gadgets, and then look towards hitting the site themselves. So with that change in mind, it's going to be obviously dumping them in through things like E-Box. It's trying to move players around. Doki, though, I think he's feeling this map, Tim.
I was just going to say, Doki, as we've said so many times, is one of those players, a little bit all or nothing, and G2 really needed him to step up and have one of those all games, and he certainly is at the minute. The last couple of entries have gone his way. He's then been able to follow it up with further kills in the round, and if he can continue that, then we're going to find W7M on the back foot and seeing what they can do under pressure. Right now, W7M have got themselves all back to site, so G2, just like W7M had, have got 2 minutes to build that attack. How are they going to create space? What utility do they need to clear? How do they find that final execute?
Yeah, largely pull back here is the key thing, I think, for W7M, because G2 kept 2 out on the roam and paid the price in that 5 versus 3. At least with the discipline being shown here. Okay, we've lost 1. It really shouldn't have been our smoke going down. That is especially not ideal, but it is what it is. Let's play back on site here and look to structure in, ready for the hit. Now, G2 have done the work. They know that the map is clear. They know they can get themselves set up around these hatches. It's exactly what Uno is now going to start heading to do. Doesn't matter what he's playing in terms of an operator. He still has his duties of getting these hatches opened up. First one's done. Going to follow up with Kitchen off the back of it as well. Sorry, Security off the back of it as well. Leaving Virtue to get lobby open, as we see on pretty much every basement attack on this map.
Time-wise, this is fantastic from G2. 1:15 left to go. They've got hatches. They've got confident mid-floor control. They've got the Nomads, so they don't have to worry about flanks. They can just completely focus on site and where that final pressure is going to come from. I don't know if Virtue is going to open that laundry hatch or not, but for the time being, they're just sort of probing a couple of different areas of site. They now go into a final droning phase, which is let's get a picture of what's happening on site, where is everybody, and then we can build that final picture. 3, 2, 1, in they go.
And there's a lot of them stacked up north side here. I'm always nervous when I see 3 players sat on the meeting hatch, because it's just a death drop. You walk in there and someone's holding down left mouse button, you're all dead. It's really scary. But there's one hanging on Shaiko's side. The pressure coming in from Virtue on top side. He's abandoned lobby. They're all just going north, Tim.
After the flash goes in to clear any potential utility that will stop this nade, Benja is going to send it down. The drop comes on through. Doki gets 2 for W7M. They stand up fantastically, Des. Herds, JB92 finding kills. G2, they need to get moving again here. 15 seconds, and that's great from Alamo. 2 versus 1 now. Herds, he's stuck back in Freezer. There could be an opportunity for them to get this diffuser down.
But he could ruin everything here as well. Net to 2K off the back of Doki's 3. And G2 break open that basement hold.
Such an important round for G2 to win. It gives them that breathing space. It's 5-2, and it also says we're here to win attacks, not just defenses. That momentum they had in the first half now carries forward, and they can try to lock down a second attack and give themselves that map point opportunity that will send us into Cafe.
Oh boy. Game on, boys and girls. Game on. At 5-2, it is a tall hill to climb for W7M. Not impossible. We've seen some crazy comebacks. SSG just yesterday, giving us probably the most spectacular, almost cool comeback that we ever could have seen.
7 rounds in a row. That was wild to get themselves onto the third map. It was
I love how Doki just said, be careful, KZ, okay? You're not playing some usual Brazilian team here. You are playing world champion. Yes, you are.
Just got to get that out there, just remind them.
I love it how, like, at map start, Herds was like, hello, are you there? And no one from G2 said a word. Now they're up pretty well.
Now the voices are
Now
out.
the Scotsman's starting to pipe up and give it large back.
I'm sure he is after the last couple of rounds.
This slaughter, this is what I was worried about on the box drop that I spoke about. You drop in, one person's got to hold down, or in this case, mash left mouse button, and you're pretty much toast. 3 kills did come back in for W7M, but G2 could convert the 2 versus 2. W7 meh. It's in W7 mid, W7 meh. Anything else you want to throw in there, guys? We're all open for it.
5-2 it will be then as we head into round 8. G2 certainly finding their feet on Oregon better than they did on Consulate. Alamo, we've seen him on the Amaru a few times. Needs to be careful here though, because JV92 is in and around Big Tower, knows that there's been a little bit of attention out there, but there you go. Alamo sees him on his drone. This could be a real opportunity for G2 if there's a little bit of a support for Alamo out at the back there. They could get that pinch.
All eyes obviously turn towards the Amaru here as well from Alamo. What crazy players he got in mind. I think we all know what exactly that play is going to be. It's going to be springing inside of the kid's window. It's more waiting for the setup to come through from the rest of his team to draw enough attention that he can make that play. Right now, though, there is no one sat inside a pit, no one inside of sight. The only man who can possibly challenge him is Nade, who's hanging around game. So an opportunity there exists for G2. They just don't want to take it yet until there's more pressure.
No, this is it, because it's quite, it's quite a compact site. You can rotate back through to that area quite easily. Alamo nearly giving himself away there. He knows that JV92 is playing around rear stage and he doesn't want to let him stay there. Casey is going to pick up Benja, so that's a good start for W7M. Gets himself back into sight via Attic catch as well. Really nice Oryx play.
Really thought we might see there a spring in from G2 if they knew one was off site up north trying to challenge Alamo. He could have sprinted towards Kid's window and made that a very quick fight, but W7M are playing a little bit of G2 strat here, holding pretty firm on and around site itself. With the classic Latam extending towards Armory, you've got KZ playing out on that side of the map in case anyone does try and walk up Armory or push in through Armory window, but no one is doing that right now, so G2 have to make this work with just 3.
Yeah, they're just going to have to force their way in at this point. There's really no space being given by W7M. Herds manages to find Virtue, and just everywhere that G2 have probed, W7M have been there waiting. This could be a flawless round. It's all up to Alamo. He's on the Amaru just outside of game's window, and guess what? They know exactly where he is. Esports is going looking. You just know that he's desperate for it.
Send a message, get out the window. That's what I want to see. And it's Nade to find his man. A flawless round coming out for W7M. Not the dream second round on the attacking side for G2, but I love how we've seen W7M change their style here. Rather than trying to play out around the map like we saw in the previous one, here we're seeing them try and play a lot more defensive, but they've just found the answer in that round. Digging deep, for Leapox especially, watching white. 2 kills in exactly the same position, and no response from G2.
For G2 at this point, at least, when compared to Consulate, it feels like they're in this one. We've got much more of a game. W7M still very dangerous, but G2 maintaining a good lead, and you look at it and you think, can they get 2 more attacks? And I think this G2 side can. I think they've got it in them, Des. But W7M, they're going to be a tough nut to crack. They're going to go back down to Laundry. A good win last time around for G2. It did all sort of come down to that dice roll that we had in the last 30 seconds where they dropped into electrical and it was kind of just everybody wailing on everybody else. It was like a dark room and they were just throwing punches and seeing where they landed.
The crazy thing, if we get to overtime on this map, and I don't think it's, it's not out of reason that G2 win another attack here and guarantee at least overtime, and it wouldn't also surprise me if W7M claw it back to 6-6. The one to note going into OT, obviously G2 are going to be on the attacking side. It was W7M's map pick. They choose what side they go on to. And given how defense has been faring, at least at the first half and these first couple of rounds, I'll be nervous if it gets there. G2 need this done in regulation.
They're going to be attacking once again on to Laundry then. Benja straight up towards the garage, onto the drone, just making sure that his entrance is clear, checking Attic, Armory stairs, and making sure he's not going to be getting caught out by any roamers on that top floor. This is something that G2 have done well so far. Just check, have a good understanding. Ooh, there is a player up on the top floor. I'm not sure that Herds has been picked up here. I was just going to say, G2 have done a good job of using that drone information and making sure the map's clear and taking it quickly, but we need to keep an eye on Herds.
I don't want to dogpile him on either, but Benja was an absolute freak of nature at 6 Invitational. Deleted every team he came against. Here he's been very quiet, even across the tournament. Not really been their star player and stand out. We've seen Doki taking top of the leaderboard at points. Uno stepped up there as well. Virtue's had some big games. Alamau, second highest rated player in the whole competition. Benja, just a a little bit absent so far in this competition. If you're going to make yourself known, I think in round 9 of Oregon in a best of 3 in the semis is probably the place to do it, Tim.
Herds is now on the move, and I don't think that they're aware that he's going to be on the flank here. He's going to be down White Stairs, and this could be a real problem for G2 if they are unaware. If he gets onto their flank here, they're still working around that mid-floor. They're in meeting at the moment, trying to open hatches up, and Herds, he's just biding his time, Des. He knows that the opportunity is there for him.
You're going to go green here, I imagine, try a bit of a backstab, and could very well get away with it, unless G2 have got some great flank drones set up. We've got the beauty of a top-down view, and we can't see any drones anywhere. G2, the backstab has been executed, and Herds may have just deleted this attack already for G2.
And with a Nomad on the board, you've got to ask questions there. Obviously, there is a lot to cover off here on Oregon. Multiple staircases where those air jabs are going to be used to prevent anybody moving up from the basement. But if you know somebody's on the top floor and you're trying to play without dealing with them, then they maybe have to position in different places, and the air jab's just not effective on the Roma whatsoever there. Herds just absolutely free double kill for him, and that probably breaks the back of this G2 attack.
All air jabs are in back pocket. That is not ideal. In fact, all gadgetry is still in back pocket for G2 outside of the tin openers and 1 frag grenade. This is not really what you want coming into the last 30 seconds. G2 are going to lose this round with everything still in back pocket and able to be used. Uno might find 1, finds a second as well, but has got to go through 3 more. W7M are not going to let that happen, but Tim, again, we've got to stress, you cannot be getting to the last 30 and starting an execute with 3 players all having utility still in back pocket.
I felt that G2 had done well so far on Oregon at, on the attack, getting in there, getting map control, dealing with any roamers, pushing them back to site. But now I'm sort of left wondering, I feel like I need to look back at a couple of those rounds and think, have they done that? Or have they just taken a gamble?
Have they been
just taking a risk and getting away with it? And this time W7M have punished them.
And compare that to the other side, when it was W7M on the attack, they were ruthless.
Absolutely.
At clearing
every
out
corner.
Doki and Benja. They were just deleted every round. They're either on site and they kept their lives, or they were off site and they died. They were traded. It's just showing that discipline here that I think is missing a little bit in the G2 gameplay. And W7M really making a claim to say, look, everyone's fancying FaZe to go and win this. We think we can do it.
But yeah, dying a double kill on a flank with 3 air jabs in pocket is just...
I think we all feel that one, brother.
It's unforgivable. So we head into round 10. 5-4 as G2 continue to be reined back in by W7M. They really want that spot in the grand final. They don't want to be seeing anything of Cafe, and they're trying to get it done here and now. This is a pivotal round for me. I said round 7 was important. G2 got it won. They've since had 2 wins go in the direction of W7M. 1, they need to break the momentum of W7M. Don't let them stack 3 rounds together. But also, this is that third choice site. This is the one that G2 should be able to win, and it guarantees them the overtime as a minimum. So this one they have to come in. If W7M get the win here and they can cycle back through their own primary sites, then I think as a G2 fan, you start to be a little bit concerned about that.
I just want to see Benja drop a nuke this round. I know I spoke about it a bit in the last, but he's got to see him go big. We've got to see him do some work. Now, understandably with the Ram on side, you want to see G2 get top floor control. They want to open everything up. They've got to deal with Herds, who's floating around on top floor, and Nade, who's playing in below with the ability to C4 things out, and they haven't droned again. The homework is not being done by G2. Doki offline, hard breach removed. That's going to stink.
Same problem. And it's Herds once again that capitalises on it, this time bringing the cap can. And again, if W7M have got the feeling that, hey, they're not droning effectively here, bring the cap can, because that's when you're going to catch them out. 5 versus 3 now as Felipox picks up Uno, and W7M are really starting to dominate over the last couple of rounds. G2 Des, they're in big trouble.
It's a really good read from Felipox there, I think, as well, to get into a good spot just to find Uno out. As he on the Ossa as well was really the one you're looking for to execute. Hard breach onto meeting wall, Ossa to execute with the shield. They can't do that. G2 are just going to have to go for frags in this round, and given how the gunfights have been going so far, I'm just not too convinced it's going to be the round for them.
It's certainly not looking that way at the minute. Herds, he's still up there. The thing is, W7M can play with more of a freedom now. They can leave people up on the top floor when otherwise they might dip themselves away. Herds, he just absolutely slams Benja as he peeks around the pit door and finds his man.
Honestly.
Hertz is unstoppable right now. And Alamo, just his latest in a long line of victims. W7M on their feet and starting to feel confident.
Second flawless round in 3 rounds as well. Hertz is definitely getting an all chat again, by the way. He is so in their heads right now. Benja, it looked like he had the perfect angle held, but all it takes is one bullet coming out of Hertz. He just deletes them all the way through. And I said this back on the last map. Sure, you might find G2 get one small part of a round going their way, but the rest of it is just so well drilled by W7M that they are leaving no gaps for G2 to step into. 14-6. Hertz sits out as G2 step into attack timeout.
Absolutely no surprise to see the coach calling the attack timeout here and deciding that some input is going to be needed. Leveled out at 5-5, and as I said, we've got to look a little bit deeper than that for W7M here. They've now got their 2 primary sites unlocked and ready to go to, having won that 3rd choice site. So the next one that we will see will almost certainly be dorms. I don't think they take the other 3rd choice. They're not going to touch dining, I wouldn't have thought. They'll go back up to that top floor. They locked it down comfortably last time. If they can do it again, it puts them not only on map point, but on series point, on the point that will take them through to the grand final. W7M just 2 away right now.
If you want to know how dominant those last 3 rounds have been, I mentioned there's a couple of flawless rounds in there. The other one, still 3 players left standing from W7M. Let's stop throwing. I don't know if it's really throwing as much as W7M are just controlling the game, but 2 kills G2 have got in the last 3 rounds. It's miserable.
As I say, I think, you know,
Honestly,
there are improvements that can be found there for the G2 information game in particular. You know, losing that flank to Herds, going into a Capcan trap, it just speaks of going in there without all the information that you need, without all of the knowledge that you need, and being punished for it. So G2 certainly need, that's something I'm going to focus on through this round, is how many of those drones are alive, how are they being utilised, are they going in there knowing what is in front of them?
Well, a chokeout coming in from W7M, muting the Solus on side, really to restrict that game. Because I imagine that's the call that they know G2 would have got during that timeout is, look, you're being shot in the back, you're being backstabbed, you've got to get on those drones and figure out what's going on a little bit earlier on. So the Solus and the mute, perfect answer from W7M. Again, a door opens for G2 and it gets slammed shut. The same as Uno, almost completely gets taken out here. Hertz taking a fight at range. He doesn't lose those. Alamo is in his back pocket.
Hertz absolutely flying at the minute, unstoppable. G2 have no answer to him. Looking at his numbers nowadays, 15-6. He is single-handedly taking the European side apart.
Absolutely terrifying, isn't it? Uno's got to be so careful here as well. He's got the juice from Doki if needs it. They don't want to use it just yet. But he nearly lost his life previously. Now he's trying to work his way up in towards master bedroom. Has got some pressure coming in out towards the east side. Of Benja working his way in. But Benja's got to go big here. He's got to unseat Hertz, who is unseatable. And that's to deal with Big Tower at the same time. W7M have just got layers upon layers here, Tim. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Unaware of Philippox, surely, who's just going to peek around the corner, gets one. Can he get a second? Yes! Flips himself 180, turns on the turn and burn, and finds his man, and it's falling apart for G2 right now. 4 versus 2.
Yet again, it comes down to that drone play and someone not being sniffed out. Hertz finds yet another multi-kill in this game. W7M really making that claim for the finals. Benja's got it all to do. Bottom white, he's not going to win it. Hertz gets a 4K, Tim.
Hertz just... He's taken what Alamo said in the interview personally, I think.
Oh, you're telling me?
He's come out here to respond directly.
He drops the easy in all chat as well.
He's come out here to respond directly to it, and I feel like Alamo might be regretting those words before this match started. 3
kills in 4 rounds for G2, and now they have to go down to the basement. They did win this site at the start of the half, but they got pretty rocked here in round 9. It's the only place they found any kills, really, across this map. What can they do here to break them open? And most importantly, Tim, can they deal with the roamers? Last time round, they got utterly deleted by Hertz coming off on that flank. They've got to work some magic here, or it is done and dusted, and it is that all LATAM Grand Final that I'm sure Brazilian fans are dying to see.
Let's not forget as well, W7M now 4 rounds in a row, just proving to be an immovable object for G2. And like you say, they've now got that primary site choice back online.
I think it's hard to see how even FaZe beat W7M playing like this.
I said this, you know, so many people have been favouring FaZe, and don't get me wrong, FaZe have looked fantastic, but for me, W7M, the danger of W7M has been the upward trend that they've been on. They've been moving quicker and quicker. They've been playing better and better on each map that we've seen them, and that has been a big factor for them today.
Real short timeout coming in here. I think it's one of our observers dropped out, so we'll get them back in game, and things will be underway relatively quickly. If nothing else, a tech timeout here probably only, well, I say it benefits G2. The problem here being you're alone with your own thoughts.
Dwelling, though.
Yeah, just like, wow, we're 1 round away. We've been rocked for the last 4 in a row. This feels tragic.
It's got to be very difficult from a G2 perspective as a player. Surely you've got to sit there and tell yourself, I'm the best player in the world. I'm going to come out and win this next round, because it's essential that you do. You've got no choice. But it, you know, at the same time, must be so difficult to do that. And you know what? I think you might be right. I think it might just be impossible to stop Hertz.
Well, he got a 4K in that last round, so that puts him up to, what, was he on 13 or 15 before that round?
He was on 15 when I don't know if it was during the round, but I've certainly seen him hit 15.
We can get it checked, and we'll come back to you guys on that one, because he could be about to absolutely slam G2 going into this next round yet again.
Yeah, I think he'll be on about 17 at the minute. But W7M, they just need to make sure now that they keep the foot on the gas. They've got plenty of experience, let's be honest. They've been to the last 2 Grand Finals. They were in the SI Grand Finals. They were in Copenhagen Grand Finals. They're not going to be scared of a semi-final here in Atlanta. They're not going to be, you know, worried about getting this over the line. They're going to go and get it done.
It's like we said, it's conditioning, right?
It is.
You're used to being the bad guy. It's the best way to summarize it.
Oh, that won't concern them in the slightest.
Absolutely not. I mean, it's certainly not concerning Hertz. His sole focus, that laser glare from across the room, firmly fixed on Alamau, and so far he is winning that battle of wills.
A laser glare.
A laser glare.
We could add that into the repertoire.
No, we don't need to add that in. Because you don't say glare the same way you say gates.
We haven't had a lot of Aruni this tournament.
No. Since she got nerfed down, you're not really seeing too much of her anymore. Every now and then you do. I've seen her coming alongside Jaeger and Wamai for even more anti-utility setup, but it's definitely very niche, I think, in terms of pick rate.
Certainly much more so. I think we're close to getting things back underway here. What could be the final round for G2 here in Atlanta? That is what is at stake. They've already lost the first map. This is the second map of Oregon.
That's a real coach.
There you go.
Massage.
The shoulder rub.
During the tech timeout.
The shoulder rub.
But don't worry, Tim, he's communicating messages through massage there.
Keep loose.
Here we see G2 on side. Obviously, again, all in silence for now, but I can't imagine too much would be being said if this were still a talking opportunity for them. I really hate harping on him as well, and it's not so much I'm trying to pick on him here and saying, look, you're better. Well, he is better than this, but Benja's just not had a way into this game. You know, shots where normally, think about during groups, for example, where he's marched through 3 or 4 players and around and been like, mate, this is literally easy. We're not seeing him show up against W7M.
So remember something that I said at the beginning of the tournament, and I often do, and that is that teams will always have a bad day through a tournament at some point. It always happens. They'll always have a little bit of a dip at some point. And I said half of winning a championship, half of winning these big titles is about, I don't know if it's a little bit of luck or management to have that bad day at the right time. W7M, they had a bad day on the first match days. They lost their first match here in Atlanta. And from there, it's only been up. G2, they've won everything up to this point. And it just looks like they may be having that bad day at the wrong time.
Last call for G2 to rally round and get this round done and send us into overtime.
And I'm sure that noise will filter its way through to the players.
Oh, they say this all the time. Like, yeah, they're wearing noise-cancelling headphones, but you have microphones. They still pick up noise that loud.
Yeah. They're going to know that they've got a lot of support behind them, not just here in Atlanta, but at home as well.
Yep.
I'm sure G2 are going to give it absolutely everything as they come into
Hertz, by the way,
12.
18-6 before our rehost.
There we go.
18-6.
So 2 more kills from Hertz will see him have a 20-kill map here on Oregon.
What many people would refer to as a life game, but for Hertz, it doesn't feel like a life game.
Just a day. just a daily game.
Just a day in the office. A day playing Siege for him. It scares me how accurate it is with the flicks. You've seen it on so many replays as well. He's not even looking at a player as they round a corner. It's not like it's a free press left mouse button, there's a kill. Just the speed, his reaction, and the ability to land a headshot from a flick is absolutely mortifying. Here we go, though. This could be the last round of this first semi-final. W7M with a chance to secure that spot in the grand final with a real claim to winning 2 majors in a row. It's been 4 years since a team last had that achievement. It was Empire all that time ago, but at least since our new scheme of Siege came out in 2020, no one has yet achieved that feat. So for W7M, it's not just a big claim going into tomorrow, Tim, but also looking forward to SI in Sao Paulo.
5 seconds to go.
We head into the action phase then of what could be the last round in Atlanta
boy,
for
the Hail
G2.
Mary.
Or it could see us having a little bit more excitement to come. We've got Alamo on the blitz.
Man.
We've seen it so many times brought along when teams have just really needed that round, needed to secure another point on the board. G2, they're going to try to clear these roamers from rear stage stairs to begin with, meeting immediate response there from W7M.
The respect being shown, though, they don't want to get caught in a 1v1, so they back away down towards site. A few bullets to keep them at bay, and then straight down immediately. Now, again, keep an eye on the drone game in this round, because that has been a real stinging point for G2 across the series. There's been a lack of drones, getting shot in the back, and really being stung out. The only real one to worry about in this round, because everyone is playing on site, is KZ hanging around towards Freezer. If they don't drone through Freezer and a player wants to push it, he may well catch them by surprise. They're checking everything, though, just in case.
The thing is, I'm glad to see it from G2. They've learned their lesson, and they're not going to go in and give them an opportunity to hit them on the flank quite so easily. It doesn't matter on this site, realistically, if you take that extra 30 seconds. Far too late from JB92. So, good progress from G2. Confident that the map is clear. They can have the space that they need to work towards site, and they're already opening hatches. This is about as good as it can go for them so far.
It can, but W7M are playing this really well, too. They've got so much to sit behind. You've got the Fenrir, you've got the C4s, you've got impacts potentially that then come out of herds as well. You've got the Goyo canisters deployed around site. They have hunkered down here, and you're already losing gunfights. This is only going to get even worse for G2.
Utility just raining in through electrical hatch for the time being. The Vulcan canister will have to be left to burn away before they can think about any sort of opportunity to drop. And Alamo is on the relocate now. He's going to be heading himself in to try and clear out elbow, which is so often what we see that blitz used for, but it has to come at the right time. G2, they need to prepare here. They need to make sure that they're in sync when they do go in.
You see Benjamin being nervous that they might again get flanked out here, but it's not going to be the case. Goyo canister, barbed wire, barricade, all taken down, but Alamo has got to make a push happen inside of elbow. It's him versus Nade on the Fenrir. That is going to be the big fight to determine this round.
Alamo is ready to go here. The utility starts to rain in, and the drop will begin. But it's Philippox. He finds the first, KZ the second. They started at a steady pace here in Atlanta, but it has only picked up as they have gone. And like the Bulls, that is their mascot, W7M have charged their way into the grand final at the Atlanta Major.
For a few seconds, it looked like G2 might be bouncing back after a strong first half. But W7M, you cannot deny just how terrifying this team is to watch. Barely a gap left in their lineups. And G2 have got some work to do before we come to SI. But it looks like that LATAM Grand Final, it's a lock, Tim.
Looking on the other side of this matchup, you look at Los and FaZe and you think, are either of them going to want to play this W7M?
I don't.
And the answer has to be surely not, because they just look more and more dangerous as the tournament goes on. Look at the confidence of them coming out, just feeding off that energy from the crowd.
He's saying, come on, boo me some more. Rough game. I mean, for Doki, maybe it's all smiles. But you know, there's a little bit of joy there in being able to say GG to Alamo. Brought down the Brazilian who fled from the region to join G2. Won SI earlier this year. W7M showed that they could still get back on top and win things in Copenhagen. I imagine this is a rivalry that will be fueled for many moons to come.
You just get that feeling, don't you, that it's really starting to build now, and that these two teams are just going to find their way back together at future tournaments to play each other again, and we're going to start building that real story. And I love those when they do build, because they really do add the spice. G2, you know, hats off to them. They've played their part here. You've got to give it. They come in there with the confidence, with the smack token. We need those characters, and that's what really adds the flavour to these matches. So G2, you gave it your best, but it just wasn't enough today.
I just really hope there's a rematch between these teams at every tournament going forward. SI and Sao Paulo between these two? Oh, imagine! the crowd's going to be behind one of them, and it won't be the one that they were behind today, needless to say. Again, we'll see no doubt G2 bounce back on this one as well. It wasn't their strongest overall, but we will no doubt see more from them moving forwards. W7M still get to play tomorrow, but for now, they're also down on the stage with Ian, so let's throw over there now.
Desines, thank you very much. This is starting to feel like deja vu standing beside Felipox in front of a trophy within touching distance. And look, you've just sent home the last non-Brazilian team in this major, and you did it in such confident fashion.
Yeah, like I said in the pre-game interview, we were going to kill them, and we killed them. 2-0, very easy, and that's it.
You thought it was easy?
Yeah, it was kind of easy. This last map, not so much, I won't lie. But the Consulate, I think they didn't know how we played because we haven't played before, so we kind of surprised them. And then on Oregon, our pick, in the defense, we crushed them.
It felt like Heads was just really in his bag, on fire. It felt like he was in their heads a little bit.
Yeah, Hertz was carrying us in the Oregon, in the defense. He was doing everything he wanted. So, yeah.
There's been a lot of talk about FaZe Clan being the favourites in this tournament, but it feels like every map that goes by, you guys are just growing into this tournament and getting more and more comfortable every single round.
Yeah, FaZe Clan is a team that's very difficult for us. We never won against them. So if they go to the finals, if they win today, hopefully we'll finally win against them.
Now, of course, you weren't part of the roster that suffered that heartbreaking defeat at SI earlier this year. You did help get revenge, though, and it looked like revenge tasted pretty sweet for the rest of your teammates.
Yeah, I said I would get revenge for my friends. We would get revenge together, and we did.
Just finally, Felipox, to your fans watching back home in Portuguese, what would you like to say to them?
Obrigado aí a minha família que está assistindo sempre, meus amigos. Queria dedicar essa vitória de hoje à minha irmã aí que se formou ontem e eu não pude estar na formatura por causa do campeonato. Então, parabéns para a Mariana que formou minha irmã. E obrigado minha família, meus amigos, todo mundo está sempre torcendo, a torcida W7M, tamo junto.
Felipox, obrigado. Best of luck in the grand final. You will find out who your opponent will be a little bit later on in our second semi-final. But to talk through everything that just went down and the heartbreak for G2, it's over to the desk with Jacob.
Appreciate it, Ian. Not a lot we could really say that wasn't already said in the server. That's it. Bow to your new overlords. W7M are going to the grand finals of Atlanta and have just made history as the only team to qualify for the grand final of every big event in a Siege calendar over the course of 1 year. No other team in history has done what W7M just did. Big congratulations to them.
And they did it off the back of Hertz. I mean, Felipox said it. He did everything he wanted on that Oregon defense. He finished with an absolutely monstrous 20-6 record. He was so good on Oregon. Undoubtedly the MVP from this map.
Yeah, I think W7M's fundamentals, their trust in each other, just everything, their strategy, they get everything right. And no matter who they're up against, they just get better and better and better. Again, a little bit of a shaky attack half onto Oregon, but they cleaned it up on the defense. They played the crossfires, they played the team play, and G2 had absolutely no answer for it.
Certainly looked like G2 at least had some fighting chance in this matchup. They will be going home right before the grand final, and for more about how that went down, let's talk to Doki with Ian Chambers on stage.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Doki, that did not go as expected.
Yeah, it did. No. Well, we lost ourselves. We played really bad. W7M are such a strong team, so like I want some applause for them. Like they played so good. And tomorrow, I think they're gonna take it back-to-back major. But that's part of the plan because if they get back-to-back major, we get back-to-back SI. You see?
It's sad, isn't it? Because I think that once NA lost its last Open SSG yesterday, you sort of became the fan favourites here for this home crowd. I feel like you've let them down a little bit.
We have let you down, guys. Like we heard the support when we were playing, so loud. The crowd like was so good. So I want to say thank you. I hope we see some of you guys at SI. The crowd's been so fun. So I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. The guys appreciate it. We're sad right now, but we're gonna come back from it, learn from it, and we'll be better at SI. I promise. So thank you so much.
Since Montreal, you guys suffered a bit of a dip in form, right? There was some concern about if you were going to get back to winning ways, and I think at this major, you've proven that you guys still can hang at the top level here. I mean, you did make it here through LCQ, but from that point onwards, it's been looking a little bit more like the G2 of old.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving the team right now. I think everyone's loving playing in the team. Everyone's super confident. Everybody's playing like, at high level, so it's like, what else can you hope for? I mean, today, like maybe another day it went a different way, but you can't take it away from W7M. They're a really strong team. And yeah, like I just wish the best for them. I really like them, so yeah, that's all. But thank you again to everybody. I appreciate it.
Great guys, and this man is a wonderful human being as well. Last thing from you, Ducky. Sao Paulo, February. Is it hammer time again?
It's hammer time, baby.
All right, you heard it from the man himself, Ducky. Best of luck at SI. Remember, you owe me a drink tonight, all right? Yeah, I'm gonna hold him to that. Okay, back to you on the desk, Jacob.
Yeah, Doki said something in that interview about how it felt like they weren't really playing like themselves, how they were really losing their way. And I think Laxing's got a point about that specific thing on the breakdown. Lax, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I do. Doki said it best. They weren't playing their best, and this definitely wasn't the best performance that we had from them. I want to break down this round going into the basement hold on round 4. This is an important round here with Uno and Herds here. This is a very tight spot. You don't want to give up blue. You don't want to give up elbow. The problem is here on this circle, you will see there is a, well, you won't see this, but behind this wall, there's a shield and a mute, which is why you see that Flores drone not being utilized very well. They also have the Finrear trap right there to help this 1v1 engagement for Uno, but the problem here is Uno gives up this position by the shield, whether the comms forced him out, whether just his own intuition forced him out of this position. You'll continue to see how this plays out, where you would rather see Uno go into elbow here and tuck with his team, but instead he tries to run back towards blue and gets caught from up top through the hatch. I believe it was Nade that, oh wait, Herds that grabs, no, not Herds. Someone grabs him, bottom line, someone grabs him, but Herds, we've talked about him a lot here. Herds played phenomenally through this, and Herds does the heads up play here of sneaking through elbow and ends up grabbing Alamau in the back, and I believe it was Virtue that tries to pull this off here. Alamau trying to do this gunfight as best of his ability, but Herds here coming in up on the flank, huge push here, ends up grabbing this kill on Virtue, and does an amazing pinch here with KZ, blinds Alamau, ends it here beautifully with this knife. And this is the reason why I want to break this down, because the biggest thing was that blue elbow hold. If Uno just tucked back, he would have been able to play with Alamau. He would have been able to play with Virtue. They would have been able to play those positions, those trades. But Uno giving that up, letting Herds get in there, take that map control, and ultimately sealing the deal for the team is the reason why G2 lost that round. And seeing how this game ended in 7-5, that easily could have pushed it to overtime, easily could have won in G2's favor going forward. But ultimately, these are the small things that happen in Siege that can ultimately ruin a round for you. And that's why I want to break it down for you. I'm going to throw it back to the desk.
Thanks, Lax. Obviously, it felt like a 4-2 half and minimum for G2 was kind of what they needed to ensure that they got. You would have liked to have gotten more because everything fell apart in the second. Jack, they're your boys. How are you feeling right now?
Look, I'm glad Lax pulled that round up because Uno made a very, very, very nervous play inside of that round. And I'm just going to draw correlations here. So, Copenhagen, G2 exit to Liquid, a Brazilian team. Almau has a bad game. Again, G2 have exited to a Brazilian team and Almau's had a bad game. And I start to wonder if his calling, his nerves, transpired through to the rest of the team. Because Uno made a really nervous play in that round. Alamau in the next round on Laundry Supply made a really nervous play. G2 should have won either of those rounds, should have been closing out a 5-1, 6-0 half. W7M were not attacking very well on Oregon. And in a 7-5 loss, that's completely the difference. And I think G2 actually have a big problem here. Because if we go to SI, if they come up against a Brazilian team on the stage, it's only going to get worse for them. So they need to get over whatever hurdle that is they have against going against good Brazilian teams.
Yeah, and that round was so crucial too, because it was the start of the comeback for W7M. They go down 3-0 on that first quarter, and we saw G2 doing really well in the early game. Sometimes it was still a little solo, but we saw them constantly fighting, constantly going for swings. W7M getting caught off guard by a lot of that aggression. I thought Virtue was playing really good on dorms below the bomb site, having big impact there. W7M, they couldn't shut him down. But once we saw that tack timeout come through, W7M slowed down their pushes quite a bit. They started being way more prepared for those little swings and just waiting for them and taking those advantages when they got them. And then, as you said, I mean, that swap to the second half, just undoable for G2.
Now, Herds, obviously, is going to get all the plaudits. 20-6. It's not often you see somebody put their team in the backpack like that on such a main stage in a semi-final of a major. However, what I do want to say is W7M's fundamentals, particularly on their defense, their attack wasn't the best, but their defense in particular, allowing Herds that free roam, but when he needed the support or when others needed the support, Herds was there. Herds picked up a couple of kills, just playing off the back of his teammates, creating those 2v1s. and it just happened to be Herds that got those kills. And I think that's really strong for them, especially on their defense. Yeah, they've got some things to work on, but no team's going to want to take them to Oregon, even if it looks like W7M are weak on their attacks.
For W7M, it feels like they're getting really used to the spotlight. Remember back when there was the team that came so close to almost maybe winning an event? They're the favorites coming in, and then they get maybe to semifinals, and they crash and burn. They've made it to the grand finals now of every single event in the year of our Lord 2023, and I think they're also getting used to being the villains, because as soon as they won, they put their ears out towards NA right as the whole crowd was exiting the building. So I think they're getting pretty used to that kind of pressure, and they're thriving in it.
W7M are one of the greatest teams in Rainbow Six history, maybe second to G2. Throughout the entirety of the history. That feels like where we're at right now. The way that W7M have been to major after major after major. They won finally when they went to Copenhagen. Now they look poised to be in a great spot to win again into those grand finals. They're looking so strong at the moment. You just can't say anything about the legacy of this team because it feels like we're right in the midst of them building it up, and they are going so hard.
They're slowly but surely earning the right to be in that conversation with the all Penta G2 roster, absolutely. And I think, like you say, no team's ever done it. Three major final or S-tier finals in a year. And again, I'll reference when I spoke to Philippox after Copenhagen in the after party, and he said, this is just the start. We know we're back at the bottom of the mountain. Now we've won Copenhagen. It's all about Atlanta. And they're making it all about Atlanta. They're working harder than ever, and they're looking better than ever.
We also will find, for the very first time this tournament, our first ever two-time major champions. Because W7M, obviously, they won the most recent major in Copenhagen. FaZe Clan won back in Yavle. And Los, different roster, org changes, but they were
Are you claiming that?
won back in Mexico.
Oh, was you just that confident in FaZe?
No, I mean,
you're actually claiming it?
All three of them have won a major in the past. So no matter what happens throughout the end of this, we're going to see not back-to-back, but a two-time major champion team.
Which technically, in Siege history, has never happened before.
Exactly.
So it's about time to figure out who is going to be on the right side of history and who will always be remembered as the team that came so close but couldn't capitalize in the end. Semifinal number 2, FaZe Clan and Los, is coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wisecaid, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and Solus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Yes, G2 have had a win. They have also had a loss.
And of course, I think G2 is the best team in the world. And now it's up to us to defend that, to prove everyone that we're right.
When I'm in a tournament, I don't care about the nationality of the enemies. I play every game like it's the same game.
Good luck, guys.
There's a lot of up and downs, but with this new MAD roster, I believe we can create something.
Life is just it's a constant growth. It's mostly just kind of knowing yourself and not being afraid to just pick on yourself and get better.
There's nothing better than seeing your top players pop off and your top players perform. That's where the magic really happens.
I think that M8 is one of those teams that we will really struggle against because they understand things the same way we do and they have equally as talented players.
We don't really have a rival. The only rival is ourselves, so as long as we get over that, there's no one in our way.
Hey guys, it's Gio from Sonics, and welcome to my fresh install. For diffuser, I have manual because I play support, so I gotta make sure I have the bomb at all times or I'm able to drop it inside the site. For drone prep, also manual. You also want to sit on your entries drones as long as possible, especially if they're up. HUD, I actually just keep everything the same. Doesn't really change much. Audio, everything on super high. I play night mode, surprisingly. I don't know, a lot of people don't play like that, but I like it. Basically for display, we go to as many hertz as you can. We go to 4.3. but that's all preference. I like 4384 for me. 4384. And then at the bottom, I personally do 95 HUD display area and then 94 menu display area with a brightness of 61, I think it was, some odd number like that. Graphics, I have a pretty bad PC at home, so everything's on super low. We go low, we go LOD quality high, shading quality low, shadow quality, pretty sure that's very high, so you can see the shadows when they peek you. Reflection quality low, VFX low, ambient occlusion low, anti-aliasing off. That's basically it for graphics. Make sure you always press apply so you have your settings saved. Control is the important part. I would say raw input off, mouse inversion obviously disabled, then sense is obviously up to you, but I play 1010, 400. You can mess with the magnification obviously. I play with, let me see if it lets me. Thing 1x is 28, 1x 28, 1.5, 55, 56, and then 57. Mouse scroll wheel, I have it off because I grip the mouse kind of weird. Gadget deployment, advanced, joint deployment, advanced. I think those are really important to have on. Aim, on hold, lean actually on hold as well because I lean with my mouse buttons. Sprint, hold, crouch, toggle, prone toggle, and then walk toggle. For the keybinds, I actually have some kind of crazy keybinds. I lean with my mouse buttons. So this would be just have the mouse buttons. And then gadget is Q and E is melee. So that's kind of it. For control is my prone. And then it's basically it. Everything else is kind of default. Just make sure you're leaning with your mouse buttons. And then your gadget is Q and your melee is E. So it's kind of weird, but I mean, it's all preference. Accessibility for optic colors. Yeah, I like the light green with 100 opacity. I'm kind of blind, so I mean, I'm blind and old, so it makes me see better. At least, now that's what I think, could be placebo, but it's all preference. Everything default and then opacity 100. I tried 50 or lower, but I mean, can't really see, so up to you really. And just make sure you're applying all your settings. Thanks for watching my fresh install, and see you guys at the major.
I had to sacrifice a lot in my life to be where I am right now.
Everyone shares the same ideology or mindset.
G2 is the best team in the world, period.
The mentality when we just like focus our minds to win is just maybe the most important thing.
What's most important is the journey that we go on, and we go on that together.
The feeling of belonging is extremely important. I do think that I feel that the most.
Having the crowd is really, really amazing. When you do this and the crowd is like screaming because you just like put your hands up.
You always have the crowd on your side because like we're the biggest team in the world.
When you experience the adrenaline to play in tournaments, to win tournaments, you can't live without that anymore.
I'm a guy who likes video games. But other than that, I don't have that much to define myself. I'm trying to find that. That's my next step in life. Find myself.
One grand finalist down, one more to determine, and we already knew it was a foregone conclusion that it was going to be a Brazilian team, but now because the rest of the Atlanta Major has effectively been turned into one big Brazilian League weekend, it's time to figure out whether Los have it in the bag or if FaZe, the favorites, are just going to a grand final because they're FaZe. I'm Jacob, he's Jesse. We're back on with Gabriel Laxing Miralez, former world champion Gabriel Laxing Miralez, by the way. And now we get to figure out who joins W7M on that grand pedestal tomorrow. Is it Los or FaZe, Jesse? This will be fun.
It will, Jacob. We get an all-Brazilian semifinal to preview the all-Brazilian grand final that we'll be getting tomorrow, of course, in the best of 5. But these two teams are going to be going head-to-head with a really different story behind them. FaZe Clan coming in as the #1 team from Brazil. They dominated through the Swiss stage to 3-0 through just the best of 1s. Now they're here looking very clean coming into these semifinals. Los finished 8th place in Brazil. They really had to struggle to get here all through the LCQs, coming up through Swiss, coming up through those play-ins. Not a lot of players, or not a lot of people expected them to be here. They won their quarterfinal match yesterday, made it a 6 invitational, and now they're here to try to push for that major title as well.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. FaZe came in here and they kind of just breezed through, kicked their legs up, and then they really got tested yesterday in that SSG game. Los has had quite the come up, especially securing that SI spot. I mean, they've really had to dig deep and place here to even qualify for SI. So Los, on top of that, has just been phenomenally improving as the stage has gone on, through the playoffs, through even to now with the game yesterday, shutting out Dark Zero on that 7-0. So, I mean, it's going to be a barn burner.
Los has been pretty low on the pecking order in a lot of people's interpretations of Brazil for quite a long time. When they came in through play-ins, everyone said, oh, they'll probably be the 2-0 team in their group because the group didn't look very strong. Then they went to playoffs, got all the way through to the very, very end, and now they find themselves only 1 series away from a grand final, which they've not been to since they were called Team 1 at the Mexico Major over 2 years ago. That's pretty crazy in and of itself.
It is, and for these players, I mean, they've been to major stages before, right in Charlotte when they were there against Dark Zero in the quarterfinals. A bit of a different result last time. They managed to best their demons, take down DZ, and I think really we have to credit Loban for being that player. Look at that entry stat, 29-8. He has been ridiculous coming throughout this tournament so far. He's also been insane with the frags as well. 1.59 KDR, the best kill-death ratio of any player in all of Atlanta.
Well, it's funny you say that because I have it right here. Loban is currently the #1 rated player here. He is the #1 rated in KD. He is the #1 rated in entry. And then he is the #4th spot on cost with his teammate right above him, Maya, at 3rd, but at a 75% and a 76%. I mean, those two alone, that's the duo.
They've been looking really good, but we talk about every team that faces Los as the team to talk about with the most points. It feels like we talked about Dark Zero the most yesterday, any team that they faced in playoffs. We talked about their opponents, not so much Los, so now we got to give them their due. Jesse, we have a breakdown on how well their setups went.
We do, Jacob. They brought a lot of really sick ideas to that game against Dark Zero. The way they incorporated both Castle and Mira on so many of these bomb sites was really impressive for you. And if we can show some of these clips, what you'll see is that they built up these castle barricades, these Mira windows, to really funnel the attackers. And they brought stuff that they've never seen before, right? They've shown these maps before, maybe throughout the past, but the strategies they were bringing out, with the way they were able to develop the sites, were absolutely insane from Los. I really enjoyed those yesterday. The question for me now is, are they going to have even more of those strategies saved in their pocket for FaZe Clan, or is that just it for that and we've seen everything they've got?
I mean, you can only hope, but I think yesterday especially was more pressure on them than anything. Not to say that they don't want to win this major, but securing SI and their home country, that's a pretty big feat of its own. But I do want to see that from them because yesterday, the adaptations that were being displayed from both teams, but specifically Los, was extremely impressive because we weren't seeing that through play-ins or through playoffs. So it was nice to see it here on the main stage, to see that they really were digging deep, diving into their strats and see what they could pull out just to get around or even get the game. Yeah.
Cameraman managed to qualify for a semifinal, and it didn't have to do it with FaZe Clan. So that is another story that we have to tack on to this whole thing. Speaking of FaZe, those guys also have proven that they're capable of operating without cameraman at the same time. No cameraman, no Astro, no problem. They're still here making it work to a point where a lot of people are wondering, are they suddenly also now a villain team? Because they were really getting the North Americans like riled up yesterday.
Well, I'll say this. I know we were giving them tons of praise and saying that, they came in here kind of with their legs kicked up, breeze, and got challenged by SSG. We gave them a lot of praise saying that they were the best attacking team coming into here. And if you watch the game yesterday, they by far were not the best attacking team from the stats that they were originally putting up. Their defenses completely carry them all the way through those games.
You're absolutely right, but I do think it took a long time in that series before we finally got to see FaZe-style FaZe attacks, right? Skyscraper Map 1 was spent mostly trying to figure out the pacing of SSG. Space Station doing a lot to mix things up and really catch FaZe off guard. Then we saw Consulate, which was just a mess. FaZe Clan completely in their own heads. The crowd was in their heads. They just couldn't put any attacks together. That was a really tough situation, and it wasn't until Clubhouse the third map of the series, where we started to see some really strong attacks from FaZe Clan, right? They were executing onto the bottom floor using great vertical pressure. Their attacks onto stage and bar was really, really clean. So we started to see those really classic, well put together FaZe attacks, but even then there were stumbling points, struggling with the bandit on Jacuzzi wall, struggling sometimes to clear out on those roam games. So I do want to see better attacks from FaZe Clan. We hyped them up all tournament for being the monsters of attack, and we didn't see that yesterday.
Both teams definitely know each other, probably more so than anybody else could know one another because of how often Brazilians have competitions.
Yes.
In previous years, it wasn't just the Tier 1 leagues. If you did bad enough in the Tier 1 leagues, you went down a tier below that and played even more matchups. So for these two teams now to be facing one another in a semi-final context with a grand final on the line, this map ban phase better be exquisite from both coaches if they really want to have a shot. So let's see what we got. Cafe, then Border, then Cons. Gents, what are we thinking?
What are we doing with these
I'll say
bans?
this from off the rip. Them banning Skyscraper right away. Sure, we said they didn't look strong in their regional performance, but clearly yesterday they made a lot of changes. They looked extremely strong on Skyscraper, but I guess they aren't feeling very confident playing against FaZe on it.
Yeah, I mean, Los looked so good on Skyscraper just yesterday. They had so many cool strats, and now immediately go into banning it. And I do think the Nighthaven ban, similarly, is very, very odd, because what we've seen is a really good historic performance from FaZe Clan on Nighthaven, choosing to ban it out here. Now we get the picks of Cafe Border. I expected both of these maps to be banned coming into the first selection phase, because again, we haven't seen either of these teams play the opponent's map pick throughout the stage. Now, FaZe Clan have never played Border throughout all of Stage 2. Los have never played Cafe throughout all of Stage 2. We are going to get some brand new strats coming out. We're going to get to see some brand new stuff from these two squads. You know, we wonder, did Los spend all of their ammo in the quarterfinals just to make SI? This map ban phase makes me think, no, they still got more.
No, I think it's going to look similar to kind of what it did with the SSG. I mean, yeah, the Dark Zero of just, we weren't sure. None of these teams showed those maps, so you can only assume that they had the prep for it, and they definitely had the prep for it. So again, you can only imagine going into these two maps specifically and not being shown to one another that they have something cooked up to try to counter the other person or to just throw them off or walk away with the map.
I like the matchup on paper for sure. And just because they knocked out both North American teams yesterday, my question is, how good of a litmus test is that going to be when they face another Brazilian squad that, like you mentioned, has been hyped up as one of the better teams from Brazil? This one's just going to be really, really fun.
It should be, Jacob. And it should be noted as well, these two did meet in the regular season of Stage 2. That was a best of one throughout the group stage. And it was a victory for Los. Despite being the massive underdogs because they did perform so poorly throughout Stage 1, the thing about that game, though, it was irrelevant for FaZe Clan. They had already secured their spot in playoffs. They didn't care. So for them, this is going to be a real test. The stakes are so much higher than they ever were before. Now we get to see who's really on top.
I say one thing.
Yeah.
This could be Cameraman's revenge tour.
It could.
It could be. That's exactly what FaZe Clan are hoping does not happen in this series. Atlanta, I'm curious. Because they knocked out both North American teams yesterday, who are we actually cheering for in this game? Are we cheering for Los? Or are we cheering for FaZe?
I think that was Los.
I'm hearing boos for FaZe and I'm hearing cheers for Los. You guys ready? Semifinal number 2 starts right now.
The most difficult opponent is going to be the FaZe Clan.
Was my former team. O que eles fazem, né? Tem um cameraman, então eu ia querer sempre mudar alguma coisa para tentar counterar a gente. Por já ter jogado com a gente, então ele sabe um pouco da forma que a gente joga.
Beast against Beast, Lobex against Cyberzera.
Acho que atualmente a gente precisa cuidar muito com o Lobinho e o Maia. Então os jogadores estão fazendo bastante diferença nesse campeonato para Los. FaZe Clan is a really prepared team, but I don't think that they have good adaptations during the round, and maybe we can surprise them.
Eu acho que eles devem temer a gente mais pelo quesito da agressividade mesmo, que é um quesito que a gente faz muito bem.
Everything has to be perfect. The winner of that match is going to be the winner of the tournament. It has to be our day.
Hey Town, are we ready for another semi-final on this stage? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Our next semi-final, which is a tough pill to swallow for this live crowd, consists of two teams who crushed NA's dreams. Starting with a team who yesterday sent the astronauts rocketing home. Are they about to roll credits now on Cameraman's film? It's FaZe Clan! right, yes. There it is. The trophy right behind you. You are so close to a grand final. You know what it takes to win a semi. You know what it takes to win a grand. You did that in Mexico City. That experience could pay dividends here for you and your roster.
I think yes, because Cyber and Souls already win a major in Sweden. So we had all to win this, and we are going to win this.
FaZe Clan did beat you in the regular season. Do you think that you can get them back here in a best of 3 situation?
Yeah, on best of 3, we play very more confident because we can do more things to MD1. So I think we are very prepared to this.
Is there any thought within the team about cameraman, former member of the roster, a teammate of a long time as part of that of FaZe Clan? He's going to be looking for revenge here.
Yeah, revenge for Cyber and Souls, because I'm not in FaZe on that time, and I think it will be fun for them to play against each other because they are friends yet. So yeah, it'll be fun.
All right, best of luck. Go and take your seat. Give me a fist bump. Don't leave me hanging. Thank you very much. All right, let's bring out their opponents. They turned out the lights on Dark Zero yesterday, and now they are looking to prove that they belong up there in the conversations with Brazil's best. It's Los! Atlanta, you don't always get Siege royalty standing on a stage, a legend of the game. Give it up for cameraman, please. You've been part of this scene for a very long time, now rocking a Los jersey. How are you feeling ahead of this massive all-Brazilian semi-final?
It's really good to be back. I know this is my place to be, and of course we had some really good Brazilian teams, and this is just the result of a really strong region, and yeah, we have another Brazilian champion.
That's for sure, and some team here is going to make a lot of history, and we'll get to that, but FaZe Clan, a team that you're of course synonymous with, you played with that roster for a very long time. Is there any beef going into this?
No, not really. I like the guys. Really like Cyber. He's a brother to me, and now we're enemies, but tomorrow we are friends, we hang out, so yeah.
Yeah, friendships go out the window in the server, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you've been at every single SI personally. You are on the run of a lifetime. And as far as careers go, they don't get much better. Yesterday, you and your team secured your spot at the 6 Invitational in Sao Paulo. That's a massive achievement in itself, but you've got to make sure that you keep focused now on the trophy, right?
Yeah, we cannot hold back. We want this so hard, just the way that we want to be in the side. So we're gonna do our best, like always, and hopefully we lift this trophy.
All right, best of luck. I'll let you go and take your seat. It's Los versus FaZe Clan all-Brazilian semi-final to lock in that last spot in the Grands. Let's take it over now to Lynx and Stokes for this one.
There is one underdog left in Atlanta after NA's gone home, and we basically had what could have been a grand final in the semifinal earlier. Los are the final team, who have, of course, won a major before, but the final team who can continue to cause upsets. A lot of us have been sleeping on FaZe a little bit, but based on their record, Sam, they are certainly a contender for that trophy.
Oh, most definitely. When it comes down to Brazilian squads, I mean, you can name quite a few, but Los is one of those newer names to this pile, and honestly, I'm very excited about this. We've been seeing a lot of these players, Loban, Maya, pop up around the scene for quite some time, and to see them finally get their time in the proper light is truly amazing, especially when you pair it with somebody like Cameraman, which we're all such huge huge fans of for the history of Rainbow Six Siege and what he's brought to the table, this is definitely going to be a matchup for the history books.
And in terms of how these rosters for both FaZe and Los have developed over time, I mean, you've had players on Los who won majors with FaZe, you've had players on FaZe who won majors with Los. There are so many major champions in this lobby that, sure, the team or the org might be a two-time, but there might be players in the server who, if they go on to win the final tomorrow, they could have won 2 majors on 2 different teams. A lot of talent in this server, and as you said, Loban and Maya, all of that potential we knew they had, that they've been showing at previous events and performing very well. They have been playing insane this event. As Lax brought up on the desk, Maya and Loban neck and neck for some of the highest impact a player could feasibly have in a round at this event, and that just ignores the rest of Loban's absurd stat line.
Oh, absolutely. But you could say the same about FaZe as well. I think that they have found a very interesting siege to be had here, especially when you look across their stat lines. You know, you look at the very top of the heap, it's going to be Vita King, one of the people that is a hard support for this team, but he has the highest rating, some of the best KD spread as well, and he's playing things like Thermite and Smoke. I mean, across the board, this team is looking so very solid, and I really think we have a matchup on our hands here.
And that's such the beautiful thing about FaZe, right? Because whereas Los, especially early on in the tournament, you were worried that they were top heavy, that Loban and Maya were pulling games over the line. I mean, you talk about that NIP game, 8-6, Loban and Maya were key tools to get Los that 8-6 victory. A scoreline they might not have got if they weren't putting up the performances they did in that game. But FaZe, Cyber is easily one of their best performers, and FaZe still went flawless in Swiss and made it to the semifinals with him as their worst performer. This roster is so consistent, and the talent is so deep that even when one of the best players in the world, Cyber, is having just an okay event, it's no problem for the rest of the team to pick up that slack.
Exactly, and honestly, that's the coolest thing about FaZe is you look across the board here at these players, and yeah, although Cyber might be playing slightly off to his own standards, he's still maintaining that 1.0 rating. He's still there in those big moments, where as for Los, at the beginning of this tournament, we really didn't know what was going to happen to them. Cameraman seemed like he was still trying to find the way that he wanted to plug into this roster, but the deeper that they've ran, the bigger opponents that they've found, they've came together as a squad, and now, I mean, they're looking to fully vet themselves, christen themselves, I would say, here with FaZe Clan, and truly prove that they're a Brazilian powerhouse that people must respect.
And alongside the likes of W7M, who have made it to the finals, whoever wins this game, those will be their opponents tomorrow in our grand final. They're looking to become the two-time. They are looking amongst these 2 juggernauts of Brazil, FaZe and W7M. They are looking to be the ones that get to lift that trophy for the second time. Cameraman, Maya, every one of these teams, well, except Loban, of course, but even then, Loban will get a major championship that he more than deserves, and the rest of the players on Los, if they can make this upset and perform against W7M tomorrow, they will have surely deserved the trophy based on the run they've had.
Absolutely, especially for Loban's sake, right? I mean, this guy has been truly insane, but is he going to be insane today? We have FaZe Clan versus Los, folks. It's bound to be a banger. We're going to be playing a couple of maps we haven't played a lot at this tournament. It's going to be Cafe first into Border. Those are our 2 guarantees.
Now, our social media prediction says FaZe are going to take this 62% to 38, but I think the house is feeling a lot more strong on Los. Atlanta, is that correct? Do you want Los to win? Well, we'll just have to see how they perform on Cafe for our first map. And as I said, Skyscraper, see, I defaulted to it because it's been so played, it's so in my mind as Los. I mean, how could I not? As an NA fan, that's 7-0 against Dark Zero, burned into my brain. But Cafe and Border, our 2 least played maps as the event, are the 2 ones we are guaranteed to play in this best of 3.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, folks. It's the last major of 2023, but it leads quickly into February, where we get to decide who is the champion of the realm in Rainbow Six Siege. One of these teams could be that team down the line, but we still have to crown a major champion here in Atlanta. One of these teams has a date with Destiny tomorrow, a date with W7M, the Bulls. I'll have to find out who it is now. Some interesting bands already coming through.
Interesting indeed.
Buck and Nomad going to be the bands here. I really like this Buck band especially, Carter.
I mean, the Buck band, when you normally see it on Cafe, especially a couple years ago, you immediately see a cocktail take, right? Go beneath, inside of Reading Room. Buck open the floor beneath to put pressure on those defenders playing on Cocktail. And in a meta where frag grenades are slowly being kind of moved around or even being pushed away for updates later on in next year, Buck is a great operator on Cafe that won't be a factor anymore. Nomad as well. This map is pretty notorious for just sending air jabs on windows to stop the jump outs and stop the defense from getting aggressive. Now, not as much of a possibility. For the defense, though, you can't get any more standard than that.
No, definitely not. Zombie going to be removed as well as Valkyrie, two of the key operators to Cafe's play, especially when it comes to a Zombie in her way to use that freeform utility, build up some of these sites in a way that really isn't accomplishable by other operators. So with that being said, folks, let's jump into this very first round, shall we? It's FaZe Clan versus Los. Give us some noise!
That'll be a sound that if Los win around, we'll hear quite a bit, but if FaZe start taking this game away from them, imagine the crowd will not be too pleased. It has been a tournament of villains. I believe Nick tweeted it. Every single team the crowd has been on or been hot on, G2, Dark Zero, SSG, they've unfortunately gone home. It is the villains who are now turning to heroes in the case of Los, but they've all come to play. And for Cafe, we'll have to see how Los do, as it is their opponent's pick.
Now, they've been cursing a lot of people. I tried my curses yesterday on Twitter. It worked out for one map. The second one, not so much.
And it was a great map.
It was. It was. I mean, I can tell you this. I had so much anxiety about that match yesterday. I was literally pacing around my hotel room watching the coming of end there for Los versus SSG. But now, FaZe versus Los here in FaZe Clan going to be having to deal with a top floor defense up against Los. Some things built upon some trap operators here. We got some Frost, we got some Cap Cannon, some mute jammers to hold up some walls and make it a little bit more difficult for a couple of these drones to roll through. But I like FaZe Clan's idea here, Lynx, especially working in the gridlock. We should see a lot of her when it comes to this map. It was already kind of a mainstay for gridlock before she had frag grenades, but those track stingers along with that, there's no reason to not have her in the lineup.
It's very difficult to flank on this map up through because, you know, you just have the red stairs, the white stairs. You can lock those down with air jabs or in this case, track stingers very effectively. But one player that could disrupt FaZe Clan strategy is Lobin, the man of the hour, the star player in this lobby throughout this tournament. And against SSG yesterday, FaZe were constantly disrupted by SSG's aggressive defenses. For example, Fultz playing on Solus, hopping out of windows. Lobin, I was about to say, could very well hop out a window and disrupt FaZe Clan's attacks, but he uses both of his impacts and finds his way back into mining. Instead, it's Dash from inside of Christmas to dome Cyber on the rappel.
If you guys have been bored here at this tournament with some of the gunplay, I guarantee you it's not going to be happening here. These two teams are feisty, and they want nothing but smoke. Los giving over so many kills, practically the whole bag now, as they've lost 3 people. Dash very low after his earlier engagement with the window player inside of Christmas, and FaZe Clan resting on their laurels, making sure to use that patience. It's working for them so swimmingly.
If FaZe could just keep turning these rooms into a kill box, if they can just contain the aggression from Los, like they're doing right now, this could be a very rough game. That's why we have first rounds. That's why we get out the jitters, feel out our opponents, and make adjustments later. Right now, what Dash and Maya can do, but Dash in particular can catch the attack off guard. FaZe have started leaving some gaps, and Dash is found too! A triple for the Warden now, but on very low HP. Vidaking, now the only one left on his roster, is cut down by Maya. A 2v4 to start map 1. I'm scared for what we've got for the rest of this series.
Well, you should be scared for FaZe too, because we're pulling a Corey in the first round. Ice is his teammate. KDS taking down, I believe, Vidaking there. Not something that's supposed to happen. FaZe already a train wreck here. Round 2 now on the board. FaZe probably a little shaken after that, especially with the early aggression there from Los. I really like that. Although they ended up losing quite a few bodies, obviously it ends up turning tail for them. FaZe ended up losing a round that they had every right to take.
On attack on Cafe 2, if Los have successful aggression and are able to hold map control for a decent period of time, these attacks will not be easy for FaZe if that's what Los have in store. So losing out on a round like that, where basically everything went right before that 2v4, Los tried to peek, and aside from one gunfight lost onto Cyber, everything else went FaZe Clan's way. Dropping that round could become very important depending on what happens. But again, It's the first round. If you're going to make those mistakes at any time, it should be the first round on that first pick. Nice find for Handy right there, as you can see, making that a 4v3, catching these runouts from Los before they start bringing problems for FaZe Clan's attack. That's what they need to do to win this series.
Very unfortunate shot there. He's taking down his teammate at the very end of that replay, but FaZe will just use that as a little bit of a mental reset here. They had everything set up for success in that round, so better focus on the positives rather than the negatives when you carry things over to round 2.
Here we go.
Los now with a mid-floor positioning. They're going to go for a run out here, but as we know, FaZe has kept a solid dot on a lot of these run-out locations, and Cameraman is going to give over himself and the Solus early on in round 2.
When it's come to the late round, FaZe left a gap in the final 45 seconds. But they've shut down those early runouts, those early aggressive plays from Los every single time, round 1 and round 2. And now Cameraman making that play, he's given up the Solus. Now they can't play, or Cameraman can't play, on that first floor to maybe stop a plant from below or play above and try to find where these players are droning. That's a key piece of utility you've now lost and puts a lot of pressure on Maya to keep those Yokais alive for the late round to deny that plant. It is a mining and dining defense right now, so FaZe Clan will need to take vertical control, and they're already making great progress on it. Souls especially now, making this a 5v3, cutting down dots. Cyber now feels he can repel in, but Dash makes sure he knows that that was a mistake. He retakes into Christmas, trying to take a gunfight with this player in Ticket. He's got the castle barricade behind him to shield him from White Stairs, and instead it's Maya to make this a 3v3.
Maya and Dash on this top floor. They've been holding so well. Maya's going to peel back here. FaZe Clan have control over the top floor after this kill onto Dash that they were searching for so very long. Just a miscalculation there initially, as he's been patrolling around Christmas for practically this entire time, but Maya's going to reinsert, came back up White Stairs, found that pick, but he's going to get taken down too. And with a minute remaining, it's going to be a 1 versus 2 for Loban to try and figure out.
Los have already had a monstrous clutch at this point. Maybe not monstrous, but certainly lethal. Now Loban will do what he does best. Wait for his moment. He'll give it away for a second. Super shorting through the floor.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
He knows FaZe Clan have to come down to this middle. He knows they have to come downstairs at some point. His best option is likely to play that retake. Wait for KDS to put that bomb down so he can take a 1v1 against Souls and then hopefully against KDS. That is his pathway to victory. Los still have intel on these top floor players. That Yokai's alive and signals the drop down for FaZe Clan. Los can work around. One player picked up and the other for Loban. 2 1vx's in a row for Los.
The kid's a little nasty, let me tell you. Loban, definitely not a name you want to see when you hold tab and he's the last one alive that you have to try and face. The Grim Reaper does it again, and it's 2 rounds for Los.
And you can hear the crowd. We know what side they're on.
I think they're on Loban's. Having some fun here today, folks. Happy you guys are along with us. FaZe Clan versus Los so far has kind of been somewhat of a one-sided affair. FaZe Clan with tactical error initially on their first round, as they did everything right, minus the execution, where they ended up losing a body via their own hands. But this time around, Los with some serious consideration about the top floor. Yes, they lose Cameraman with that initial volley outside, but with such a solid hold, and also FaZe with a huge oversight onto Dash's positioning, it allowed not only him, but also Maya to get away with way too much upstairs.
FaZe's attacks are just so weird right now, not in their construction, but in how the pace is going. They are doing everything right in the first 45 seconds. They are shutting down the jump outs. They are getting the opening picks. They're stopping Los from getting aggressive. And then the mid-round happens. We see some great retakes from Los, and that's where FaZe start losing gunfights, but more importantly, losing a lot of drones and leaving a lot of gaps. Despite the perfect play early on, there's still plenty of room left for players like Loban, like Maya, to take 1v1s in the late round that is then turning these rounds against FaZe. That wasn't just a 1v2. It was a 3v5 won by Los, started by the Wamai retaking Christmas. Now Maya, again, taking an aggressive position. Dash maybe contemplating a run out. These are the things FaZe have stopped so far, but will they have success with it in round 3?
A class act here for Los as they'll be holding down Bakery, and wouldn't you know it, it's going to be Monty on the other side. A tale as old as time when it comes to Cafe and this position. We'll see how it goes this time around, though, is sometimes it's high flying, sometimes it's just downright boring, as it'll be utility exchange for a while. Maybe they just give up the position, possibly slap a reinforcement up on that wall that they have pocketed, just like Los does here. FaZe is going to be working this front side of the building. Do still have some solid drones to try and consider some things, but on second judgment here, it looks like they've actually drained quite a few of these. Yes, KDS has lost that. They're down to a drone on Cyber's person, as well as Handy having a drone outright down right now. And speaking of down, Maya's going to go down, but not out. Potential for him to try and rotate back through here, and if Dots really wants to, he can try and reinforce this to assist him as well. We'll be able to at least sweep that up, make things a little bit easier for himself. He'll pop that. And is he going to get Maya up immediately? He will indeed. Some solid damage dealt over to Vita King, but a lot of open affairs here for both of these teams.
But so much done by Los to waste FaZe's time, utility, and intel game. As you said, only 2 drones left. A lot of these plays will only be informed by intuition, and Cyber's completely walked past Dash, but he backs up, and when Solus takes the gunfight, Cyber's ready for it. Another opening pick going the way of FaZe, but it's these late rounds where Los have really come into their own. It's a slow push, a slow ISO into Bakery. The Monty's finally started moving in, and Cyber's got the key to victory. This vertical control, but Dots shuts him down. He's got the shotgun too to play close quarters. He's pinched from the wall and by the Monty. He tries to progress forward, but he's isolated in that corner, and it's only Lobin with any freedom to maneuver around this bomb site or around this map. He's still upstairs. He's got that vertical control, and he's got one. He's taking down Handy, but he can't. Oh, maybe he can shoot that Monty, in fact. He's put Vita King to 1 HP, but now he's putting the bomb down. Lobin moves to the retake down White Stairs. KDS and Souls can both train their guns in this retake. Now the Monty's full shielded. Can relay intel to the rest of FaZe Clan. As for Lobin's position, a 1v2 was excellent, but this 1v3 is looking nigh impossible, as nobody from FaZe is biting. Looks over to Bakery and Red Stairs as well, trying to find something, but just as the intel was low for FaZe, there's nothing going Lobin's way in that round.
FaZe will not fall for Los's antics this time around. That's the biggest thing there. Los try a lot of different things to be able to get one up on FaZe Clan, but they strike true with that initial entry, just like we'd seen on the 2 previous rounds, just that the round actually comes to bear for them for round 3. Very well done from them, especially the patience around Bakery to allow that utility exchange and then start pressuring with their own utility. That frag grenade making a huge play, especially being able to take down, I believe, Maya there initially, and giving Los's site setup a really hard time. They try and reconcile with that with some high-flying things on the mid-floor, try and make some rotations, try and battle back against the gridlock over on the red side, but just too much given to FaZe in that positioning, and they're allowed to exploit it fully here. Some nice shots from Cyber, especially on a dash.
I think ultimately the pace of that round came down to that gunfight on the Red Stairs, because with the low drones and with Dash overall being unknown, as Cyber had to react to that gunfight instead of knowing he was there, if Dash is able to get that kill, then just back off, that's very likely a round for Los. With the very low time, the low intel, Los could have easily won that, but Cyber winning that fight, it changed everything.
Yeah, that was all about mechanics right there. Whoever hits their flick is more than likely going to win the round for their team, because as you said, I mean, if Solus ends up getting that kill, she just runs upstairs, and now you have a demon let loose on the top floor. You have no idea what you can really do. You can't play verticality the same way, because Solus can just try and give you some problems with the later flank. There's a lot of things that could have been presented to FaZe Clan if that ended up going awry. But this is the world we live in now. FaZe Clan 1 round on offense so far, and probably could have had another one under their belt with that first round, but beggars can't be choosers. Into round 4 we go, trying to see if they can potentially line things up here with Los and tie him down.
I know Jesse was curious how many looks Los could give FaZe, or new looks that is, as they were bringing out strat after strat against Dark Zero, never letting them adapt or get a feel for their opponents. We want to see some adjustments made, not necessarily strategically, but individually, denying FaZe that early pick, which they've reliably achieved, and more importantly, not putting your star players like Lobin or Maya in a position where they need to clutch a 1vx or a 2vx. We'd like to see some adjustments to the utility game, even though they lost. The utility game last round from Los was excellent to stall FaZe's time, and they've set up something similar on this top floor. The mirror windows, the ADSs, the Aruni gates, plenty of utility to keep FaZe at bay for the first half of the round.
Slow rolling so far, Los with no initial look like we had been seeing in those first 3 rounds, but honestly they weren't going that well, so you'd much rather rest on FaZe's timing as they have been playing things at a pretty slow pace, just let that clock start to eat at them, and that's exactly what they've done here. Dots gonna be forced to move with that EE1D active, so he will be spotted for just a time, but not long enough for him to actually be punished. Just a quick back and forth there on the cocktail windows. Soul's also going to lose his Twitch drone. FaZe trying their damnedest to process this top floor right now, Carter, but there's not really much to be had. The firebolts will go out. Is Vidaking gonna fly in? Frag grenade out too. He's still stuck up top. We're just waiting for that call. It's gonna be Maya that takes down KDS. We still have Cyber down low as well, but no frag grenades nowadays on that Yana. Souls with a big moment here finally as he'll take down Maya.
Man count even, Soul slowly pushing up, but 1 HP on this lurk into the bomb site. He's easily felled if anybody from Los gets beat on his position. KDS also falling on that cigar window, has forced a rotation out from FaZe to delay this execute by another 15 seconds. Now Vidaking hits the drop. He's got Souls behind him for coverage and is weaving his way onto Cocktail, but he's shut down by Dots. Unread on the Cocktail balcony. Dash for one more, Dots for a third. Los with their most dominant round so far.
As all of our mothers have probably told us, patience is a virtue. And right here it is indeed for Los, as they don't give a single look to FaZe. They just rest on the strategy. They force them to try and take things, force them to try and find these gaps in the defense. But with the way that things are being played out with Los on that top floor, there really isn't any at all. They try and flame some things off and try and use some frag grenades to soften up the defense, but the angles are way too harsh, especially with Dots positioning there. That is something that cannot go unchecked. You have not only the Heaven balcony player rotating in, but also the man with your case hopping in Skylight, and not a single person knows that he's in Cocktail. That cannot happen.
And another thing that represents the change for Los of playing that more conservative defense, playing a bit closer on the bomb side, is Cameraman. Because I don't know where the hell he was playing. I literally don't know. But you know where I know he wasn't playing? Outside the building in the first 45 seconds, which resulted in the opening pick the first 2 rounds. So Cameraman playing more conservatively, and the rest of the defense also holding the bomb site. It's an overall shift in the play from Los that really cost FaZe a lot of time and a lot of ground in that round. And just as we saw a 2v4 to 1v2 off the back of poor intel from FaZe, this time it wasn't even a 1vx. It was just a 4v4, and Dot sitting in a corner. Let's get a huge 3-piece to win that round. Just as I say that, just as I talk about the more consolidated play on the bomb site, Dots has worked his way down white stairs. The barricade is not prepped, but he does hear it. At least gaining intel for Los, and likely we'll see some play here later on in the round, especially with that Yokai.
Has the Yokai here to check it for him, Carter. But I don't think they're going to go for it just yet. It's going to be kind of a hard moment there for Dots if he does want to go for it, because with Fenrir, he doesn't have any impacts or anything, so it's either punch the door or shoot the door. Both of those very loud and aren't going to give you the ability to obviously push out immediately without a lot of noise. We usually see impact plays coming from that door frame there, but instead, he's just going to try and peel it back a bit. Doesn't want to try and overplay his hand, and why would you? I mean, Los's strategy has been working so well up against FaZe Clan. You might as well just let them try and process this map, as they've been taking quite some time in these opening 2 minutes.
They have putting those crack stingers in a position, using this clutch drone in this particular case to take down prox alarms, deny intel for Los to know when they're pushing. And Loban doesn't really care about that, though. Sitting in the corner, they don't even know. Oh, but he misses the engagement. The Brava just ducks away. It's Dash that's more successful. Cyber having a rough time in this game so far. 1 and 5 at this point in the opening pick for Los. But another key entry for FaZe Clan dismantled in the early round, as they still have yet to find a solid way into Cafe.
It's so difficult for Cyber this game, as it seems like the entire world is collapsing on him. Vidaking and the rest of the gang now starting to work their way in top red, but it's going to be Dots to strike next. Finally, Souls will get something for FaZe, but Los, they're just too damn strong. Constantly battling back against FaZe Clan and keeping this man advantage fully within their right. Mile fall off. Vidaking right on the tailcoats, but can't be able to pick it up there.
There is Dots again, though, unread inside a bathroom, waiting for someone to rotate, but a nice heads-up play by Handy. Anticipates it, hits the pre-fire, and Dots cut down. There's still so much intel for Los in this execute. The Yokais still stationed around that middle floor to find any attackers once they drop down to the middle. Vidaking on the other side, Handy will have to join him to make sure that if he puts this bomb down, he's got somebody to cover. He's made his way into mining, there's somebody down below. Vidaking has to react, a Soulless beneath the plant position. You either have to kill or a plant on a hard surface, and Vidaking's chosen the latter. He can relay this position, but he falls off again and gets a kill onto Lobin. FaZe Clan now fighting back in this round, but Maya hitting the flank. He's fallen off the Yokai, but Handy's watching Pillar. Should have an angle on this. Yes, he does, but he falls off. Vidaking able to get the plane with cameraman down. Nice headshot. 1v1. Nice 1v2, Maya. What is that? 3 clutches now for Los? And on 1 HP as well? I would not want to be Los's opponent in this game.
I wouldn't want to be Maya's opponent. Guy's walking around with the biggest cleaver I've ever seen in my life, just decapitating people left and right. And once again, when I talk sliver, folks, I mean it. This guy is on death's doorstep. Single HP to his name, still more than willing to take that gunfight with Habana, and wins the round for Los yet again. It's 4 defensive rounds here, and yes, it is Cafe. This is something that you expect, but not in this fashion.
Not in this fashion at all. FaZe have not at all been looking good in these late rounds. Now, to be fair, it's from some huge performances from players on Los. I mean, in that case, Handy had the right idea. He knew someone might flank Pillar. He just lost the initial gunfight, and that ended up costing him. That's just going to happen sometimes. You're going to miss a fight, you're going to whiff a shot, it is what it is. But it's the other 1vXs, the earlier ones that got Los this 4-1, those are the ones where FaZe had poor intel, where they didn't have enough information for where these players were playing. And so when you have a hero play like this, when you have Maya popping off, you can't account for those. But the rounds you can't account for, the ones that slipped away, that's what's punishing FaZe right now. And Los in a very good shot to move up 5-1, but they're going to the bottom floor, which is the one site. FaZe have won at this point.
Yes, indeed. It's now or never for FaZe. A 5-1 half for Los is more than anything they could really ask for. Is been looking so solid throughout this game so far. Their offense is probably going to look very similar. Lobin! Cyber, you gotta give him some respect! Lobin's on top of it. FaZe Clan, battered, bruised. Have no idea how to try and fight this maniac that is Los right now.
And this is FaZe's pick too. You'd think they'd be comfortable. You'd think they'd feel so secure in clearing out these roamers. But Los with not many footage on this map, not knowing how they play.
Oh.
FaZe are struggling. Cameraman lining up a C4, but KDS pulls back. Not that close enough in the blast radius. Lobin also dodging that grenade. This is where he thrives. In those positions nobody expects, when he can just rely on the intel given by his team and his own gun skill to win rounds for Los. They've already done the damage though, with Cyber cut down. A key player again dismantled, having a rough game so far, but it just keeps adding onto the pile of factors that are stalling FaZe's attack. The Vulcan packs on this top floor, the castle barricades, the magnets. Los have been bringing so much utility, and then on top of that, they're reliably getting these opening picks and aggressively contesting FaZe's attempt at acquiring map control.
And it's forcing them onto such poor timing, Carter. There's really no way for them to fight back right now, because when they start adopting these windows in, there's really nobody home to try and assist them on the other end. FaZe Clan constantly going back to the info well and seeing if there's something new that they can add to the pile, but as for FaZe, they really need an opening kill here. It might be gifted over from Souls, and it will. Some shots back to him. He's about 50% HP, but Los, they've done the dirty deeds, and they've gotten away with it. Lobin's worked his way back downstairs. Yeah, FaZe, you finally have top floor control, but there's only 45 seconds remaining.
And there's barely any soft destruction either. You don't have the sledge. You obviously don't have the buck as Los abandoned it. No secondary breaching charges for FaZe either. Guess we're opening up with DMRs, I guess. Might just be sending it down stairwells and into pillar, but Los have the exact execute they want. They put FaZe in the exact position they needed. They can waste 20 whole seconds with these Vulcan packs on reading door, because right as Vidaking hops down, that's where he wanted to plant. Dash simply wraps around at pillar. It's all going according to plan. FaZe are walking into a trap set by Los, and there's no one there to dismantle it. Dash still in pillar, can backstab, but instead it's Vidaking to hit the rotate. Dash still gets the kill anyway. It's all futile for FaZe Clan as Los get a 5-1 half on their opponent's pick.
They get that kill on Maya on the top floor, but I'd call it a flawless round by my standards. Los, every step of the way, gatekeeping FaZe from every portion of the map, locking them out of that top floor till the very last minute. No vertical control, no ability to get into the site, and honestly, no clue as to what the site even looks like. They jump downstairs, they punch that wooden barrier, and the Goyo canister that's on it immediately explodes. And that was at 28 seconds, guys. That means you only have 8 seconds left when that fire clears. And that allows Los to continue to work things, especially for our castle over inside of mining. Some nice rotations into dark. He finds the lion, and Los, well, they find 5 rounds. And man, do you have to be happy for that man to the right of Maya, cameraman, as he has been calling the ball so very well so far here on Cafe.
That's ultimately been one of the strongest points for Los throughout this entire stage. It took a long time. Is that dude wearing the same outfit as me?
Wait, is that a red tie? Hold on, we might need a camera on that guy later. We'll get production on it, don't worry.
Camera guy, give me that presidential candidate. Where was he?
Oh man, we might need you guys next year. Oh man, well, it's gonna be a tech timeout here, folks, and it's halftime as well, so we're gonna be switching sides too, so not the biggest, you know, degradation.
There he is. What color tie is that? Someone tell me.
That's blue. That's a blue tie.
All right, whatever.
Hey, he's looking cleanly though.
He is looking clean.
I mean, but he's got that thing on though.
Listen, man, I had to pull out the debate clothes for this one. It's my comfort.
Hey, I tell you what, if we're at SI, I'll make sure you're drippy. It's okay.
I think it's best if I only own 2 suits. I think it would ruin my charm.
Oh yeah? Lose that a little bit? Oh.
Whoa. Hey, time out. That's a foul right there. That's uncalled for.
That's a little personal.
No need. One of the best players in the world we're talking about.
I mean, it's true, but you didn't have to say it.
It's fine. FaZe might be down 1-5, but listen, this is their map pick, right? Moving to the defense now. Get caught off guard by Lobin.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. When it comes to Cafe, defense, yeah, all well and good. But we judge you based off your offenses. And FaZe's offenses, well, they're looking kind of dry.
Hey, yeah! Let's go. That's my guy right there.
Biased NA caster, huh?
I mean, they're not playing anymore. Like, I could be biased. Hello?
It's okay. I've been known to root for SSG in my day as well. It's all right. But in between these two teams, FaZe and Los right now, Los definitely looking to take the whole cake. FaZe isn't even getting a slice. They got that 1 round, but I mean, that 1 round was Los just really not able to win out in that key moment, right? It's the intangible sometimes, and that flick just not in the belt of the Solus, that moment on red. But past that, it's been Los all the time. Even in those earlier rounds where FaZe was getting key entries, wasn't really able to produce anything off of that. That first round of all of them, really a hallmark for me as to how the rest of that half was going to go.
It is important to note, of course, on that point that this could be a 3-3 half, even a 4-2 half for FaZe, given those huge clutches. But with how consistently they happened and most of them being enabled by problems in FaZe, it's not like they ended up fixing those problems necessarily. It's not like they ended up making the... Cheering for ghosts.
Cheering for ghosts. Yeah, they're in space right now. They can't even hear you. It's a vacuum out there.
True.
Sound doesn't travel in space, guys.
I hear that. I'm not a scientist, but I've heard that before. But also, anyways, we were talking about, as we are, by the way, getting back in the game.
I'm no dentist, but the server's back up.
True. Getting back into it. It's 5-1 half for Los, by the way. But as I was about to say, there's also been a continuing and worrying trend for FaZe moving into the playoffs because they were going into the main stage the best attacking team at the tournament. And yesterday, as Lax said, it was their defenses that carried their way through it. And right now on their map pick, guys, I don't know if you can read, but FaZe only had 1 attack that half. And that's not something you want on your own pick for what was the best attacking team at the tournament.
Most definitely. They're going to have to rest on their defenses here on Cafe, but as we've touched on, this is a very defensive-oriented map. all up to your offenses that really set the tone for if you take this or not. And for FaZe, well, that ship has already sailed. They have a very long road ahead of them, but they're more than capable of doing it. This top floor defense is looking pretty solid. Obviously, when it comes to this site, you're really worried about some window play and that kind of take over from the Christmas side. They have a lot of different things implemented here to try and assist with this. I especially like Souls on the Aruni here. Laser Gate's very annoying to deal with. And also, if you don't do things in good timing, Carter, they can also get reset and become an even bigger issue down the line.
They always seem to get reset at the exact worst moment. If you let somebody play behind that Aruni gate, but you clear it, right as you're about to push in, right as you're about to take that bit of map control, they just go, no. Suddenly there's a de facto barricade in your way, and there's not much you can do. We'll see how Los decide to do it. Loban has to recover that one. Oh no, he actually did make it over. I thought he bounced it off the ledge, but he does make it in. This will be the first attack we see from Los as they will attack that top floor bomb site. We saw how difficult it was for FaZe to progress into that Christmas position or move at all really along that top floor, partially because of great aggression from Loban early on, but towards the end, just a solid defensive strategy from Los. Now FaZe Clan, we don't see a Mira on the board, but this is certainly a setup with the Mozzie and the Mute that allows you to get flexible, that allows you to push for aggression because of how much intel denial is theoretically available for the defense.
Well, no EMPs here, so we're going to have to get Gridlock over in the windows. He's going to gritty his way on over there and get rid of this Mute jammer, allow them to open up that wall. KDS, more of an open floor plan when it comes to the freezer here. And the deployable shield as well. This is something that we've done for quite some time. It really depends on the team. If you want to get more aggressive, this is a really solid setup. But the key thing is here, folks, is that no ADSs for him. He's going to have maybe a couple of my discs around, but it really depends on where Cyber ended up putting those. So it could be problematic down the line. But fortunately enough for him, no more frag grenades, as Dash has allocated those elsewhere to try and clear some things up for Los.
Track Stingers out!
Track Stingers go out in the same position. We saw FaZe put them quite a bit on the attack just to stop the rotation up Whitehall or up White Stairs. Dot seeing behind that shield, but there's nobody behind it anymore. KDS has relocated onto the Palace position, or into Deep Freeze, actually. So by that shield, but certainly not behind it. Just slowly pulling this back, slowly retreating into the safety of the bomb site. Lion out, cut down. Dot's looking to push in. Beams KDS. Loban finds another opportunity. Instead, it's the Hibana with all the action in round 7, as it's a triple for Dots as he cuts his way through the cocktail balcony. King down below, though, ends his reign of terror. Diffuser now dropped on the floor. He has to win this fight to make his way back up. Cameraman watching. Cameraman loses it. Doesn't win the initial engagement, but gets him on the retake. Handy now with attempt number 2. Will have to be in the post plan as well. Stash has now placed that diffuser on the floor. Flashbang blinds Handy, so his gunfight will be a few seconds later. He knows Cameraman's here, but the Dokkaebi anticipates it, waiting for him to peek! 2-piece for Cameraman, 6-1 now for Los. Their first attack, no problem at all.
There's nothing worse, I'm telling you, than fighting a man on the Spider-Man rappel, upside down, trying to fend him off, especially with the angle you have to try and take up. That's why you saw Handy go for that prone angle instead. If he tries to fight that windowsill, there's a good chance that the top of that window just completely blocks the body of Cameraman for him. So well struck from Cameraman there, especially playing off of the partially broken barricade. That's just so big brain.
This has been a worrying start for FaZe, one of the quiet favorites of the tournament.
What do you get excited about for FaZe right now?
Yeah,
Carter?
I mean, there's nothing really. I mean, to be fair, the one round they won was good. It's not like it was a fluke. Sure, one gunfight might have changed the pace of it, but Cyber won that fight. And then they won it pretty dominantly after that. But beyond that, Los's late round, they have enough individual talent to make it work, and in this case, for the early execute, have enough individual talent just to win 3 1v1s gifted to Dots as he moves into Freezer. Los have just relied on their fundamentals, not necessarily of the game, but as a team. They have some incredibly talented players, they know how to spot gaps, and so even if the round takes a long time, as before Dots is pushing to Freezer, Los really didn't have that much. They say, all right, we got to make a play, we got to do something, but we know we're good enough to win these fights, and that might just be enough. And in this case, it's put Los on match point. They just need one more to take FaZe's pick at one of the most dominant score lines possible.
Yeah, FaZe one of the most dominant attacking teams at this entire event, but I mean, as of right now, Los looking like one of the best gunfight teams in the world. And that's pretty crazy to say, especially with teams like G2 here as well as W7M. It really feels like Los might be a team to finally give W7M a little bit of a test down the line, but we have to get there first. As it at least stands right now, Los looking pretty about this. Cyberzera is going to get droned out just a tad bit as he patches up that front door, but we already have some presence on this mid floor from Maya. He's going to be the only one in the building for Los right now, as we'll be working things across. As we all know, the mid floor very, very important for the setup when it comes to the kitchen defense. You want that verticality in your hands as an offender. Open up that flooring and start making it difficult for the defenders to try and play around things like bunker. This is all going to be up to Dash with that sledgehammer. They haven't even got dots inside yet, folks. This man has been doing so much droning. He's still in spawn.
It's not the early round Monty play we saw from FaZe where they just sit King on the bakery door to watch the guy behind the bar. No, Dots is like, all right, I've got the diffuser. My Monty's meant for the late round. That's fine. I'll drone people out. I'll get control of the middle floor, which they have. And they got here with over half the round to go. It might be sub-minute 30 now, but Dash is opening things up at excellent pace at this point. And now they might be tight on time if they try to move down white stairs. But if Los are just efficient with what time they have remaining, this is very winnable.
And this is honestly starting to build up to be a freezer take. They're not even looking towards Bakery, and this can work really, really well, especially with Dots here. They don't even have, well, they do have one Nitro cell, and as well as handy on top of that with the Yokais to try and give Dats a hard time. But the key thing is that Monty becomes such a focal point for the defense to try and deal with in a situation like this. If Los is able to use that as a distracting measure on top of a call from cameraman or something like that, this could become a huge issue for them as this collapse comes in. But it's going to be KDS to start us off, and KDS to potentially finish this as well as the Monty goes down. What a pre-fire from Loban, though. He'll take down Handy, but it's practically all said and done. All to the VIP player. KDS will shut up Lowe's as they try and take control of the back end of the basement floor.
I gotta say, when we cut to the Monty, that's not where I thought he would be. But as we find Loban, he's exactly where King is. Downs him, but smoke canister choking off his entry into the main lobby. Oh, okay, does find another. No, he's just padding his stats. Everyone calm down. I know Loban's great. He's got his exits, but it's not the round for him. But again, when I see the Monty and I see they're going for a freezer take, I'm like, all right, they probably don't have enough time to take white stairs. We'll see him maybe drop down the freezer hatch and then make his way into freezer. I did not expect to see him unshielded, actively trying to melee KDS behind the shield. I suppose, you know, to each their own.
Yeah, I guess. You know, when I saw that lining up, I'll be completely real with you. I thought that we were, especially with the verticality that we were looking into, going to be going for something like a bunker plant or something like a plant right behind the bomb chassis, right outside the freezer door, right? But that's not what we got at all. Monty either flies down white or drops down the hatch and hops through the freezer rotate to try and assist with that VIP player, but clearly not the right idea, as KDS had some other things in mind, and it just so happened to be a triple kill in that last round. But what else are you going to do when your back's against the wall in a scenario like this? Let's see it right here. Great mindset from KDS. When it comes to Monty and that pressure is pushing on top of you, you never want to worry about Monty until the shield slide. Just let him rock. They know you're there. Worry about everybody else around him. Try and take those gunfights, because I guarantee you'll even surprise professional players.
Great heads-up play from KDS there. 3K in that round for him. Huge reasons to why FaZe Clan get only their second round so far this game. But we saw 6-1 comebacks yesterday. Unfortunately, to the many of you in the crowd, it was non-SSG who ended up winning that series. But I'm sorry. My bad.
Boo, Carter, boo.
Shut up. Why are you booing me? I didn't do it. You think I beat him?
It's all Lynx's fault, folks. At Casting Links on Twitter, tell him about it.
I mean, you should. You should. Listen, you can follow if you want.
No. Follow his TikTok, though. That's you make good content over there.
Are you?
You're probably going to make some good content about this game and the fact that FaZe really hasn't been able to figure it out, minus some key moments where some players pick up some big frags.
Now, outside of that KDS round, and obviously the Monty take that we saw in round 1, it's very much been a dominant Los game, but they at least got there first, and that's where everything can start. It's middle floor defense now, and Los have done a pretty good job at moving into the map, where FaZe's big problem was they'd get kills from aggressive Los players in their attacks, but didn't move into the building until quite late in the round. Los moved into the map on that first attack very, very quickly, and now seem to be repeating that again, as Dots has made his way onto red stairs, and Lobin and Cameraman are already setting up on the cocktail side to cut off anybody from FaZe's defense who tries to move down to that bottom floor. Cameraman even has the Grim as well, which can make anybody playing there uncomfortable.
Oh.
But you know what's equally uncomfortable? A C4 from below that Los simply had no counter for.
You always got to worry about that when you're rolling through Ticket too, right? Especially when there's presence on that mid floor like a reading dining defense. There's always some potential for that rotate to go awry, and that's what's exactly going to happen to Dots. Although they don't give over many bodies, this is definitely manageable, especially after they take down KDS, the big player from the previous round. Lobin works his way in. Nobody in deep freeze, but a dead smoke. There's going to be one in bathroom, though. CyberZero will be able to trade that out, luckily enough for them. A minute remains now in this 3 versus 3. Dash does have some presence over here on this side, but this frag, they might get Cyber. He has to abandon ship, but Maya with some beautiful shots. They know Souls is on this top floor, too. How is Souls going to be able to play this out from heaven?
Handy certainly can. Oh, he doesn't see him because of the scope, but Dash doesn't either. He switches to the pistol, and Dash gives him a freebie to win. But Maya still kicking with the diffuser as well. That's put Handy in what was effectively a 1v3, but now a 1v2. But we're in a similar situation to Lobin's. Back in round 2 with one player who has to plant and the other, the only gun for Handy to worry about. He's crept in a pillar, and Cameraman shuts him down. A drive-by pick in pillar gives Los a 7-2 victory on their opponent's pick.
And Cafe, a monument to Los's opulence in this matchup so far, as they have looked fantastic, even in the moments where it seems unwinnable for them, more than willing to go for the clutch. Such a solid game from them so far. Border up next, and not only that, but it's Los's pick.
And if I am FaZe and I've just lost my map pick and the place I gotta go is one of the most gunfight-heavy maps in the entirety of Rainbow Six, I'm quaking in my boots. Do you think KDS or Cyber want to fight Lobin and Maya on Border? This might just be one of the roughest maps we've seen this tournament. But then again, of course, you gotta be careful with predictions. But I'm just saying, with what Los's playstyle's been, Border might just be the best map they've had so far.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm just going to say this, better them than me, because I would not want to deal with Los at all. Let's see if the desk wants to give us a breakdown on what we just saw in Cafe.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Carter. I think a lot of people walked in this building immediately assuming a G2 and FaZe Clan Grand Final was on the cards, but now we're one map away from it being W7M and Los instead. How are we feeling about Los getting a dub there, Atlanta? And I think that reaction also probably surprises a lot of the players too, because again, 8th place in the regular stage, they come in here and now they're so close to a Grand Final.
No, I mean, Los is putting up one hell of a performance from through this entire thing, but specifically yesterday and now today, shutting out FaZe on their map pick, closing out on a 7-1. I mean, we were talking about FaZe, looking like the best attacking team. Again, FaZe is not attacking up to where we've been putting them or where they were performing as of, what, the other day?
Yeah. And Los, they really learned from Space Station when they went for those attacks against FaZe Clan. They kept things chaotic. They kept things crazy. I think FaZe Clan were really worried about aggression in that early round. And Los, they didn't not have it. They were taking some fights in those early rounds, but generally FaZe, with their really patient play, were able to shut a lot of that early aggression down. The problem came when they didn't have that intel in the late round. The problem came when they couldn't find those yokais in the late round. And time after time after time, Los were put into really favorable but man disadvantaged situations, and they pulled out the clutches. They always had the intel advantage late. They always had the time advantage late. And when FaZe went for those executes, there was always something that they just weren't accounting for.
And I think that's what goes into Los's playstyle specifically that is matching up so well against FaZe, is the fact that they are playing that aggressive playstyle, they are getting that initial pick, but they're immediately falling off and then playing the mid to late rounds almost perfectly.
I think you really, obviously we're going to highlight these players on Los that are fragging, right? Dash did really well. We saw Loban do really well. Doth popped off. But I think Maya, not only did he go 9 and 6, but also was contributing so much on that intel game that enabled so many of those late plays. He was the one rocking that echo that gave them so much information to allow them to go for clutch after clutch to really put up those numbers in the late round to win when it really mattered. So you got to give Maya credit.
Well, I called them the duo, and you saw that Echo Drone's still up there after Maya already got a 3K, and it set Loban up for that 2K to close out that, what, third round?
The team play was great, but it's the clutches we should highlight because that had everybody in this building shaking, and I mean stomping on the ground, cheering. Everything about those clutches was great, dude.
Yeah, and not to mention Dash's rat plays. So often he was being misdroned, and I want to showcase both rounds 1 and 6. Keep note of how they have no idea where Dash is. Nobody's even looking at him. Multiple times throughout this game, even when he gets the opening pick, they assume he falls back. Then round number 6, again, they're not ready for him to be down here below the new balcony, and they completely miss where he's going to end up being. This throws a wrench into the push of FaZe every single time, and whilst FaZe, they make this plan, they get ready to execute it, as soon as they begin that execution, somebody's there, and it typically was Dash disrupting things and making it so difficult for that push to actually go off correctly.
And it makes you question in terms of the adaptability that Los is implementing into this game, that whether FaZe knew what they were doing or not from previous, regional stuff, that they did switch it up here, which is why they didn't drone Dash, because they figured he was on the opposite side of the map. And that's why I've talked about so many times, when you just switch one person's their spot, their rotation, throwing in a different operator, it can really throw off a team and what they're initially trying to set up and how they're trying to push through the map.
Well, we all know Cafe sometimes can be devilish to both attack and defend, and it looked like Los just had FaZe's number the whole way. Cameraman saw his old team on the other side of the stage and said he was seeing red, but not the red on FaZe's jerseys, the red in the back of his eyes, saying this is the time that we can finally put this team to rest and go to a grand final.
Well, I'll say this. We were wondering if they, used all their gas, blew everything on that DZ game, but no. I mean, they shut me up. They are 100% here to win this tournament, to make a statement.
Yeah, and it wasn't even that they just were playing like these ridiculous strategies. I don't think that they had prepped a ton of big castle mirror strats that we saw yesterday. A lot of it was just those individual moments, getting aggro in the mid round, making sure you can win out late from good positioning. I really did like that style of play coming through from Los. It turned out big time for them.
All right, well, let's see if this ultimate Brazilian underdog story can actually go all the way to a grand final, or if FaZe have some fight in them. It's Border up next. Don't go anywhere.
Hello guys, my name is Alemão and I play for G2 Esports and I'm so ready to play Seed Sounds.
How I know the game? Perfectly, I'm professional guys. We are not here to have fun, it's just the job.
Do you think you're going to beat the other teams?
Probably not.
How well do you know the maps?
I mean, I don't think I know them perfectly, to be honest. I mean, if I hear something about maps, every maps, all the game, I will. It's easy for me, like this.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
I was born ready.
Yeah. Let me vibes on it. I need to feel the sounds.
So I want to say it's bank.
It's border. In the sky, it's a helicopter, easy.
And I think it's helicopters in border. Oh.
What? Tank? You're kidding me.
There! It's border. I want to say it's border.
Must be border again. It's border again. Can't fool me. Knew it.
Because of the sun here, I think it's like, could be chalet.
It's fucking Jason, the guy with the... He's not Siege.
If I had to go with a map, I'd probably say Oregon.
Theme park.
Oh, theme park is not on the... No, theme park is out!
Ah, man. Where is this? Cafe, spawn cafe. On the police cars. Must be.
I'm thinking it's consulate.
Maybe clubhouse.
I think it's Oregon, outside lobby door. I changed my answer. Yeah, I cheated.
Clubhouse. I see. I forgot about Clubhouse. That's another map.
Must be Oregon. Must be Oregon outside main door, for sure.
Could be Consulate, but I'm not sure.
See, I want to say Consulate again. I mean, I don't think it's front door spawn, but it's Consulate.
Okay, but you've got 1 out of 5. How are you feeling?
It's not bad, 1 of 5. Could be 0, right? You have to think. Like, you have to see the glass half full, not half empty.
Half full with 1 out of 5?
Kind of like 20% full.
Thanks for watching. See you at the major. Support Wolves because we are the best. And if you don't, we don't like you very much. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cizin and I play for Sonics, and today I'm going to be playing Drone in the Unknown.
Oi, sou o JV92 da W7M e hoje eu vou descobrir os drones aí que...
Hi guys, this is Boys from Team M80 and today I'm playing Drone in the Unknown.
どうも、スカーズ所属のピョンです。Drone in the Unknown.
My map knowledge, pretty good I'd say. I've been playing this game since I was like 11.
Eu acho que meu conhecimento de mapa é bom. Eu sempre posiciono uns dronezinhos aí pra galera matar. É, isso aí é fora do mapa do arranha-céu lá, Skyscraper.
That is Dragon on the map Skyscraper. The architect is giving away that it's Skyscraper.
高層ビルだと思います。
I can just tell because of the kind of sculpture.
Eu acho que você está todos, né? Tá fácil. Isso aí é mole.
Wait, what?
うわ、むずい。見たことないけど、なんか見たことある。
I see a book. I'm pretty sure it's cafe.
Isso aí é no café lá, pô. Isso aí, esse livrinho aí, ó. É no café.
Café.
Yeah, this is Skyscraper for sure. I say we're pretty good at cafe, yes, I know that map. Yeah, okay, nah, got that one wrong. I see some anime books. I don't know what anime that is though. I want to say Skyscraper because I see like kind of the pattern on the wall.
背景。壁の。
Do lado da suíte lá, do Sky.
Skyscraper.
That's Skyscraper.
5 de 5 é muito fácil, cara. Isso aí, ó. Dá pra ver tudo, pô.
待って、どこだ?
Yeah, I'll just go chalet. I have no idea.
It's so easy. Yeah, fronteira, border. No... Arquivos?
Border.
This is, I think, border. I think it's in tellers.
もう分かったのは、上の。
The same thing here. I recognize the pattern in the ceiling.
Essa é difícil, pô.
The radio, I could tell just because of the knives and the stuff in the background, so quite an easy one. They both have radios in the map, so it's Nighthaven or Consulate.
Vou chutar chalé.
Basement on Clubhouse.
Nighthaven Rubber.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say Consulate Garage. Wow, okay. I was completely wrong. I just got done playing Drone in Unknown. Had a lot of fun playing today.
全問正解。私だけでした。
And yeah, see you guys at the major.
Torce pra W7M aqui, ó. Ó, vamos em busca do bicampeonato.
10 months ago in Copenhagen, they made it all the way to the semifinals just to lose in 2 straight maps. Here in Atlanta, they find themselves all the way in the semifinals, and they've already dropped map number 1. So there's a pretty bad sense for FaZe Clan in this game of Deja Vu, Jesse.
Indeed it is, Jacob. And in fact, back in Copenhagen, they played map number 2 after getting blown out map number 1 on Border.
Oh, no.
They have not played Border since. They got blown out against Team Liquid in the semifinals. They went home 3rd, 4th in the last major. They have not played it again since this match right here coming up. Border, it will be them versus Lowe's. If they lose it again in the semifinals, they will again be going home.
Listen, I don't want to ride on FaZe, okay? Like, they aren't done here. We saw it yesterday, you know, that huge comeback from SSG. They did use that time to take away, break it down. They were just smiling over there, looking over this map. So you can only assume that they got things prepped and ready for this, but it needs to be better than what it was in Chalet. I mean, not Chalet, Cafe. Because if they can't bring that and they can't surprise what Los is bringing, it's not going to look too great, but I am confident that they have the resilience to bring this back.
The guys on FaZe Clan have been here before. A lot of them have won a major. This is still the majority of that team, I think, that won the Sweden major way back when. The guys on Lowe's haven't been in this position before. They've never been up this high. When Team 1 won back in Mexico, it wasn't with any person that's currently playing on this roster, but Cameraman has actually won something. What do you think those guys are feeling right now? And Lax, what do you do as a pro to make sure that you don't just completely crumble even though you're up by 1 map right now?
You just got to focus every round by round. You don't care that you won the first game. You don't care that you won even the next round. You just got to stay focused. You got to keep everyone focused on the main goal, and that's to see it all the way to the end.
Los already 7-0'd one team after getting a great momentum map 1. They could do it again here, Jacob.
Oh, you think? Oh no, we don't need to relive. We don't need to.
So are you
reliving that Dark Zero moment?
I'm absolutely picking Los, Lax.
I'm gonna go with Los. Even though I gave FaZe the credit that they do deserve.
Yeah.
They 100% deserve it. But I am gonna have to go with Los.
All right, you picked the Los.
Los.
All right. Do we see 2-0 in Los's future right now? Is that it? I need y'all to wake up a little bit more. Is Los going to the grand final or what? And do we still have any FaZe Clan fans in the house?
Not really.
What on earth has happened to FaZe to get this many boos, man?
To be fair, Los are the underdogs realistically here. So for an underdog story and the story that they have, they 100% deserve to have the crowd behind them.
All right, well, crowd's already made their decision. Let's find out if we're going to map 3 or if Los close it out in 2. It's Sam and Carter with the call.
Jacob, I've got an answer for you, actually, because you asked what happened for the FaZe to get to this point. I'll tell you what happened.
What happened?
Map 1 happened. Map 1 of Los demolishing FaZe on their pick. That is what happened. Everyone wants to root for the underdog, right? And we've done that plenty of times throughout this tournament. But for Los to demolish FaZe in that manner, how can you not win over the crowd at that point?
It's true, it's true. How are you guys feeling about Los right now? It's pretty crazy, and it's hilarious because I was actually just about to refer to your sign, my friend. That fraud sign, that's very well made. I see all the snaps out here too, folks. You guys are absolutely hilarious. Thank you guys for keeping the house alive and well, but it might not be for much longer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is potentially the last map of the day.
Potentially the last map, potentially the map that Los make their grand finals, where Cameraman will get revenge on his team, Atlanta. Are you ready? Border, a map that FaZe left up, that Los picked, and now on a hot streak with the wind in their sails. But more importantly, we're after a map where Loban and Maya recreated some of the countless successes they've had this tournament. That is the map that FaZe have to face them on. That is ridiculous to think about.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with the fact that this map only has 5 plays at this tournament. We have barely seen this thing for the entire breadth of Atlanta. And honestly, I think there's a very good reason why. This map doesn't really rely too much on strategy. It is there, but it mostly relies on gunfights, that mechanical ability, as well as being able to play off your teammates for those picks. It feels like a down-home FPS when you come to Border, and that's why Los feels so comfortable on this map. The ban phase is done, both of these teams knowing exactly what they want to get rid of. It's going to be Buck, especially for the offensive side. That's going to be very, very interesting. I like that ban a lot. It kind of falls into the same realm that we see on Cafe, right? There's a lot of verticality. Same thing can be said about this map. If you're playing something like Armory or something along those lines, Buck can exploit that bottom floor fully and make it very difficult to play a lot of these defensive standpoints that you're so very used to seeing. But as for the rest of the ban phase, we're going to have Ying out as well as Mira and a little Fenrir action. Really like that Fenrir ban too, Carter, as this map is very short and condensed, and Fenrir makes it so very difficult to try and take those fights inside of those enclosed environments.
But an important defensive operator, well, technically 2 important defensive operators have been left up. The Valkyrie, of course, you still have those black eye cameras available to the defense, Solus as well. But the most important operator for me that has been left up is that Azami, because on Border, she can completely change how you play the map. She's often a great addition on maps like Clubhouse, Garage, for example, or on Oregon Basement. But when you leave the Azami up on Border, CCTV becomes infinitely more difficult to take. You can basically stick the Azami by herself in CCTV and let her recreate the entire architecture, the entire flow of the room. And who have they given those Kiba barriers to? Loben. The player nobody wants to peak this tournament. They have said, here's Azami, have fun. You can do whatever you want in CCTV so long as you make it hell for FaZe Clan to clear.
Yeah, that's exactly what that operator provides there. It used to be, folks, that we'd play something like a Frost with a deployable shield in there. You set it on the horseshoe desk, and you just try and play out your life. But with Loben, specifically on this operator, as Carter was just touching on, it becomes so much more difficult just because of the amount of utility that you have to clear. What a little cheeky angle here from Loben. If he gets something out of this, I will definitely be stealing this one for my own arsenal. But KDS instead will be able to move in graciously around that and get those track stingers down towards the bottom of metal.
It'll cut off Dash's egress from this main door, spots him, and somehow it's actually the second attempt at that gunfight for KDS to get that kill. Dash is in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Caught on the opposite side of those track stingers. KDS feeling a bit more secure on this entry down through the bottom floor now. Zyra also cutting down Maya. If we were worried about FaZe Clan not winning these fights, round 1 has proven to be the best they've looked so far throughout both of these maps. Especially for Cyber. Only 1 kill on their attacking half on Cafe, but here he's already doubled it. And is it looking to continue for more? The nade from below by KDS does not work. And Loben, surprisingly, despite the aggressive position he's been holding, one of the only 2 defenders left alive.
No place really to go from here either. Dots. Critical miss there, one they're really going to want back. But this round so far has been all FaZe all the time. A fantastic setup and a flawless round for them as they quickly dispatch the entirety of Los. Able to get the gridlock in very quickly, get those track stingers down low, making Dash's job a heck of a lot harder. He actually gets caught up in those trying to escape. That's what slowed him down on that exit, allowing Gridlock to get that kill. And then FaZe Clan is immediately capable of taking control of that top floor, start working things from the east stairwell, as well as keeping things active around CCTV. Makes it really difficult for Los to find a safe space. You especially see this in Cameraman's movement, right? He tries to back off, but they already have that player set up, Mark, and ready over on the east stairs to collapse upon them and not allow those rotations.
One thing for FaZe that they might look to. That's something that most excellent. Just ridiculous entries from Cyber. But speaking of, one thing that FaZe can look forward to is they got the opening pick a few times on their attacking side, and then it was huge retakes or clutches from Los to win the round. If FaZe can get the opening pick on Border, this map is often far more susceptible to the trend of if you get the opening pick, you win the round, because you have to defend so much of the map. You have to defend CCTV, you have to defend archives, especially on Teller's archives right now, or excuse me, Office, up above on the second floor, you need to defend so much of the map no matter what bomb site you're holding. So if the attack gets an opening pick, that's usually a segment of the map either that's now much easier to clear or officially in the control of the attack, and Border can often snowball from there. So whereas on Cafe, Los could often fall back on the setup to get something, here that's not as viable a strategy.
And most definitely, Border is currently our least played map, as we touched upon. This will be the 6th play here at this tournament. Folks, it has a 41% defensive win rate. It is the worst in the pool by far. And speaking of the bomb sites, when it comes to the main 3, we won't even talk about Supply Customs because it's only got 2 plays on it. But the other 3, specifically this one here, Teller's Bathroom, is the most defendable site out of the others at 44%.
Part of it might be because if you can just hold on to that directly upstairs position for a long time, or can retain control of Passport in the late round, you can often stop the attack from moving into the bomb site entirely. Those are 2 of the more defensible positions on the map, or at least in the case of Customs, one that the attack often forgets to clear. Early utility usage from FaZe Clan, utilizing these Rotero drones to open up holes in the wall or destroy castle barricades. But if you were worried that FaZe Clan might overlook Customs and let someone lurk there late in the round, they are, at least right now, very focused on clearing utility on that part of the map, instead letting Cyber lurk around upstairs.
Honestly, FaZe's pacing on their offenses works perfectly into a map like this because there's not a lot to accomplish on Border. It is a lot of patience plays and just seeing if the defense can potentially overplay their hand, gifting you over a kill or practically some map space that you didn't have just yet. For FaZe, worked handily in that first round as they were able to garner a flawless one. KDS now with solid positioning around Customs. He'll miss his mark, but that doesn't mean that Cyber will. He'll take down Maya. Another big moment for Souls here as they've created the kill box on this bottom floor. These Roteros and everything else making these harsh angles that Los cannot deal with. They don't even know the handies on the top floor. Is it going to be a back-to-back flawless, folks? It is! As FaZe have woken up. No longer frauds on this offensive side.
So FaZe came to play. As 2 back-to-back flawlesses is as quite literally dominant a start as you could get. Cyber especially, 2 opening picks in a row, completely taking control of at least one part of the map every single time. In round 1, he entirely opened up East Stairs and then made it a lot easier to take CCTV control. And this time, opened up CCTV entirely.
Yeah, the key thing here for Los, folks, is the fact that they're allowing FaZe to get a lot of this setup done, but it's also really, really difficult to try and battle back against the way that they're accomplishing this. Exactly how do you prepare for 4 Flores drones to just roll through and start opening up angles that weren't necessarily going to be something that you expected FaZe to try and go for? You're looking for them to try and move some bodies into place, but instead they're using utility to accomplish a lot of this, and then using those bodies and those angles as a secondary thing later on into the round. It's working very swimmingly for them right now because Los aren't able to strike true in this opening minute and a half like they love to do on Cafe.
5 seconds left before insertion.
No, Los' strong point is not meeting any target on FaZe the way they want to. FaZe seem to be running circles around them at this point, at least through these first 2 rounds. We'll move to another bomb site. Teller's Archives, Armory. No, back to the Armory, actually. Excuse me. So we will repeat from Los, but we do have some similar setups. Lobin still on Azami inside a CCTV. We have the addition of the Valkyrie this time, so that will be intel going the way of Los. However, FaZe Clan will see that Azami and CCTV, likely see the similarities at board round 1, and know that most of this attack doesn't necessarily need to change so long as they are wary of the potential intel.
Solid standpoint here for Los to stand on, but we saw how it went last time. They went back to the same well as they did in the first round. It's going to be an Armory defense here. KDS in the exact same position with the exact same setup around metal stairs. This time around, though, he's been vetted by the Valkyrie camera. Frag grenade out, and this should be called. Fortunately enough, nobody will die here, as there were plenty of bodies in the area, just nobody home when it came to that nade. Lobin's actually going to find him on the yellow mark with the deagle. A couple shots will actually pop into him, but it's actually going to be Maya as well as Cameraman that go down here. And once again, FaZe able to play this round out the way that we saw them trying to do things over on Cafe. Set up that kill box around the top floor, get somebody actively working the flooring with frag grenades down low. These players have to try and flush things out, have to try and take these gunfights, and FaZe are striking true.
Dash looks to retake. He's got intel on that East Stairs player. Cyber, the demon, cut down. Now Los will retreat. They've got one of their picks, but Lobin is alone on an island inside of CCTV, and the rest of FaZe are just storming on into Armory. Dots doesn't even know. Dash shuts down KDS. So focused on this East Stairs player, takes him down, but again, FaZe have the bomb site. They took the entirety of Armory while Los were so focused on Archives. Vitakin can get this plant. That's not a question. Souls just has to cover, has to dodge this C4 and make sure Lobin can't retake. Bomb goes down successfully. C4 still in Dash's pocket. They'll have to take this gunfight if they want to make it work. Dash now down, nobody to double up on Souls. Lobin, the only one left. He has that 1v2 to think about, but he only gets one. 3-0 for FaZe Clan. Not a flawless, but an excellent rotation. FaZe looking indomitable on border.
Yeah, these offenses looking a heck of a lot better. Los are going to call the timeout immediately here. Really good idea from them, especially given the circumstances. Although Border a terrible defensive side map, you still need some rounds over here. And not only that, but FaZe have looked dominant in absolutely everything that they're doing. My personal opinion, it just feels as though Los has given up the goods a little bit in certain situations. They're going for a couple of big swings, trying to find those big kills like they did on Cafe. But FaZe are more than ready for it this time around, and it's working swimmingly for them. Cyber especially, a completely different beast than he was on Cafe, not really finding his mark over there, but 5-1 so far through 3 rounds on Border.
That's ultimately the difference maker for me. 3-0 on entry as well for Cyber throughout these first 3 rounds. FaZe basically put him in a position to say, all right, we might give you some intel, but basically we're just going to put you into a position and you should be getting a kill. Just hang out, play some of these windows. Before, it was the CC window. That time, it was the courtyard balcony window. Just waiting for somebody from Los to move through the map and then get a kill, and then that's when the FaZe attack starts. Even think back to round 2, where it was so quiet for FaZe, and then Cyber gets that pick, and all of a sudden, that's when it felt the round actually started. FaZe are just waiting for Los to slip up. Maybe not even swing, but just rotate in front of the wrong position, and once somebody gets that pick, usually Cyber so far, that is when FaZe say, all right, let's go.
Absolutely. That's the beauty out of Cyber, too, especially that first round we saw where he was able to collapse in behind CCTV. Those are the moments that you're looking for FaZe, where they get a little bit of an inch of that rope, take a mile.
5 seconds left.
To see if they can do so with round 4 after Los's timeout. And I love the strategy change here from Los. A lot of traps coming out to play. This is something that is a hallmark of Border. A lot of times when teams start to struggle when the offense starts to just be overwhelming, things like traps, things like EDDs as well can really give you a big problem. Losing HP or making it where you can't sprint with the likes of the Goo Mine.
But EDDs are powerful in really 2 positions. One in which you place them on spots that people don't normally know about. And I mean, one on Border is a big one. I mean, you have that double door halfway down the 90 hallway. I forget there's even a door there half the time.
I was literally talking to Pengu about that a couple of days ago. It was one of my favorite spots to put EDDs in all of Rainbow Six, and I completely agree with you.
But then the other EDD position where they're powerful is the late round, where the attacking team forgets, then they walk into them. But that implies that you need to start stalling time. The big problem for Los is they haven't been winning these fights. But now, finally in round 4, an opening pick goes their way. But KDS quickly recovers. Maybe on the second, no, he backs off. Maya instead is the one that gets the kill. Where Los have been struggling in this early round, now they actually have a lead for the first time in this game.
And this is what we expected more out of Los. You can see these key positionings around the map, making things very difficult for FaZe to play the entry game. Vidaking's gonna walk into one of these Goo Mines. He's been read out now. And Los, they've kind of fallen back on this top floor, making life a little bit easier for them, keeping this man advantage well within their right. They've already accomplished what they needed to up against FaZe. Now they just have to try and rest for the rest of the round, see what FaZe's answer is going to be, and then strike while the iron's hot.
For this recovery as well, it's extremely difficult for FaZe. They're down to 1 drone. 1 singular bit of intel gathering they have available to them, and it's in none of the players' pockets that are still alive. It is simply a flank drone, and maybe not even a useful one. So Maya sitting in that position on the opposite side of Beepers, he's gonna go unread. Dots, his position is only now known because he gave it away, but not for Vitaking, who goes in for the counter swing. FaZe are at least trading things out, but while they were on the back foot, now Handy cuts down Maya. They have control of the top floor, and they finally equalize the man count, whereas Los have been one step ahead the entirety of round 4. More importantly as well, 40 seconds remaining, and Handy can begin opening up this top floor, finding angles on these defenders down below, but everyone from Los is backed out of the bomb site. They're looking to play the retake. They're waiting for FaZe Clan to drop.
There's no drones for FaZe to work with either. Both of these players, 0 drones in the pocket, only 1 active as well, and we have no idea where the heck that even is. They know that it's coming through now. He has to get off the case, but does he know that Dash has this back door open? He doesn't cook the frag, and Los with a beautiful round. The pacing is exactly what we expected out of them when we got to border. It isn't what we got initially. A little overcompensation in some moments, but that time around, the power positions around that top floor especially gifting them over exactly what they needed to take round 4.
We finally see the read from Los that we needed to see. FaZe often like to entry on that east side, but more importantly, Los has identified where they wanted to entry. It's been the east side a few times, it's been maybe CC another time, but overall, FaZe like that part of the map. So, Los decide, okay, we still need to play aggressive. Border's not a site where you can just anchor the bomb site and play it like cafes, sit behind that utility. You need to get aggressive. What we're not doing is playing off each other. We're not coordinating plays. It's a lot of solo efforts, and then we're getting cut off. Now you have the Solus sprint up east stairs, get the kill, and even though they fall, there's someone all the way in CCTV to trade out Dash once he goes down. That's Maya with this kill right here. That's what Los have been lacking. They've been lacking the obviously successful initiative, but more importantly, when they got that advantage, there were plenty of players in positions to make sure they kept it.
On a map like Border, Carter, you have to play actively off of the information that is coming to your team, especially from the defensive side. I mean, we always talk about how big it is to be able to get a kill on any map. I mean, all of these operators and their utility is worth its weight in gold, but it's practically platinum when it comes to Border because having guns alive on this map is of the utmost importance. When you have a man advantage on Border, I mean, it feels like you're a juggernaut. Nobody can stop you. You can just trade things out, and 9 times out of 10, you're winning the round. Los looking so solid right now. Is they're actually going to head downstairs here to a site that we don't see often, folks. This is the one that I didn't refer to, Carter, because we only had 2 rounds played on it, but it has a 50% win rate.
So we don't know who's going to win?
Exactly. We actually have no idea.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, he got it, though. He got it off. Vita King still has another one. We have no EMPs here. They're going to have to nade over for this, and I do believe that they've got it. There's going to be nobody to try and step up and bandit trick that, because honestly, why would you? There's asking to die in a moment like that if you really don't know what the offense has brought fully. So Cameraman's just going to lock things up on the farther side and make sure that Passport isn't a play for FaZe down the line.
He's got to be worried about that breach for the remainder of the round. Might need to start worrying about the custom side as well. Cyber going for that nade from below. Oh, just moves a little too far past Lobin. He's holding this vertical angle like his life depends on it, making sure Cyber can't walk in through that doorway. But the jail breach opens so early on, that would be a very nice addition to FaZe Clan's attack. If they can get both sides of this bomb site secured before they push in, that's what they want. But Lobin is stopping it, so Souls is slowly creeping into a position to take a gunfight with him. But he's taken down. Lobin removes him from the board, and he retains a key bit of map control, but he did not shut down that breach.
And this is going to be the biggest issue for them, is this positioning here from Lobin. He needs to stay alive, though. As long as he's alive, FaZe has to deal with him here because of his positioning over the top of Passport. He can gatekeep this door. He can make sure these breaches don't work out for them, but now, Los, they're flying too close to the sun. Lobin and Dots both go down. FaZe find what they've wanted this entire round, and now they can start trying to focus on the actual site.
But the big bonus Los have had in these past 2 rounds, round 4 and 5, they've dismantled FaZe's drone economy. 1 drone last time, 2 now, it might not matter. But Vita King comes off the diffuser to cut down Cameraman, but Maya's still up above. That's Case now dropped on the floor. Somebody's got to pick it back up, or FaZe might be forced to win this round off gunfights. Dash, the only one down below, actually around the bomb site, though. And FaZe are so worried about the Solus up above, they sent Cyber upstairs
20 seconds.
on cleanup duty. Time running low, Cadius has the intel, and he doesn't land it. Los with the recovery might just end up evening this half.
And if you're a Los fan, folks, you have to be praising Maya right now. Without that positioning being reclaimed on the top floor, that is a FaZe round through and through. but instead he shuts it down. He hits a critical shot onto the man with the case, and it's cold case inside of sight. No case, no face. Especially here for Los, as they've been able to pick up 2 key rounds here on this defensive end. It's looking so dastardly from them past the timeout. If they can get this 3rd round, FaZe are most definitely in hot water.
Opening picks continuing to be a problem for FaZe in the second half of their attacking side. They got it 3 rounds in a row, but both rounds Los acquired it. Particularly with disengagement from Lobin, they have not been able to recover, even though they got that 4v3 from some solid heads-up plays. With how much time was wasted by Lobin on that top floor around the break position, FaZe were so low that once they started pushing down, investing all of their resources and getting a bomb down through the customs wall, Maya was able to retake because everyone was focused on making sure nobody could flank up 90 or flank up down the metal hallway down below. So Maya's able to retake into CCTV and get that kill. If Los can find another opening pick, if they can get it for the 3rd round in a row, a 3-3 is not out of the question.
Oh man, I'm starting to get nervous, Lynx. FaZe Clan have already lost their own map pick to Los. Los now looking to take some very critical rounds on the hardest side of any map in our competitive pool. They get 3 rounds, they've more than beat the odds. They've set a precedent for how to handle things here on Border. FaZe Clan looking to sweep this under the rug. They need this 4-2 so badly. They want to extend this to Consulate. It starts here. It's going to be going through their natural progressions over here on this east side. KDS will be the spearhead here on Finka. But a solid read as to these rotations, but just looking for the aggressive look that Los sometimes gives at these later moments in time. Drone rolling through here. And also hop out that radio window too. We see that one every once in a while. And it's going to be the Legion, I do believe, of Maya over lying in wait. And Lobin's actually going to be the first one to go down to KDS, as he will try and swing through. But again, FaZe finding this good patience play, getting through this map and good timing. Dash with a big moment there. KDS will be able to spring out the window, or rather door, and keep himself alive going later on into the round.
Maya now forced to do a lot of work on this doorway, but one cut down on the breach, not another though. A 3K for KDS. He single-handedly cleared out all of Los's extended positions. Cameraman finds one before he's forced to rotate down below. He's got this C4 to deny the plant from the first floor. That might just be what ends up winning this round. One almost moves into position, but he waits. Doesn't blow it yet, and when he does, he finds no kill. Finds no purchase on a FaZe Clan attacker. So back up metal he goes to try this again. To spot it, downs KDS through the wall. Now he backs off. Oh! KDS nades himself, but he was already downed. Instead, it's Cyber who Cameraman starts focusing on. Half his health gone, but they know the mute's position. They know he's there, and Souls is able to win that fight. 4-2 half acquired for FaZe, and that half, if you got the opening pick, you won the round.
As you'd expect out of Border, let's be honest. When it comes to gunfights, as we said, this map provides the best environment for them. Also provides the best environment to try and abuse your man advantage just by proxy. And well, both of these teams striking true in their own moments. Los getting the bare minimum, I would say, here on Border. And it was 1 defensive round. Probably say the same thing, just don't want to be staring down the barrel of 6 of those dang things. So FaZe Clan now will be shifting gears as they'll be going on over to the defensive side. Do you guys think we're seeing a map 3? I wasn't convinced. I really wasn't. I feel like we still got a majority Los crowd here, but FaZe seems to be winning them back just a little bit after that offensive side.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Not much though. You can see what happened. He had the nade cooked. Wait. There it is. But it happens. You got down by Cameron through the wall. Not much you can do. And more importantly, FaZe get the 4-2 half they were looking for. Now they look to their defenses to box Los out of map 2, their own pick, and send us to Consulate, as many of you would like. Right now, how will Los perform? See Dots, who playing a lot of different operators yesterday, but usually focusing on the off pick, specifically Shields, now finds himself on Monty. Sometimes you can push the armory wall, sometimes you can push east. In this case, it appears the latter is what Dots is aiming for.
Monty can definitely be a skeleton key when it comes to the map of Border. You can walk in practically anywhere, and nobody can really do anything about it unless they have some key explosives abound to try and assist with that. Souls, not even some impact to try and get some verticality, but he'll try and shoot through instead. A good idea, but it'll just ting against Monty's huge shield. ADS gonna be on the dock. Something that we don't see too often, but a fantastic operator, especially on a map like this when it comes down to gunfights and trying to keep yourself healthy. He's the best in the biz. Dots, Nitro Cell out towards him, and all it's going to do is get rid of one of the Kiba barriers over here. Take a little bit off of Dots, but that's going to lead into a kill here from Loben. Dash working down low. Souls has been discovered. This Monty going to continue to work things around, but Dots, he plays it out perfectly on the Monty, folks. What a way to use that shield against your opponent.
And Los have taken down the East Stairs pressure and one player playing inside of Archives. There's only one player remaining from FaZe who is actively sitting in this spot. It's KDS, one of the most unkillable operators, and when you put him in a death spot, Doc, who can stim himself up countless times, well, 3 technically, to make sure that that position is for the defense. He does have Cyber for support now, looking to retake East Stairs, but that's a gunfight Maya needed to win, and one that is keeping Los in the game.
Are they aware? Oh no. KDS has been found, but will he be killed? Maya with the scythe. He'll slice KDS up. It's down to Handy now. He can't strike, he can't kill. And it's Loben instead. And Los, just like FaZe in the first round, it's gonna be a flawless.
It was back-to-back for FaZe as well. 2 flawlesses in a row. And if Los are able to repeat that, we'll be all tied up 4-4. Everyone excited for Loben to make it back into the game. Excited for Los to make it back in the game. You guys are killing it with this sign game, I gotta say. You are some next-level haters.
They're on top of it today.
I've not seen this before.
I have not seen this level of hating, but I can definitely tell you, I'm here for it. I love it, personally. That's talk your talk, North America. I mean, what else are we gonna do? We're not in the tournament anymore.
Hey, boo him now.
Boo. Yeah, you can boo me. It's okay. It's all right. I probably deserve that one. It's okay.
That doesn't feel good, does it? Doesn't feel good, does it?
It feels like I earned it, and that's its own special reward, you know?
All right.
Maybe I'm just a masochist. You ever think about that? Well, if you guys have never pissed off a few Americans before, this is usually how it ends up.
Yeah. No dog in the fight. We just want to be a part of it.
Yeah, we just want to be a part of it. We just want to be a part of the fun. Isn't that right, folks? Is Los gonna win this game? I love each and every single one of you. This crowd has been fantastic this entire event. Give yourself a round of applause. All right, ladies and gents, let's get into round 8. FaZe Clan, they're staring down the barrel of a pissed off Los. They want to take it here in 2-0 fashion. This is their map choice, and that first round looked fantastic. An old angle, as Carter was wincing at, here all the way out from spawn, one that I have seen quite a few things happen over the years, most notably all the way back in the day for the fans back in SI 2019. Waka made a hell of a moment here playing Valkyrie. KDS going to be in a very similar circumstance.
Very similar, but not getting as aggressive. He'll instead layer up some magnets inside of CC. No Azami on the board that we saw Loben play in this position. Instead, it's Cyber on Castle and KDS and the Wamai on opposite sides of CC. But one of those fell very early on by the man of the hour himself. Maya then storms on in to take control, backs off a little bit. Hits the brakes as KDS has backed out of CC. That's an important piece of map control acquired for Los. You don't want to lose it. Now start focusing on the armory position as Maya opens the wall and begins to acquire intel.
Keep it going, folks. This is our last series of the day. You do not need a voice to talk to your friends tonight. You use those lungs to their fullest capacity. Maya, he'll take down KDS. FaZe Clan, their back is against the wall, and they're staring down Los, trying to get this back across the line. It'll be Vita King first to take down Dash. What a kill from him, and one that was desperately needed. They need to slow up Los. They're feeling too damn good over here.
That was the one position, the singular spot that at this point in the round, Los had not cleared. The one guy that might have swung things the way of FaZe. And while Vita King's gone, Handy's used his C4 to slowly claw it back. Maya, who opened up the armory position, now cut down. But Los have the verticality. They have control of the bathroom hatch. They can go for a plan if they want. And as they're softening up souls, they are inching ever so closer. They've downed him on the retake as well. They've spotted the aggression. There's only Handy in the bomb site now. Tries to get aggressive, spots him, takes the entire spray and almost all his HP, but he's just barely alive. Another goes his way, so does his ammo as well. He's trapped behind the bomb. They've got him isolated. They've got him shut down. 2 rounds in a row for Los. FaZe Clan's lead is gone.
And it's getting rowdy here in Atlanta. It's 4-4 now. Los on the favorable side. FaZe have not been able to hold a candle to these offenses. They've gotten a couple crumbles of the cookie, but not too much past that. It's gonna be a FaZe Clan timeout as they have to figure out how the heck to get some defenses on their side of this line.
Some heckling going on during the timeout. Definitely a big, big boost for Los is getting those opening picks, able to find success in that early round.
Oh, overrated. Overrated.
Yeah, that's
only
next level.
NA would talk this much trash when we're completely out of the tournament.
I mean, what else? Again, it's like you said.
Just like me, for real. Let me tell you.
We don't have a champion anymore. We just want to hate. We just want a good game, but more importantly, we want someone to root against, not even necessarily to root for. But I know we saw quite a few passionate Loban fans in the crowd yesterday. And now that Los have started fighting their way back, they have put themselves back in this series and back in the driver's seat as FaZe take their tactical timeout, try to discuss a way in which they can progress on this half. And one immediate change, one immediate adjustment, Cyber on that Azami. We didn't see him last round, but it was a different bomb site. But we saw what Loban could and also couldn't do when a lot of attention was put on him. But Cyber having a good game so far. He's quieted off a bit. FaZe Clan are investing resources in him again to hold down that CC position. At least I assume.
Absolutely. FaZe are really hoping that this timeout has put Los on ice, cooled them down a little bit, allowed FaZe to try and reconcile with the last 2 rounds that they just witnessed, and figure out a game plan to try and take it to Los. The biggest issue that they've had is that Los has been able to find these key opening moments, whether it be through pressure from Monty or what have you. It's all been going the way of Los in these opening minute and a half. But for FaZe Clan, they've at least gotten a few key moments for themselves that they could be able to work off of. We'll see if they can try and find those once again here in round 9. Loban is going to entry from downstairs, currently has server control and quite a few frag grenades that he can use to try and get a kill here on a moment's notice.
And that's why KDS is playing on this hatch and only on this hatch. He does not want to die to a nade below, as it's not the Azami holding down CC, but the Azami's very close by. KDS playing farther back in CC on that hatch while Cyber supporting from 90. So if Loban wants to find a home for these nades, it's got to be based on armory intels. There's no one actually on the roaming positions that are really available at the moment. Cameraman sending in some Bs to force rotations out from the defense.
Nice.
And we see the office doorway broken down. Dots has that diffuser, and as he backs out, he knew this was going to happen. He put that shield down there in the first place, and he's baited the C4 exactly as he wanted. The only bit of explosive utility that can stop him now is one impact grenade from Souls. Once Los figure that out, and now that it's been tossed, now that they have an opening pick, Dot starts moving on in. We've got a conga line trying to hit the retake, and they're all, not lining up for Loban. Instead, 2 go Souls' way. The retake stopped or successful from FaZe Clan. Dots, who seem to be the tip of the spear from Los, now the only one left. Nobody from FaZe Clan peeking anymore as he's trapped inside of Office.
So very well done from FaZe. A massive distraction measure is put into this round by Los. It's a setup for an Archives plant over on the concrete side. This is usually a hallmark of OSA, but when the rest of your team can't build up around you, it starts to become extremely problematic. And Dots on very low HP, probably not long for this world as Cyber continues to pelt the wall. A hard angle as FaZe does their best impression of a rug. Souls will take down Dots, and FaZe will claim the lead yet again.
All the props to Souls on that position. Once the explosives faltered. Yeah, I had to read it real quick. I cannot read and speak at the same time. So you threw that up in front of me, I got distracted. Again?
They love it. They love it. We love you. You guys better keep this noise going this entire time. I was not lying when I said this is the last matchup of the day. You better be using that full lung capacity.
I don't listen. I don't be that dude, but like, why no Dark Zero chance?
Man,
that's all I
that's
ask.
true. That's true. I mean, but to be fair, where was Dark Zero yesterday?
Okay.
Oh. Canadian might not like that one. I'm sure I'm getting a DM.
He's a good sport.
He's a very good sport.
As our FaZe Clan in this game is after the tactical timeout, win their first defense. The explosives went awry, but Souls getting both of those kills on the players, covering Dots, and Loban trying to hit the backstab.
Attacker's objective is to
Single-handedly brought FaZe back into contention of that round and ultimately pushed them over the line. So with FaZe retaking their lead, they'll try to hold the top floors. We're back to Teller's Archives. Hold the upstairs position. Try to stop this entry from Los that so far has been very successful.
Yes, it has. That last round, kind of a blip in what has been going on for Los so far. It was really just up to FaZe, keeping an open mind, right? There's a lot going on over in Archives, Carter, and it's a lot, it's very easy to get sucked into a play like that, especially with Dots constantly flirting with putting that case down. You really never know what you can do, especially, you're out of nitro cells, you're out of impacts. But where else can the play potentially be coming from? They check metal, they check these other windows, and they find every Los member besides the man trying to mess around with the case. And that's what works out so very well for FaZe in that regard. So now for FaZe, they're looking to try and build off the back of that, looking to do the same as what Los did on their map pick and steal it away from them.
Certainly stolen some utility as Magnets absorb a smoke grenade. Hammerman with a DMR instead of the para. Looking to find someone in CCTV, but FaZe Clan not defending that position. They are pulled back inside of Armory and Office. Loban is snuck in, but Agumon gives away his position. He hits it just in time, though. KDS shot in the back, and Loban limps his way out of Office, but victorious.
And just to touch on this for a second, he did it with the F2. We don't even see that gun anymore. Usually it's a 417 nowadays, but get a little flash of the F2, a fan favorite for years on Twitch. And Loban, he's got two now. It's feeling like 2019, baby.
Loban thinks he can channel it, but so does Violent King. He cannot be stopped. One clip at a time. He cuts FaZe Clan down. Souls has intel on that. Zofia, but he's too scared. He's shaken. He's shook as he moves back into the bomb site. Los have taken control of that top floor and have forced the remaining FaZe Clan defenders in a very constricted position, stuck down on that middle floor. Henny's at least out of the new dimension. He can bolster it from vent, but Souls is alone on the site itself. Loban goes for the peek. 3 kills his way. He just spots the 4th, but that F2 recoil gives and takes away, but not in the case of Dash. Loban might fall, but Los are still standing. We are back to even. 5-5. That takes the cake.
There it is right there. So quick with the Photoshop nowadays, man. People are on top of their game when it comes to the memes. And I can definitely tell you this, though. This matchup here on Border is definitely no joke. 5-5 in between these two. Faves with some solid considerations on their defensive side. But how do you stop a madman with the F2? Ubisoft can't even nerf this guy, folks. That recoil is insane. And he kills 4 people? 4 people? I mean, come on. That's truly incredible. He is going to put it away for a moment. Looking towards the Finka now in the operator lineup. But just look at these replays, folks. Lobin time and time again proving why he's the highest rated player at this tournament.
And if he makes it to grand finals, very likely could be in contention for that MVP should they win. But that is should they win the grand finals. And that is should they win this game, this map against FaZe Clan. They have brought it back on these attacks. They have channeled the success FaZe had by winning that opening pick and then converting it into a successful round. But more qualitatively in acquiring the map control they need to then move on to the bomb site in a timely manner. FaZe Clan roaming again. Neither of these teams are diverting too far from what you would expect from Border. Some of the individual operators might change, but the positions they're holding are all relatively the same. And on that same note, Los will start on the east side yet again. Try to find the first contestant on Will You Be the opening pick from FaZe Clan.
Well, let's spin the wheel, Carter. See what we get. Handy doing his damnedest to try and meet his twin brother in the finals.
Reloading!
They have to take Border and Consulate in order to do so. Nade awaits him, so does the rest of W7M. What a story that would be. We have to get there first. Have to find the bridge too. It's been very hard fought. Neck and neck, these two squads. Maya with a great find here on that sensor. He'll get the Valkyrie camera as well as somebody that was lying in wait over an office, and Dots up that information. He's immediately going to eviscerate Souls. They find the opening kill they so desperately needed, but Handy, he fires back with the MPX.
A trade FaZe Clan needed to retain control of Armory, as CCTV and Office very likely would have gone the way of Los had you not had that. But now, KDS can stay alive on that top floor, and Los need to do a little bit more work to move forward. Nice nade from Lobin. We're starting to open it up. Now it is just KDS. His teammate taken down. Dot somehow gets away with that. Default cam on him, but that defender still misses the gunfight.
Handy, the lone soul on this top floor now. So much to do, so much to accomplish, but it's in your hands, my friend. There's 3 targets here. He's got 1. Can he get the second? He cannot. It's shut down. It's down to KDS and Cyber. There's no longer a body on this top floor for FaZe. They have to try and fend them off the bomb site. It's KDS and Cyber to do so. Lobin, Dots, and Maya have great positioning around the metal stairs to be able to try and play into this one.
They've got plenty of drones too. 45 seconds to reset. 4 drones they can actively use to find these remaining defenders. Match point. Just 2 bodies and 24 seconds separates it if Los can just keep a clean execute, not leave any gaps.
Oh.
KDS found, but do they know about Cyber? They know about KDS. Lobin's watching, he knows now! A quick 2-piece! The underdogs might just have their day. 1 round away from a date with W7M.
And is this it for FaZe Clan? Their backs against the wall. Handy doing his damnedest to try and fight for FaZe, to try and meet his brother in the finals. But Cameraman and Los, they're on a revenge tour, looking to show Brazil just what they're capable of. Lobin and Maya have been 2 of the phenoms of this entire tournament, and they're showing it yet again here, just why we keep saying their names. Dots with that great opener, but Lobin and the rest of the gang to slam the door shut on FaZe and take the lead on their map choice.
13-9. He's making the recovery. We have been denied an underdog victory. We have been denied a champion to support.
Attacker's objective is to
And
locate a bomb
Los,
and defuse it.
from the bottom of Brazil to the LCQ to Atlanta, might just send home one of the favorites. They can win this one final attack.
All right, folks. One final gauge before we get too deep into this. Is FaZe taking us to overtime? Oh.
So by my math, does that mean you think Los is winning it?
I'll take those odds. Take those odds any day of the week.
Well, Los certainly will. We'll see if they can hear you, Atlanta. Because FaZe certainly have. On the back foot now, they do not want to find an early engagement with any of these Los players. Dash below will likely have to use his grenades to take down one of them. As FaZe are in that position where you're second-guessing yourself, wondering whether or not the next gunfight might be your last, and whether it's better just to play patiently. Drones being shot, but Los had plenty in the late round last time. FaZe need to do some more damage there to stop Lobin from getting the intel to get those picks.
A little entranced in the chance there for a split second, but Dots, he's found the potential first mark here for Los. It's a high target environment. Quite a few bodies around this space. One in the central hallway. Maya finds Cyber. Andy Maya! A double kill for him. Los, it's in your hands. Three bodies remain. They stand in your way of the grand finals here in Atlanta. You still have Monty up. You still have so many cameras and time. This is the moment here for Los.
One more minute. Dots moves into archives. They have cleared open the right half, the eastern portion closest to the bomb site. But we saw Souls recover it last time, and Dash does him in. KDS spots his doom, staring him in the face. The man with the diffuser unshields to take the fight. Candy gone. It's all on KDS. Champions rise and fall, but finally, sacrifice after sacrifice, we have an underdog in the finals. Los play W7M for the Atlanta Major Trophy.
And what a story for Los here, folks. An incredible showcasing on both of these maps of their abilities, their talent, but not only that, their ability to come together as a squad. Remember, at the beginning of the Atlanta Major, this team did not look like this. I mean, for God's sakes, we had cameraman roaming clear across the map away from his team. They weren't doing anything that we would consider to be the absolute best of the best. But yet, they've came together, they've worked it out through the Swiss, to main, through semis, onto the grand finals, Carter. You could not design a better story for cameraman as he goes off to face some of Brazilian's finest in W7M.
They meet their greatest test tomorrow. They have been a work in progress, or even a win over the last place team in their group in Brazil seemed impossible at times, all the way back in the group stage. And they have worked and worked. They have toiled every game, just looking 1% better. And now, tomorrow, we have a champion to root for North America. We might not have SSG, we might not have Dark Zero, but the crowd has decided their favorite. I know who they'll be rooting for in
Ladies
Sunday's
and gentlemen,
final.
give it up for Los!
A great story, great play, and it's hard to believe that they've made it this far. Again, just one best of 5. One best of 5 is what separates cameraman for a second trophy. And while we were all predicting before we saw the seeding, a W7M G2 final, a W7M FaZe final, will instead be Los their opponent. Consolations to FaZe, who played out of their mind through the Swiss and yesterday as well.
So many emotions here. FaZe leaving absolutely everything in the server, trying their damnedest, trying their hardest to work things out. But folks, sometimes it just doesn't go your way. Sometimes there is indeed a bigger fish. And this time around, that bigger fish is Los.
And there's nothing else to say from us, at least. I want to hear from Los. I want to hear from this team who will challenge W7M.
Listen, guys, you can see what this win means right here. Of course, there's still a huge best of 5 series. Lobin, listen, the crowd's been going crazy for you, man. What do you want to say?
I just want to say I love the energy. I love y'all, and I'll make y'all happy tomorrow.
Thank you. This guy has completely flipped the script on this crowd. They were booing him yesterday, and now they are all over him and this roster. Cameraman, what a victory. Where does this rank in all of the wins in your career here?
It's one of the best places to be because we were the underdogs since the beginning. We qualified from the LCQ, and since then we just started winning, kept winning, and it's amazing. These guys are amazing. I don't have words to say.
The term underdog, right? Like you said there, it's been used a lot when discussing and talking about your roster. I imagine that was never a thought that came into your own minds, right? Have you ever considered yourselves as underdogs?
Yeah, like when we played the first stage on BR6, we didn't play what we expected to, and we had some hard losses. But since the LCQ, that gave us a boost in our confidence, and we're as confident as we are right now.
That was a wonderful win for lots of different reasons. Was there any part of you that enjoyed it even more, considering it was FaZe Clan?
Yeah, it's a little bit. I have huge respect to the guys and the org too, like the managers as well, the staff. But it has it's a bit better win.
Absolutely. Listen, tomorrow it gets bigger, it gets harder. You've got one of the best teams in the world waiting in the wings in W7M. What do you make of them, and how do you stop them?
I don't know. Just keep playing our game. I think we're in the right way, and just keep doing what we are doing. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for cameraman and Los, your grand finalists. Let's get back to the Des to talk us through everything that went down in our second semi-final here in Atlanta.
Thanks, Ian. They did it. Against all odds, Los are going to a grand final because FaZe have been phased out of Atlanta. The underdog story for this org specifically, I don't know why it carries so much power, but from Mexico 2021 through a name change, through 2 name changes, in fact, with a completely different roster, with a legend on it who's won a major, now suddenly, not only are they going to a grand final, but somehow they won over a North American crowd while doing it. That's also an accomplishment.
There's something in the air with this team, Laxing. It feels like they just have it in them. Even when they lose the early round, even when they go in as the underdogs, they've got what it takes to grit through, win those late rounds. Lobin, an incredible performance. Game after game after game. You just got to believe in this team after a run they've had.
We literally talked about, do they have anything left in the tank? They have a lot in the tank. I mean, Lobin specifically, that guy deserves MVP no matter what this finish is. Lobin has been phenomenal on this stage.
Well, we do want to keep celebrating the guys that just won, but because we do need to give due diligence to the teams that have been here before, let's talk to KDS from FaZe Clan with Ian on stage.
Listen, this crowd has been a little bit harsh here. Please, can we give KDS a round of applause? Thank you. That's what I like to hear. KDS, you were the favorites coming into this tournament here. What do you think went wrong there? Did Los surprise you at all?
Yeah, Los surprised us a lot because the play style there. So, I don't know, maybe they just play better than us. And so SI, we are work a lot with SI, São Paulo, and see you all there.
Every loss is a learning experience, right? So you can take a lot from this and move forward. Do you think you'll come back even stronger going into Sao Paulo?
Yeah. That's the main objective to the team So we are working a lot to SI, the biggest tournament on Rainbow Six. So yeah.
All right, KDS, just in case you want to, the camera's right there. Your fans at home in Portuguese, is there anything you'd like to say?
Obrigado aí para todo mundo que torceu aí para FaZe aí. Infelizmente não deu certo, mas no Six Invitational vamos vir forte.
Commiserations, KDS, and commiserations to FaZe Clan. You guys will be back, that's for sure. Back to you, Jacob.
It's never a fun sight seeing a team that fought all the way to the bitter end try and see if they couldn't walk away with a major trophy. Commiserations, obviously, going to FaZe Clan for their loss today. But we already know what happened because the crowd is not going to let us forget exactly what we just saw. But we should dive into exactly why it happened. That's 2 2-0s on the day, and I think a lot of people at least thought FaZe would put on more of a fight.
Well, I mean, I'll say this. FaZe, I said they would bounce back. They were smiling going into this map, and you saw it in the beginning. FaZe was running away with those. They were getting those first picks. They were looking like that dominant FaZe that we were seeing throughout all of this. Why they were the #1 attacking team. They, had 3 or 2 flawless rounds right off the bat? I mean, they were looking super hot, and then they fell short those last 2 rounds, and then immediately flipped the switch for Team 1. I mean, for Los.
Yeah, once upon a time. No, back-to-back rounds flawless for FaZe Clan to start things off. They went 3 for 3 on the round wins to start things. Again, they did look really strong at the very beginning against Los. The thing is, though, Border is a really attacker-sided map. We always talk about that. I think at the very beginning, we saw Los trying to do those rat strategies that worked so well for them on Cafe. The problem is on such a small map, it's just so much more difficult to get into those positions. So they weren't able to start off too strong. But they battled back a couple of great rounds. Cameraman had the big 2K to end things out on Ventilation Workshop. They ran number 5 with some big C4s, trick on the wall on Supply, which was a sick play coming out from them as well. And then again, those attacks from Los, so strong to just nail it on home. They win 5 of their 6 attacking rounds, beating FaZe Clan at the very thing that they are supposed to be the best in the world at.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these stats. This is clearly a team effort. Everyone showed up. Everyone put up a performance to be playing the way that they were, to execute the way that they did. And what surprised me the most on those attack rounds from Los is Loban was just finding openings everywhere and taking 1v1s, 1v2s, 1v3s, and netting every single one of those kills. It was impressive to watch.
The crazy thing is there was a moment where Loban was actually negative in this game, trying to take all those entry engagements, and then he rushes right back in, finishes at 20 and 15 on the series.
Wow. God.
There's very little that wasn't already said in the server about the way that this guy's been performing. And I mean, what, MVP for the whole tournament so far?
No-brainer. He has, I mean, just literally, we talked about it going into this game. He's leading in 4 different areas, or 3 different areas, with being in the top 3, top 4 of the last area in cost. I mean, you got to give it to Loban. He is here to prove a point, and he's proven it. He's showing why he's one of the best players in the world right now.
Yeah, and he did everything for them on that attack. He was crazy with the F2. He was crazy with Finka. He was crazy with the nades. It felt like no matter what, he was there contributing for the team. Those attacks were so impactful from him. He only joined the team in Stage 3 last year. He had only played Tier 2 before this. No other team wanted to pick him up. Team 1 took a chance on him back then. A couple of name changes, obviously. Now they're Los. The roster's been built around him, and he's looking so good with this squad. You just got to believe in this team.
I mean, why not believe in this team? They're an underdog. Look at their story. Look at where they started. Look where they're finishing. Look at where they're at.
Yeah.
SI, Grand Finals, possibly the entire winner of this event. And then again, I mean, I just got to keep saying Loban. I love Loban. Watching his plays, it's truly inspiring to anyone out there. You want to watch that play style. You want to watch how he plays the game. That is someone that you should watch and take notes on.
Do you remember back at SI earlier this year where we were trying to figure out what that Los 1 roster, how far they were going to end up going? They looked like they were going to make a gnarly run through groups. They did. They looked like Maya was suddenly going to turn into a superstar. They came relatively close, and then they dropped off. They didn't go to Copenhagen. We were wondering what's it going to take for them to come back in. Then suddenly in Stage 2, they have to fight in the middle of the stage because of where they placed, and suddenly they find themselves here. That's an upward trajectory that only took a few weeks, dude.
8th place in Brazil, 1st place in Atlanta? Maybe.
Ooh.
Maybe. It's a tough opponent. W7M reigning major champions up next in the grand finals tomorrow in a best of 5. But again, with the momentum, with the crowd, with the F2 and nades of Loban, I don't know.
Loban is lobbing those nades. That's all I'm saying. But, I mean, looking at that bracket, you would have never predicted Los was going to be in the grand finals. I didn't predict Los was going to be in the grand finals.
there's always got to be one team that always completely upsets and shatters everybody's brackets. And yeah, everyone thought W7M probably had a shot even before we had the bracket, and we said, oh, well, G2 and W7M are on the same side. Now, this team has come from basically nowhere. We had one team auto-qualify, and then we had one that had to slog through play-ins. That's a really, really cool balance to find ourselves in for tomorrow.
We'll get to see the two sides of Brazil. W7M, they can be so clean, so together on those entries. They are similar to FaZe in some ways, where when they get on to attack, if they get their plan set up, they can be absolutely perfect with it. But we've seen Los disrupt that already. They will rat around on those defenses. They can get in your face on attack. It's going to be a battle of playstyles, a battle of Brazil to end things out here in Atlanta. Crown one team to be the very first ever two-time major champions. It's going to be a great game.
I mean, it's going to be a slugfest, and I'm looking forward to it the most. I thought that G2 W7M was going to be the hardest game for just that entire series. And to watch Los come in here and play the way that they are, I think W7M might be a little bit nervous going into this next game.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for the analysis, especially you, Jesse, for being here all damn day breaking down both semifinals. Thank you very much. Here's what tomorrow looks like. We have a show match to start the day, the new Operation Deep Freeze panel reveal, and then a best-of-5 grand final between W7M and Los. But before we get out of here, we got one more special treat for you for the rest of the evening. We have a very special little overtime show with our main man, Ian Chambers. We'll see you in a second.
Hey guys, Gunnar from Sonics here, and today I'm going to be playing Siege Sounds.
Hey guys, this is Iconic from Amedi.
Hello guys, this is Felipox from W7M.
スカーズ所属のフィッシュライクです。今回はCGサウンドをプレイしていきたいと思います。
I think I'll do good.
Not too good then.
It's good.
ピョンよりはちょっと下かなってぐらいですかね。
Yeah, I think I have a good pair of headphones, and let's see.
It's organ spawn.
Okay, I know this one.
Dog sounds? 犬の鳴き声が聞こえる。
It's Kennel's clubhouse.
I hear dogs bark, and this is the spawn of in the garage of the clubhouse.
Clubhouse, the like front spawn in clubhouse.
My final guess is clubhouse.
クラブハウスのガレージ側の外のリスポーン地点のとこっていうんですか。
I'm right?
Oh. オレゴン？オレゴン？オレゴン？一発目でダメだ。パーフェクト逃した。ちょっと難しいな。
I hear like bugs, like the sound of bugs.
I'm going cafe. Final answer.
I don't know the map.
I heard a bell at the end. That's the only map I can imagine a bell being on.
Dun, 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 dun.
Cafe. What would this be?
なんか虫の音みたいなのが聞こえる。
Chalet?
Is it consulate?
It's just like the wood sound.
Maybe now it's clubhouse, because clubhouse there are police cars.
I'm gonna lock it in with consulate.
なんかこういう音いろんなマップにあるから。
That was not right.
I never spawned there in my life, so I would never know that.
Yeah? Yeah.
There's no way that people get this stuff.
Bank, locked in, loaded.
Not sure, but I'll guess bank.
音。
I hear a kid scream in the background. Chalet.
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 Chalet. I got to.
I don't know about the others, but really hard for me.
All right, guys, I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds.
I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds.
I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds today, and see you guys at the major.
Welcome back to the Blast Hour 6 Atlanta Major. This is the Overtime Show. My name's Ian Chambers. You normally see me running around somewhere over there on the stage, but I am joining you on the desk for the first time at a major. Thank you for having me, and I'm not alone. I am joined by this man. He stole hearts across the world as part of that GK roster. Noodle, welcome. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. How have you enjoyed your experience here in Atlanta?
Yeah, very, very nice to have the crowd on our side.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for staying here as well for the halftime show.
Hey, look at you doing the crowd shout outs. Yeah, everybody in Atlanta, you've been killing it so far. Keep the noise up as we go into grand finals. We'll talk about that. But for all of you sticking around for our Overtime Show, thank you very much. Give yourselves a round of applause. This guy in the shades, he's got his sunnies on now because he's in chill mode. Laxing, right? You're a world champion. You were top 10 player in the world for 8 years straight, statistically. And you were also the best lurker in the mother game, is what you told me.
I mean, I did tell you that. I was hoping you weren't going to say that just so I could just then say that I said that. But I'm going to say that I was, plain and simple. I'm not going to argue with anyone. And now just see me in the lobby.
Okay.
See me in the lobby. Find me in the lobby.
Well, Noodle, let's start with you. I want to get your thoughts on what we just witnessed here.
Yeah.
We've now got it locked in. W7M versus Lust in our best of 5 grand final tomorrow. This is massive. FaZe coming into this were, of course, regarded by many as the favourites. Yeah. Are you shocked to not see them make it?
I actually kind of am, but I've obviously played both the teams in the finals, and I actually would say Loss were the stronger team that we played on the day. W7M have been very good. They always are historically very good, and I would edge them over Loss in the finals just because of the experience.
Yeah.
But I do think Loss are on a very good streak right now, and I do think they can take it.
They used to be underdogs now, right?
Yeah, well, I was just going to ask a question. Who's harder in a 1v1? Herds or Loban?
Well, I traded with Herds.
Okay.
So, and I didn't win a 1v1 against Loban, so I would say Loban.
Fair enough, fair enough.
All right. Listen, this is an interactive experience, so you guys watching at home can ask any question you want. One of these two lovely gentlemen will answer it, and we've got people in the audience as well ready to ask questions. I think we've got one right now. Who's got a question? I think.
Let me say this. Please don't let me ask questions about cooking a steak.
Okay. Hey, man, what's your question?
All right, this is gonna be a tough one. In your opinion, at the tournament so far, who was the biggest baiter that played on the main stage?
Oh, good question. What do you think, Lax?
It's hard to say that someone's baiting. It's been a pretty aggressive just environment of Siege in general. So if I had to pick somebody,
I think vocally outside of the server, it's got to be Alamo in regards to just baiting on the stage, but in game,
I don't know.
I can't pick a name.
That's what I'm saying.
There's so many quick entries.
Yes, that's why it's hard to say who's baiting. That's a tough question.
Very open question as well.
Yeah, it's a very open question too. Honestly, I don't have an answer to that. This has been the most aggressive Siege that I've seen in a long time, where people are just going straight in, straight out. It's hard for me to say one person is baiting more than another, or even baiting in general. It's just kind of how the position was played out. Oh, no, I'll say this. Baiting in a good way. Hasham was baiting, I believe, for you on that Oregon top tower. He cleared all the information. He was baiting that drone, so they didn't check you and you get a free kill. So I'm going to say Hasham is the biggest baiter. You agree?
Yeah, he's very good at baiting for me. So.
Yeah, and it works out. It's not bad baiting, it's good baiting. I turned that question against you.
Noodle, we've had a question from chat for you. So obviously your journey ended in the quarterfinals at the hands of W7M, who are of course in the grand final. You now switch your attention to SI in Sao Paulo. That's where we'll next see GK in action. How do you, this is from chat, prepare for SI now? What's it look like?
Loads of scrims.
Yep.
Just I'll probably relax a little bit after making history. So, and then back to scrimming, back to the drawing board, refreshing all our strats, and just keeping up with the meta and stuff.
Pretty crazy, the run that you had out here. I think you shocked the world, making history, being the first MENA team to make it to the main stage. Can we get that, congratulated one more time, please? I know that you guys have been celebrating GK a lot throughout this entire process, but you made history when you stepped out onto that quarterfinal stage. We're looking back at some of the highlights. The fans fell in love with your team and were devastated to see you drop out, but this is just the beginning for you guys.
yeah, it's just a beginning. We're definitely going to be back in Sao Paulo, back on the main stage, and we'll definitely put on another good show for you guys.
Did you ever, believe that this would have happened so quickly when you joined the roster?
Not so quickly.
Yeah.
I definitely knew we had the potential to do that, but I didn't think it would happen this quickly.
Yeah, Lax, another question from chat. Who do you think has improved the most as a roster here in Atlanta?
That's obvious. Los,
right?
Los by far. I mean, you look at their history, you look at their story, everything that they've been doing here from this day one until now has been nothing but improvement. And especially going into that DZ game is where you really started to see that improvement. You really started to see those adaptations really being applied into each and every single round, or just the quick thinking of how they can counter the other team, what they were doing previously, which again plays into those adaptations. So by far, easily, Los is the most improved team here in Atlanta.
That's for sure. I mean, they're proving it. They're in the grand finals, right? Yeah. We've got another question lined up somewhere, waiting in the wings here in our audience. Hello, what's your name?
My name's Nico.
Nico, where are you from?
Michigan.
Nice to have you, Nico from Michigan. What's your question?
My question is for about Kike. How are you gonna change whatever went wrong here to perform better at SI?
It's a good question.
Well, I think our biggest issue was like adapting in the attacks. I think we were kind of like misaligned on the attacks. Sometimes I would be going in quite quick and then there was like no one to back me up. So I think definitely attacks are going to be a main focus for us. And yeah, I think strategically wise, we're doing pretty good. I think defense was definitely our strongest point.
Yeah.
And yeah, so definitely attacks are a thing to look at.
No, I think it's fair. I don't know if you saw the game that I broke down of you guys versus Los in Oregon, but that one round specifically. Well, it goes into what you were saying is your attacks of just the communication, you going in early. It speaks into it. Whereas I think that's where the little mistakes was crushing you guys. Would there been a little more communication there? Had there just been anything like that, I think we would have even seen you here today.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like there was just times where we were like I said, misaligned, and it's just like little adaptations cost us basically.
And that's the thing that some of the audience and people don't understand. Like from a pro player perspective, is those little mistakes are so detrimental in those rounds. Sure, seeing it is one thing, but being in the game and understanding it in that exact moment when it all went wrong is some of the worst things to be feeling.
Yeah, definitely. I agree.
Noodle, we've got another question from chat. Keep them coming in. Thank you very much. Who are you most looking forward to playing at SI?
I definitely want to get my revenge against G2. I want to put Benja back after that 1v3.
Oh yeah?
And yeah, definitely G2.
Were you surprised about G2's performance here in Atlanta today?
Yeah, I definitely had them taking it like all the way to the finals, if not even winning it all. So kind of sad to see them go out quite quick.
Yeah, Lax, it really felt like they found their footing, right? After winning the World Championship in Montreal in February, raising the hammer, they sort of took a dip. It's like, it's a bit of a curse, isn't it, in Siege for World Champions? You win the hammer and then nothing's ever the same after. But then it seemed as though they started to find their form once again here in Atlanta and then just hit a brick wall here today.
Yeah, I mean, that W7M wall, that was the brick. Yeah. And when you saw W7M, when they started losing to these guys and losing a couple, you just quickly realized and saw everyone's face. Even in Philly Pox's in those interviews, he was very confident that they were going to fix what they needed to fix in order to push through. And with each game that we saw from that point on, they were that brick wall for every team that they were going up against.
How do you feel about them going into SI?
Great. We're going to see a ton of good games. I mean, for me, and going to SI as much as I have, I want to see the best of the best there. I don't want to see someone that squeaked by. Like, I want to see the best teams that deserve to be there, playing the best games of Siege and displaying it to all of us around the world.
All right, we've got another question from an audience member. Hello, what's your name?
Wallace.
Hey, Wallace, where are you from?
I'm from Omaha, but I live in St. Louis.
Oh, nice. Wallace, what is your question?
So when you first started competing, was it more nerve-wracking for you or exciting? And is it still just nerve-wracking or exciting when you compete nowadays? Or are you more calm and collected when you go into your competitions and your games?
I'll start with you, Noodle, here, because you're obviously only 19 years old. And we were chatting behind the scenes, weren't we, about you being behind the desk. And every so often you'd completely forget that you were surrounded by a live audience. So you look up and be like, oh my word, there's people watching me. But what's the experience like for you competing competitively?
I mean, personally, like, at my first international event at SI, like the first round, it was like, a big shock. Like the adrenaline rush you get and of the competition and stuff is crazy. But like after the first round, it just feels like playing at home. Like I personally just get excited to get on stage, get into the official games, get in the custom game, start the game straight away. Yeah. Just excited to play.
And the thing is, doing stuff like this as well helps, doesn't it? Because you said again behind the scenes, like, I'm a bit out of my comfort zone coming on this show and coming on the desk, but I'm going to do it because it's going to help me progress and improve.
Yeah, exactly. Just helps you get in front of the camera and don't seem like just another pro player, you know?
Tell you what, this man's never been just another pro player. Lax, you thrived in that environment.
Yeah, I mean, I come from a competitive background just in terms of sports. Growing up, I was always competitive. I love competing. Even I treated gym class like it was the Olympics. That's how competitive I was. So going to my first game ever, it was playing in front of that audience. I believe it was PAX East. I mean, I love that crowd. I thrived off that energy. Getting a kill, you hear the whole crowd. Just hearing that, hearing that in the crowd, like hearing anything like that, like it hypes you up. And it's always interesting to me to get different perspectives from pro players and how their first time was and how they deal with the pressure and how they handle the pressure, because it came to a point in my career, as much as I thrive off the energy and what's going on with the crowd, I also, when I'm playing, it's as if nobody's here until the end of the round or until I get a kill. But as it's happening, it just feels like it's just me and my team next to me, and that's what the main focus is.
Well, that was a great question from Wallace, and now we've got another one lined up. Hello, what's your name and where you from?
Hey, Dave Riley, and I'm here from Atlanta, Georgia.
ATL, stand up, A-Town. Dave, what's your question?
You've been talking about how you amp up for the game, how you stay hyped. What do you do when it's time to decompress? How do you decompress? Laxing, I think I know how you decompress.
What are you trying to say, brother?
I occasionally work out from time to time.
What do you do?
Well, for me, throughout the years, and I'm ancient now, but towards the end of my career, what I did is the second I finished scrims, I just completely isolated myself from anything to do with video games. I'd go hang out with friends, family. I'd just stay away from the gaming environment. I would focus on the gym, just other things that just distracted my mind, whatever that was. I did not want to think about Siege. I didn't want to talk about Siege. I just wanted to decompress entirely because Siege is my life, and it's still my life now, and I love Siege, and I'm happy to be here. But you got to learn to balance your life, and I think that's the biggest thing with newer players, mid-tier players, and the higher players, is you got to really find that balance, and that applies to anything in life. You don't want to just be consumed by one thing and make that Siege, because that's where you then find yourself in those holes, in those slumps. So it's fine to just find a healthy alternative that allows you to just shut off your brain, zen out, and then when you come back to it, you feel refreshed, you feel rejuvenated. So yeah, mine's just a mix of just health stuff and just focusing on my mental and my well-being. That's what I would recommend. Drink lots of water.
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out to Dave as well, right? I've seen him at every single major, so he's an absolute legend, rocks up to all of the events. So it was a great question. Noodle, how do you decompress? Because if you eat, sleep, and breathe just one thing, you can lose that passion and love for it too.
I mean, after scrims, I usually just go hop into more ranked, keep the grind up. But then, like, usually after, just chill out, just listen to some music, sit in bed, and then, just go to sleep, basically.
See, that's that young blood mentality.
Yeah.
You gotta love it. That's the grind. That's what gets it all going. That's what starts it. That's what lifts your career even higher.
Like, you're talking like you're an old man, bro. All right, we've
26.
got... Okay,
8.5 years straight of Siege nonstop.
I'm not saying my age.
I'm 55.
I'm not saying my age. All right, we've got another question lined up. Hello, who's there and what's your name?
Hi, my name's Emma. I'm from Indiana, and I was wondering how you guys deal with the challenge that comes with having a really bad game in front of a crowd like this.
That's a really good question, especially if you get stomped and like you've got to somehow put it to the back of your mind, because we spoke about the pressure of having a live audience in front of you. There's one thing losing from the comfort of your own home, but then doing it in front of people is a tough pill to swallow, right?
I mean, like, you just have to realize if you let yourself get into that mental slump, then you will lose the game no matter what. So even if it's just one map and it's a best of 3, you have to realize if you let that affect your entire best of 3, that one map let you affect the entire best of 3, then you will just lose. So you just have to forget about it and just go next.
That's mature, because the rear view mirror mentality is something that normally comes from a veteran player, right, Lax? Because, I chatted with Doki straight after his loss earlier, and he was fine. He was devastated, but it was when you've lost and won as much as he has, it's all part of the parcel of competitive play.
100%. I mean, the biggest thing for veteran status, at least, is just understanding you are going to win some, you are going to lose some, but it matters what you take from both a win and what you take from a loss and how you apply that into the next game, next round. And what you realize, too, even in those rounds or games, is even if you aren't having a great game, you can still be a great teammate.
Yeah.
That is such an important aspect that you don't let that cloud your judgment throughout the entire game where then you're giving your teammates bad calls. You're just not calling. There's still many things you can do even if you aren't having a great game. And that's the beauty of being on a roster is that your team should be able to pick up that weight for the most part and then allow you to carry into that next game where then you can just focus, reset, 0-0. And that's the best thing that you can do for that.
I am loving these audience questions. Please do keep them coming in.
Really
I don't know where you need to go to ask them, but they're awesome. Chat have given another one. What's your dream major location?
Dream major location?
Yeah.
It has to be somewhere in Brazil. Like Rio, probably. I'll say Rio.
Rio would be sick. Rio would be sick.
Is this a question for me too?
Absolutely. I mean, for me, UK. Somewhere in the UK would be awesome.
So you just can walk there?
Nice.
Going to take a plane.
Hey, I love the travel. The reason I would love to do UK is because our fans, I mean, NA fans are brilliant. But hey, don't boo the UK, man. USA chat's going on.
I was about to say, you set yourself up for that one. I would have to say
the UK fans are fun, is all I'm saying.
Definitely. I would want to go back to Japan or South Korea. That's where I would
want. Japan would be sick.
Well, when I was there, I loved it. So.
All right, another question from chat. Favorite team skin?
Favorite team?
Ooh. There's some good ones.
I like the R4C phase one. It's like, I think 2019 or 2020. I think that one's one of my favorite ones.
What about you, Lex?
I think DZ is some of the best skins in the game. In my personal opinion, I really love their ARX skin, mainly because I was on Nomad 24/7. So to have a sick skin to be a combo to the play, I'm gonna have to say DZ.
All right, well, DZ won't be in the grand final.
They won't.
But W7M versus Lus is our grand final tomorrow. It all culminates here in Atlanta in a best of 5 series, a history-making best of 5 series. One of these two teams will become 2-time major champions. W7M in particular, first ever back-to-back major world champion, which is obviously a tremendous achievement, something that you've seen lots of other teams try and achieve, never managed to get it done. Who do you see coming out on top of this affair, Lex?
So if Los didn't have the game that they had today, I would easily say W7M, but with the crowd, with the improvements and everything that Los has done, I'm gonna have to say Los by far.
It's been fascinating. It's been fascinating watching like the crowd support shift. It went like NA, and then it jumped across to G2, and now it's gone to Los. And I think that a big part of that is because people love an underdog story.
100%.
And Noodle, they aren't the underdogs anymore, in my opinion. They've proven that. How can you be in a grand final of a major and still be an underdog? However, you're still backing the boys W7M.
I think if Los have a very good start, I think it's possible for them to take it. With the experience of cameraman, he's won a major before, I think they can do it. But at the moment, on form, I see W7M repeating.
There's a lot of experience on that W7M roster as well, of course, but when you have got an old head, shall we say, like cameraman sitting there with you, I was watching him earlier, he's such like a powerful figure to be in that row of players. And that experience goes a long way in a grand final situation.
It's something that you can't teach.
Yeah.
It's something that you can't learn. That's something that's just throughout years of experience, and it's so vital for them that I believe in his IGL role as well, that they all learn from that, they all take from that, they all grow from that.
Yep.
And it's why you also see the success that Los has been having so far.
Noodle, this has been your first time in front of the bright lights on a big desk. How's it been for you? And how can people find you online if they want to come and follow you?
Online on Twitter, Noodle with 3 L's. I stream on Twitch as well sometimes and upload YouTube videos as well. So yeah, just those socials.
And what's next for GK? Can we expect big things?
Main stage on Sao Paulo.
Main stage in Sao Paulo, you heard it here first. All right, this is the end of our overtime show here on semi-finals day at the Blast R6 Major in Atlanta. Tomorrow we've got an unbelievable show match coming your way, which will then be followed by the culmination of this historic event, a best of 5 grand final, W7M versus Los. You would be mad to miss it. See you there.